The young man froze when he opened his eyes and realized he was in a completely unfamiliar place. After calming down for a while, he suddenly felt that this scene was strangely familiar. While he was lost in thought, a basin of cold water came from nowhere and was suddenly poured straight over Sarah's head. Turning around, he saw a fierce fat woman shouting at him, ordering him to wash himself clean, because someone would soon come to take him away. Sarah looked at that woman with eyes full of hatred. As a result, he took a stinging slap across the face while the fat woman roared, "What is that look? A brat still reeking of milk dares to oppose me." Only then did Sarah see his own appearance reflected in the puddle. He let out a cold laugh, so he truly had returned to the time when he was only 3 years old. Sarah Cooper had actually been reborn. In his previous life, he was a shadow of the Cooper family, trained harshly from childhood like the other shadows. Assassination, arson, espionage, every shady task was handled by the shadows. In return, the family granted them wealth and glory. Because of that, all the shadows submitted willingly, while Sarah had originally been nothing more than an illegitimate child of the family. Sarah had once been determined to change the fate of being trampled by the world. Because his talent had been damaged, he trained desperately to make up for it, then took the initiative to request deployment to the battlefield in service of the family. To complete his orders, he defeated countless enemies. He had once brought many cities to ruin. Until the very end, in one brutal battle, Sarah won victory for the family, thinking he would be welcomed and richly rewarded, only to be framed by them instead. The new family head at the time exposed the truth behind the existence of the shadows. It turned out that from the day they became shadows, that man had used the blood magic shadow oath to control them all. All of it was only to fool you filthy idiots, haha. In the end, Sarah could no longer suppress his fury and poured all his strength into one final strike. Although that sword strike touched the family head's shoulder, it was immediately reflected back. Even though Sarah had comprehended the reverse transmission of the blood magic shadow oath, he regained all the abilities Irene had stolen from him, but his life also ended right there. Therefore, in this life, Sarah would absolutely not let himself follow the same doomed path again. No matter how strong his will was, hunger still made his stomach rumble. It seemed he had not eaten for 3 days. Just then, a mouse squeaked nearby, and Sarah decided to catch it to fill his stomach first. In his previous life on the battlefield, rat meat had been far easier to swallow than many other things. Sarah smiled coldly, about to send the unlucky mouse into his belly. Suddenly, 2 men entered the room. They told him that young Master Irene wanted to see him. Without needing Sarah's consent, the 2 of them immediately dragged him away. In his previous life, this was the exact moment he was chosen to become a shadow, but the memory of the ritual had vanished, perhaps because of the shadow oath. Sarah curved his lips into a calculating smile, but in this life they could forget about things being that easy. He bit hard into their hands to break free from their control. Those 2 were truly unlucky to have run into someone who had once survived countless deadly situations. One of them swung his fist and charged forward, but with his small body and years of combat experience, Sarah quickly dodged. After that, he seized that man's sword and disabled the opponent's arm. The remaining man panicked in terror, never expecting this brat to possess such frightening sword talent. This was the chance for Sarah to repay everything, and it had finally arrived. Shadow Oath was an ancient form of blood magic. The one who made the oath only needed to pay a single drop of blood to turn the target into their shadow. The shadow could not harm the master and also had to bear injuries in their place. The shadow's growth and abilities would gradually transfer to the master as well. Because this magic was too cruel, the Empire had once issued an edict to destroy every ancient book recording the Shadow Oath and strictly forbid its use. When he learned that the 2 attendants had failed to bring Sarah over, Irene flew into a rage and vented his anger on his subordinates. "Damn it, you even let one stray dog climb over your heads. Does the Cooper family feed you so you can sit around doing nothing?" At only 8 years old, Irene already carried the family's cruel blood and would become the next heir. The soldier did not dare resist, only clutching his face while apologizing over and over for his failure. Irene walked up to Sarah and warned him in a cold voice that he had dared to touch this young master's people. He immediately ordered his men to lock Sarah in the dungeon. However, Hera Cooper, the head of the Cooper family and also Irene Cooper's mother, appeared and stopped him. She said this child had never been taught by anyone since childhood, so it was understandable for him to act crazily, but the most important thing right now was still the oath ceremony. She reminded her son not to forget what she had told him. Today that matter must be completed, she said with an extremely cold face. Irene did not understand why his mother wanted this lowly illegitimate child to become his shadow. He secretly thought that once he had the chance, he would make Sarah lose all ability to resist. Because of that, Irene reluctantly accepted his mother's request. Seeing her son obediently listen, that woman smiled in satisfaction. "Very well, then mother will take the people away first and will not disturb you anymore, our future young family head." After that, that woman ordered everyone to disperse, leaving only Irene behind. The others immediately set up a soundproof barrier, allowing no one to disturb her son. After his mother left, Irene began pouring the holy water. Then he declared that from today onward, the people below were members of the Shadow Corps. and they were to swear an oath for the family. Everyone below except Sarah shouted in unison, "I swear in the name of a shadow. In this life I am willing to offer my life and entrust everything to the family. All orders belong to the family, everything is for the family." Sarah knew what Irene was about to do, so he only pretended to drink that thing. Once everyone fainted on the spot. He looked at those fools with contempt. They could not even tell sleeping drug from holy water apart. Then he drew his knife, made a shallow cut, and let a few drops of his blood fall. From now on, their abilities would nourish him. If he was wounded, all of them would have to bear it as well. A red magic circle instantly enveloped everyone. Streams of power in every color began flowing from the boys into Irene's body. He clearly felt the abilities pouring into him. The Shadow Oath had succeeded far more easily than expected. He smugly thought he truly was a genius, and had to hurry to tell his mother. Irene was overjoyed, turning to leave, only to find he could not. His body suddenly went rigid, and he could not move at all. Could this be a side effect of the Shadow Oath that his mother had never mentioned? He burst into frightened tears and kept calling for his mother. Behind him, Sarah stood up and said, "You are still just a brat who likes hiding behind his mother. How pitiful. Your mother was afraid of disturbing you while you completed the Shadow Oath, so she set up a soundproofing spell here. No matter how you call, no one will hear you." Irene turned back and saw Sarah stand there with a sword in hand, his entire body exuding a dense killing intent. He did not understand why he had awakened, much less how he knew about the Shadow Oath. "Now do you see how impressive I am? I know more than just that. I also know how to reverse the Shadow Oath." Who knows how Irene will deal with situation? After that, he drove the sword straight into the center of the magic circle. Irene felt pain as if his heart had been pierced through. He screamed in agony, "What are you trying to do? Stop right now." In his previous life, Sarah had to trade his life to take back what had originally belonged to him. But in this life, he was simply returning to him exactly what that man had done. As he spoke, he pointed the sword tip at him. Immediately after, only a shrill scream echoed out. A subordinate hurriedly reported to the madam that the spell had been broken. She called her son's name in panic. After that incident, Irene was taken back to his room for care. The butler Chenan stood before the madam and reported the situation. He said the young master's body was not in serious danger. He had only fainted temporarily from using too much magic power. As for the shattered mind-separating spell, it was because a Giano in the household had been distracted while placing the spell, and he had already had that man dealt with. Like mother, like son indeed. If the child was cruel, the parents were many times more vicious. She coldly ordered the corpse to be thrown to the dogs. Even so, the young master's mental state was currently unstable. After all, he was still young, and the butler thought it was inevitable that such a matter would weigh heavily on him. Irene lay on the bed in confusion. He kept feeling that something had happened, yet he could not remember it at all. Seeing her son so anxious, his mother gently stroked his hair and comforted him in a soft voice. "You do not need to waste your mind on those shadows. This world has always been one where the strong devour the weak. You are..." Before she could finish speaking, Irene brushed her hand away. He lost control and said he was the future head of the Cooper family. Those naturally born bastards all had to risk their lives for him. Hearing this, his parents were extremely pleased. "Ha ha ha, you truly are my son. That is exactly how it should be. Whatever reward you want, just tell mother." Sarah quietly listened to everything from outside and could only give a helpless, cold smile. What a deep bond between mother and son. But that also meant that from today onward, Irene Cooper had officially become his shadow. In his previous life, while fighting for the family, Sarah once discovered that the shadow body was recorded in the blood magic catalog. Sarah had once happily offered it to the family, never expecting that he had already become a sacrifice. Fortunately, he had read the contents of the book and could combine them with the experience of reclaiming his power from his previous life. Now, with just the price of a single drop of blood, the Shadow Oath could be reversed, swapping the relationship between Sarah and Irene. Even so, Sarah at the age of 3 was still only a frail child, not yet strong enough to resist all of them. He had to become stronger starting now. Therefore, the first step to becoming stronger was to go to the volcanic cliff. The volcanic cliff was a place the Cooper family created to filter out strong physiques and choose shadows willing to sacrifice themselves for the family, just as Prometheus once stole fire for humanity. Children under the age of 10 were brought down to the volcanic cliff by the Cooper family, forced to suffer day and night like those who willingly sacrificed themselves before the divine eagle. They forced the children to cross through thorn bushes, then let the divine eagle attack them. Even when they were close to death, they were not allowed to give up, till only one shadow could climb to the summit, receive the blessing of the divine eagle griffin, and gain a body difficult to injure under any attack. Enos Walker was the trainer of the shadows. He declared to the children that no matter what method they used, the test had only one standard. That was to stay alive and climb to the summit. Of course, do not forget that anyone who gives up will have to die 3 days later. Alright, shadows, for your bright future, set off. When the whistle sounded, the children immediately rushed forward. Only Sarah remained unhurried, walking forward calmly. This left the trainer rather surprised. Someone there recognized he as the illegitimate child who had angered the young master yesterday. Sarah choosing to climb along the sheer cliff made the two trainers show contempt. Haha, instead of taking the smooth path, he wants to climb to the mountaintop barehanded. I am afraid he will fall before even making it halfway. Truly stupid. One of them even confidently wanted to go over and clean up the boy. The trainer laughed coldly and said there was no need. Suddenly he remembered a very interesting method, and as it happened, the divine eagle was about to appear as well. The divine eagle began circling above the mountaintop. Seeing the divine eagle, the children immediately panicked. Sarah climbed to the summit and witnessed the pitiful scene before him. The eagle was turning the children into prey. The hawk still had not noticed him. They intended to use Griffin on this occasion to get rid of Sarah Lanvin, the one who had angered the young master yesterday. Then, a trainer raised his bow and aimed the arrow straight at the hawk. But the instant the arrow brushed past, Sarah also managed to lift his head. Griffin mistook it for him deliberately doing that to provoke it. It flew into a rage and charged over, as if wanting to swallow the foolish human before it whole. But this was actually exactly what he intended. Sarah sprang up, rolled to the side, then quickly climbed onto its back. After living through one lifetime, he finally understood one thing clearly. If he wanted to reach the mountaintop quickly, there was only one way. If he wanted to receive Griffin's blessing, he first had to tame it. Griffin was an S-rank female divine hawk with a 4-star danger level. Born on a volcanic cliff, it had eaten many human brains, so it possessed intelligence and could communicate with humans. According to the pact, the Cooper family provided bait, while Griffin helped them screen the shadows. Anyone blessed by it would gain a body that was nearly invincible. It liked gold, silver, and gems, and it had a hatchling. Sarah thrust his sword straight into Griffin's head, because its nature was stubborn and it would not submit easily. It also possessed human-like intelligence, and unless it was utterly defeated, it would never obey anyone. Therefore, he had no choice but to unleash this final move. He rushed forward and executed Shadow Blade's only 3 forms. Of course, the Divine Hawk was not called divine for nothing, and it immediately counterattacked. The blow sent Sarah flying straight down the cliff. Fortunately, he still managed to grab the edge of the rock in time. After that, he struggled fiercely before finally climbing back up. This was truly a fatal oversight. No matter how strong and talented he was currently only 3 years old, not 30. Even with swordsmanship honed in his previous life, it was still hard to manage. With his current tiny body, the moment he got close to Griffin, it could snatch him away at once. Luckily, there was still a way out. He saw a cave nearby. As long as he could still move, he still had a chance to turn the situation around. The Divine Hawk shot out a wind sphere, and the force of that gust was truly terrifying. Every time Griffin breathed a wind sphere from its mouth, the wind power would gradually rise from level 1 to level 10. Sarah had to keep dodging left and right because against a level 10 wind sphere, let alone him alone, even 100 Sarahs might not be able to avoid it. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Since he could not dodge it, he might as well borrow the force of the attack to fly toward the cave. Once the thought came, Sarah immediately sprang up and shot high into the air. He used the wind force as leverage, pushing himself straight toward the cave. To reduce consumption and activate the Shadow Oath, he even drew additional power from Griffin itself. When Sarah activated the Shadow Oath, Irene was immediately affected as well. Irene was sitting and drinking tea when he suddenly fainted on the spot. The attendants panicked and hurriedly cried out that the young master had fainted again. In this way, Sarah's plan had succeeded, but right now he had to quickly go deeper into the cave. The Divine Hawk immediately chased after him as well. He was extremely excited, wanting only to catch that tiny prey. In truth, Sarah had taken its hatchling hostage, making the little one cry out in fear for its mother. Few knew that though Griffin was so powerful, its hatchling had been born with an injured wing and could not fly. Seeing its child in the other party's hands, it grew extremely anxious, even though Sarah never intended to harm the little one. On the contrary, he even had the ability to heal its wings and let it fly. Of course, that would come with conditions, and as for what those conditions were, he would say later. Those below heard no movement and grew very anxious. The two trainers thought Sarah had become a fine meal for Griffin, so they planned to return and report their success to young Master Irene for a reward. The moment they finished speaking, Griffin appeared behind them, its gaze cold and filled with killing intent. How proud he was, Sarah Cooper was now standing steadily on its back. Immediately afterward, the Divine Hawk used its claws to finish off the two unlucky villains. This was the exchange agreement between it and Sarah. Griffin had done what it promised, and now it was Sarah's turn. He asked it to take him to the northern secret realm mountain range, the Stone Realm. His plan was to go there and obtain Perseus' sword. After that, he would help it obtain Medusa's blood, something that could heal all injuries. Unfortunately, Sarah's true goal was not the Holy Sword nor Griffin's assistance. What he wanted was to borrow Griffin's power to destroy the secret realm. The door slowly opened, and inside stood the statue of a giant serpent monster, its hair made entirely of snakes and looking tangled, because no gel had been used to style it. Below were 3 hooded people, their bearing extremely mysterious. In his previous life, when he was 52 years old, the matriarch once sent the Shadow Legion here to obtain the sword of Perseus for Irene. because within the secret realm stood the statue of Medusa, something that could turn all living creatures to stone. To help Irene, the shadows distracted Medusa's waves of attacks and ultimately suffered heavy losses. After that battle, only Sarah survived. Perseus' sword only accepted someone with S-rank talent, so naturally he could not obtain it. Irene originally had S-rank talent, so she easily dealt with Medusa and obtained the sword. In the end, Irene became the genius chosen by the Sword Saint, gaining countless resources, connections, and loyal subordinates. Therefore, in this life, even if Sarah could not obtain it, he would never let Irene benefit from it. Griffin stepped inside and saw neither the sword nor Medusa's blood, only a shattered statue remained. The door suddenly slammed shut. Griffin began to suspect that Sarah was secretly plotting something. At that moment, behind it, the stone statues charged over at an astonishing speed. Every one of them looked terrifying. Griffin could not understand when these ugly stones had come back to life. It immediately engaged them in an extremely fierce battle. The statues were smashed apart, scattering into countless fragments. Right after that, those fragments pieced themselves back together. Gradually, they merged into a human figure. Those three ferocious stone statues had no facial features, like the three Grey sisters from mythology, sharing a single eye and a single tooth. Moreover, they and Medusa all belonged to the sea god, possessing the ability to control seawater. Sarah turned around in panic and fled. Griffin understood that running away now was meaningless. If this continued, this place would surely collapse. Both of them could die here. The most urgent task was to find the sword as quickly as possible. He hurried off to search, his expression tense. There were runes on the rock wall over there. Perhaps there would be a solution. But in truth, all of it was merely a performance by the rising actor Sarah. Everything was unfolding exactly as he wished. He would rely on the experience from his previous life to discover the hidden passage here, but unfortunately, the current destructive force was still not enough. He pretended to be afraid, pointed at the runes, and said to Griffin, "Griffin, take down the eye above. Only then will they stop attacking." Hearing this, Griffin immediately flew up and took down that eye. The stone statues instantly melted into water. Sarah explained that the runes clearly recorded this. Perseus once stole the eye of the three Grey sisters, which was how he learned Medusa's location. Therefore, the eye was their weakness. Griffin asked where the sword was. That blood could cure its child, was that written on it too? Sarah immediately pointed toward the sword behind them. Perseus once used this sword to behead Medusa, causing her blood to flow down. The red blood could destroy all living beings, while the blue blood could cure every illness. That was only a legend. This secret realm still concealed another secret. The day Perseus's sword appeared was also the moment Medusa revived. The Medusa snake statue kept attacking without pause, while Sarah had already achieved his goal. Now he only needed to run outside, and everything would be over. Once the Medusa stone statue was activated, only cutting off its head with Perseus' sword could make it stop. Just as Sarah was about to reach the door, it suddenly attacked, leaving him no time to react at all. At present, this colossal statue looked as if it wanted to swallow Sarah whole at once. As for where Griffin was, no one knew. It turned out that he had hidden behind a huge rock. Anything that looked dangerous at a glance, he pushed onto him, because he himself still did not want to die. Only now did he learn that the divine eagle also had a shrinking skill. The monster continued launching attacks without stopping. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had once cleared this secret realm, so he was not completely helpless. First, he had to take the shield from the stone knight of the round table. Through the reflection on the shield, he could determine Medusa's position and avoid her petrifying gaze. At the same time, the shield could also withstand the attack from Medusa's divine eye. Sarah used that shield to protect himself from the monster's techniques. However, with his current physical condition, relying on a single shield was completely insufficient. He was sent flying backward, crashing hard into the blood container. Exit of the hidden passage had also just been destroyed. Moreover, with his current talent rank, he almost could not obtain Perseus' sword. Even so, how would he know without trying? If he did not risk everything, he would also die here today. Therefore, even if he had to gamble with his life, he was still determined to move forward. Unexpectedly, Sarah easily held it as effortlessly as turning his hand. Before his joy could last, a snake pierced through his body and lifted him into the air. Could it be that his talent was too low, so he was not qualified to take the sword? Sarah recalled Irene's words from his previous life. A D-rank talent dares to taint this sword. He could not understand where exactly he had gone wrong. When he was hung on the frame, Irene and his mother queen stood below and talked. That woman had never shown mercy, and even said the memory erasure technique would solve everything. From that moment on, his swordsmanship talent had been transferred to that wicked man. Back in the present, Sarah was still continuously enduring Medusa's attacks. Griffin hovered nearby, utterly unable to understand what was happening. He could not believe that foolish brat had escaped safely without suffering the slightest injury. He could even counterattack and take Medusa's head, because simply put, he was a true monster. In his previous life, he had possessed S-rank swordsmanship talent. The madam had used magic to steal his talent for Irene, and even erased Sarah's memories. So that was the truth. He caught the blue blood in a glass vial, then burst into loud laughter. Things are starting to get interesting. Irene, just stay at home and wait to see what happens next. Griffy took advantage advantage of that brat seeming to have gone mad and quietly tried to sneak away. The instant it was called back, it jumped in fright. At this point, it could no longer treat the matter as a joke. Even it had forgotten that it was an S-rank monster. Why should it fear this wet behind-the-ears brat? Sarah asked only one thing, whether its head was hard. Griffin was left dazed and confused after hearing it. It turned out he wanted to borrow its hard head to smash through the rocks and open a way out of the cave. Only then did the divine eagle realize that the little brat had intended from the start to use it to destroy the secret realm. But since he had saved its child, it would let the matter pass for now. After a few more lumps rose on its head, the two finally escaped the secret realm. At the same time, an image appeared of Medusa absorbing power from its own head, and those eyes opened, proving that it had still not been completely defeated. After everything, Sarah finally received a blessing from the divine eagle known as Griffin. I grant you my blessing. May your body remain unharmed no matter what attack you endure. Red light spread around his body, and his small wounds seemed to have fully healed. This was also good, as it would help him avoid Irene's suspicion. In addition, he still had to temporarily conceal his S-rank swordsmanship talent to avoid trouble later. Sarah handed the vial of blue blood to Griffin and told it to quickly let its child drink it, and its wings would be healed. Before long, the young eagle had drunk the medicine dry. Immediately, it was able to fly amid its mother's joy. After so much worry, its precious child had finally taken wing. Sarah watched it and said that merely knowing how to fly was not enough. If it did not recognize a master before adulthood, it would end up as nothing more than a stupid bird. Griffy did not understand what those words meant. He did not explain further, only turned away and said he was merely offering a kind reminder. After all, you will only become stronger after recognizing a master, right? Griffin thought to itself that his words were indeed reasonable. If its master had not fed it medicine every day back then, it would never have gained the intelligence and power it had today. Unfortunately, its master had been dead for hundreds of years, and it had yet to find anyone as powerful and steadfast as him. It suddenly realized that the brat before it, a Cooper Sarah, actually possessed all of those qualities. Griffin immediately asked to let its child become Sarah's magic pet. It knew he was still young, but his skills and intelligence had already far surpassed his peers. In the future, perhaps, he would even surpass Brad. At long last, the fish had taken the bait. Sarah agreed to take it as his magic pet, but the two sides had to make an exchange. He wanted all information related to Brad Cooper. Along with that was the precious key the Cooper family used to worship the sword spirit brand. At present, the madam was extremely furious because she still had not found the reason the young master kept fainting. Could all of it merely be fabricated? In the end, how long would this condition continue? The butler could only reassure the madam, saying that the young master had a strengthening shadow body, so he recovered quickly each time. In any case, there were still shadows to bear the damage in his place and provide energy for the young master. Those words were not wrong, but this matter was far too strange. Her beloved son had only become like this after the oath ceremony, so something abnormal was certainly going on. The butler reported that there was another important matter requiring the madam's attention. Sarah Cooper had passed the proficiency test exactly as they had expected. It was just that he had borrowed Griffin's power to deal with Enos Walker and his nephew, and had even subdued its child as a magic pet. After hearing this, the madam was shocked and hurriedly asked where it was, but she no longer needed to look for it. Sarah had already walked in on his own and asked whether the madam had any instructions. She wanted to know why this brat had dealt with Enos Walker and his nephew. Sarah replied with an icy expression. Was it not for the family? A supervisor of the shadows who could be dealt with by a 3-year-old child like me is far too useless. The Cooper family does not need that kind of trash. Is that not right, madam? Hearing those words from the mouth of a 3-year-old child, the madam turned pale with fear. It was exactly that stunned expression, both furious and disgusted. Whatever cards you still have, hurry up and use them all. I absolutely will not utter a single word of fear. Faced with that situation, the madam ordered the butler to quickly grant the reward and take him to the Paradise Spring for treatment. Sarah happily thanked the madam. No matter what tricks she tries next, I will take them all. Once the matter was done, she ordered the butler to speed up research on plundering magic. Before the Spirit Sword inheritance ceremony, they absolutely had to steal Sarah's talent for Irene. The butler immediately accepted the order, because if the secret that Irene could not use the swordsmanship talent was exposed, the heir's position would be lost. This time, it could be considered that she temporarily spared the brat, just to see whether he could still remain arrogant by then. At the Paradise Spring, Sarah quietly recalled the conversation between him and Griffin. It said that before dying, its master had used a forbidden technique to seal his soul at the bottom of the Paradise Spring. The purpose was to pass on his lifetime of sword techniques to an heir with S-rank swordsmanship talent, while also preserving the Cooper family's status before the Empire. It handed the key to him and instructed that after entering, Sarah should follow the underground current to reach the cavern beneath the earth. The key would lead him to meet its master. Ever since it and its master had left, the Paradise Spring seemed to have become strange. It did not know the exact situation, only that its master had once used blood magic, and was absolutely not easy to deal with. Sarah thought to himself that blood magic was indeed extremely bizarre. If he wanted to obtain the swordsmanship inheritance before Irene, it would certainly not be simple. The children nearby were discussing him. They knew he was the first to pass the training, and had even subdued Griffin's child, so they admired him greatly. But Lucien and Reno Org, the son of the Cooper family's coachman, showed disdain instead. No matter how capable he was still only the son of a prostitute, the buck-toothed boy sneered. Congratulations, I did not expect someone as skinny as a monkey like you to run as fast as a monkey too, and even be the first to reach the mountaintop. The boy walking beside him laughed gleefully. Sarah clearly remembered that in his previous life, they appeared to be his subordinates on the surface, but in truth, they were merely pawns Irene had planted in advance to frame him for colluding with the enemy and betraying the nation. Seeing Sarah ignore his words, Reno Org planned to let his fists do the talking, wanting to test just how formidable his invincible strength really was. But that fist was instantly stopped by Sarah. Right after that, he twisted that man's arm behind his back. Reno Org was in so much pain that his face contorted. The fat man beside him immediately drew a knife to save his boss. The one he accidentally stabbed was his own boss, making Sarah offer a few words of apology as well. He said he had slipped and accidentally used that man as a shield. After dealing with him, Sarah threw that man back to his underlings. In any case, the spring water can heal that wound, so the two of you can go down there, hug each other, and recover. In any case, he still wanted to use them for practice next time. In this life, he would give them a reason they could not refuse to become his pawns. A wave of dark magical aura was spreading from beneath the water. This cruel forbidden art, no different from blood magic, had appeared in the healing spring. Perhaps this was the strange thing Griffin had once mentioned. Although Sarah could not enter the spring directly, he still had to find every possible way to get down there without being affected by the water. Just then, a familiar sound rang out. A girl was crying for help while a young man grabbed her by the hair and dragged her along the road. He angrily shouted, saying she could not even serve tea and water properly, while the little girl pleaded in pain to no avail. That madman intended to use violence to suppress her, but immediately Sarah swung his sword and stopped that man. When the children nearby saw that scene, they panicked and hurried off to report it. He reached out and gently asked after the girl. In Andrea's eyes, Sarah was just like a handsome prince, shining brilliantly like a diamond. Sarah, on the other hand, thought he had frightened her. He awkwardly apologized for scaring her, but before the prince, Andrea could only see a handsome boy, and what little shame she had left began to waver. She shyly thanked him for saving her life, then introduced herself as Andrea. Andrea had been Sarah's closest friend in his previous life, a girl whose magical talent far surpassed others her age. The two had once fought side by side for a brief time. Not only that, feelings had once grown between them. Even at only 5 years old, Andrea was still incredibly adorable. The two kept bashfully thanking each other. Standing before a beautiful girl, Sarah truly found it hard to maintain his cool image, even though this was simply what a gentleman should do. Sarah asked Andrea whether there was any way to drain the spring or reach the bottom without getting wet, because he believed she could think of a solution. Andrea was quite surprised, wondering whether Sarah had already noticed that. After that, she leaned closer and whispered very softly. There was a strange magic in the spring water that healed wounds, but anyone who had used it could only rely on this water source to recover afterward. So that was it. This was probably the method the Cooper family used to control the shadows, forcing them to endure pain while still having to save the family. Andrea took the hand of her savior, saying that to thank him for saving her life, she definitely had a way to help him get down there without getting wet. She immediately cast duck magic. This magic made people resemble ducks, allowing them to float on the water while the inside of their feathers remained dry. Sarah smiled stiffly, thinking that was clearly water-repelling magic, and this little girl's naming ability was still as miraculous as ever. At that moment, people from the family also surged over after hearing that a brat had just made a move. It seemed they were about to catch up with the two of them. The boy and girl immediately pulled each other along and fled. Both of them jumped into the water, guessing that the underground current at the bottom of the lake was toward the whirlpool on the other side. Andrea hurriedly reminded Sarah not to go over there, tell him to leave this place quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, the whirlpool swept them both inside. When he woke up, Sarah did not know where he was. He took the jeweled key from his pocket. It was the key that could open the place where the sword spirit was worshipped. It was just that there was no door here to use the key on, or perhaps the door needed to be summoned. Although Andrea did not know what a sword spirit was, she still said she could try once. She began chanting, calling for the key to obey her words, find its master, and open the door to the place where he resided. Immediately, the nearby flowers transformed into man-eating flowers. They opened mouths full of sharp teeth and lunged to attack the two of them. In the end, that door finally appeared. However, by then Andrea had already fallen unconscious. At present, there was no other way, so Sarah could only leave her here for the time being. He used the concealment magic Andrea had taught him in his previous life to hide her, preventing her from being discovered if danger appeared. In any case, to obtain the sword spirit's inheritance, he would certainly have to go through a fierce battle. Finally, Sarah stepped straight inside alone. Although he had long prepared himself mentally, the scene before his eyes still made him shudder. This was truly a mass burial ground. Before his eyes appeared the image of a monster covered in terrifying eyes. Its sharp, cold teeth were draining the life force from a girl. In the end, it also noticed that a new visitor had arrived. On the surface, the Earth Lantern Spring was a place for healing, but in truth, it was a red light district that specialized in arranging maids for the Cooper family. Only then did Sarah understand their true fate. In the end, all of them became food for the sword demon. That monster rushed over as fast as a gust of wind. It smelled the scent of S-rank talent on him. Sarah immediately rolled aside and quickly retreated. He was extremely shocked, unable to understand how it knew about that. The sword demon spoke, "Unless you are Irene Cooper, the child born with S-rank talent. But your appearance is nothing like someone raised in luxury. Let me guess, perhaps you are merely an illegitimate child who returned to fight for the inheritance." The moment he finished speaking, he charged straight over to attack. He would not easily hand over the inheritance unless he passed this trial, but Sarah had come here to finish him, not merely to play around. Seeing his arrogant manner, he was certain Sarah could not be his descendant. The two sides continued fighting again. One side was a giant monster that stood 2 meters tall. The other was only a 3-year-old child, not even 1 meter tall. The two sides fought fiercely from one corner all the way to another. In his eyes, he was no different from a weak child. Sarah was constantly overwhelmed, falling until it was hard to stand up again. But immediately afterward he saw Griffin's blessing on him. He had not expected that foolish bird to acknowledge such a weakling. He and Griffin had not seen each other for a very long time. Back then, because Brad sealed his soul, he sacrificed half his energy to preserve the inheritance. With his current strength, he still had one chance. Sarah stood up as if he had never been injured. A surge of power enveloped his body, and a cross also appeared beside him. In an instant, his entire body was hung up. That was the demon sealing blood formation. He had been dead for too long, so he did not know that over the years, the underground kingdom had developed a secret art to counter the demon blood formation. Now, as long as he obtained his heart, he could forcibly seize the inheritance. The man roared in pain. The moment his sword thrust forward, he broke free from the suppression of the magic formation. He laughed in delight, because it had been a very long time since he had played with a little mouse. But the game ended here. He was no longer interested in playing further. He had to admit that the brat before him truly had ability and talent. Unfortunately, that was still not enough to inherit his swordsmanship. As he spoke, he summoned countless red ghosts floating in midair, and all of them rushed toward him. Using blood to control blood spirits was an extremely terrifying ability. Sarah was almost unable to fight back now, because there were far too many of them. He hurriedly used the guardian sword. He used Perseus' sword to suppress the blood demons in return. Yet with just a light touch from Brad, the sword circle shattered into pieces. He clutched his neck tightly and lifted him into the air. Surely, once a cat grows tired of toying with a mouse, it will still eat it in the end. Sarah gradually became powerless, as both the blood and magic power in his body were drained away. That man realized that his memories carried a familiar scent. In the past, he had once eaten a maid with this scent. Perhaps that was his mother. Sarah was shaken when he mentioned his mother. He would never spare the monster that had harmed his mother. He recalled the image of his gentle mother lulling him to sleep, along with those warm lullabies. Until the moment his mother apologized to Sarah and said that she had to leave. So it was this damn thing that had stolen his mother from him. Sarah nearly went mad with the desire for revenge. Blood drinking was cast, and the sword demon could not believe that such a small child could use his magic. Even if he had to burn the blood in his body, Sarah was determined to defeat the sword demon. Releasing the blood spirits just now had consumed too much of his energy, so he needed to devour another person to recover. Sarah now seemed to have fallen into madness, almost completely losing his reason. He asked through gritted teeth whether his mother had tasted good. The image of his mother pulled him back to a human state. After that, what had to come finally came. One strike from his sword neatly dealt with the sword demon. He realized that this brat had truly gone mad. Now he had to go outside and devour a few more maids. If this continued, he feared he would lose his life. But how could Sarah let him have his way? The sword demon begged in terror, "No, do not kill me. I can replenish your strength and become your spirit sword." Of course, he no longer had any chance of surviving. In the end, he won this battle and avenged his mother. At that moment, blood poured out violently. Sarah silently accepted the inherited swordsmanship and carved it deep into his body. He had nearly forgotten that he had been born without a mother. Everything was only a ridiculous illusion, and Sarah knew very well that he himself was a monster, but that monster was truly pitiful. In the pool of blood, the image of his mother embraced the small child and gently said that he was not a monster, and that she would always be by his side. Just then, Andrea also rushed in panic. Seeing him covered in blood, she immediately became terribly worried. Wherever she was injured, she would immediately treat that spot. After saying that, she gently touched Sarah's cheeks and began healing his wounds. In his previous life, Andrea had ultimately fallen into the fate of becoming a maid. Sarah Landon hugged her tightly, swearing that in this life, he would never let that tragedy happen again. He would not let this girl fall into the same plight as his mother. Warm blood was something that made sword demons terrified because it carried the attribute of blood magic. The user had to offer blood to a finished, grade treasured sword. Before the blood was burned dry, the weapon's ability would greatly increase. Demonic sword spirit dispersed, the family fell into disputes, and all those guarding the Hellspring lost their lives. From then on, the servants who had witnessed Sarah's terror no longer dared to bully Andrea. According to rumor, he was regarded as the one behind the destruction of the sword spirit, but there was no evidence, so the mistress could only intensify the suppression. Whether he was imprisoned, bled, or poisoned, nothing ever happened to Sarah. 4 years later, at the Cooper family's training ground, Irene arrogantly looked down on the soldiers defeated beneath his sword. With only that little ability, you still want to beat me. Young master, spare us. You are still the strongest. At that moment, Duke Isaac II, also the head of the Isaac II family, lavishly praised Irene. Cooper Leon, head of the Cooper family and Irene's father, was delighted to hear his son being praised, but still pretended to be modest and said it was too much praise. Suddenly, there was movement on the other side, and the one who appeared was Sarah. He was there, saying nothing, only silently casting Shadow Blade. Ensuing sword energy swept through, sending the soldiers flying and piling up across the ground. Isaac, who witnessed it with his own eyes, understood that ordinary people of that age would at most stop at the Iron Sword Apprentice level. Yet the child before him had clearly reached the Silver Sword Guardian level. Truly unbelievable. Irene felt extremely displeased inside because Sarah had dared to steal his spotlight. Full of resentment, he immediately spoke up and challenged him. In his previous life, Irene had become domineering only because he stole his talent. In this life, however, his true strength was no different from a useless man. Sarah immediately agreed, just as he wanted to use this chance to probe him. Irene also planned to pretend his hand had slipped and get rid of his enemy. The servants nearby cheered their young master on with all their might, believing he would definitely win. Young master, show that thing what a true swordsmanship genius is. Irene took the initiative to strike first, still firmly believing in his heart that he could win. Sarah showed no weakness either and immediately struck back. Is this all the strength you have, eldest young master, or does the mistress not feed you? He sent that fake young master flying, making him grit his teeth in anger. Clearly, his mother had once said that with his current strength, no one in the family was still his opponent. Yet a single simple sword strike from Sarah was already too powerful, and even the magic power on his sword was strange. But Irene comforted himself, thinking he was overthinking it, because his opponent had no swordsmanship talent to begin with. Sarah decided to show him what a real attack was, then gripped his sword and rushed in from behind. Irene turned his head back, but he had no time to react at all. Sarah's Shadow Blade slaughtering tome, third form, frightened him until his face turned pale. He tumbled to the ground, crying as he clutched his own eye and screamed. Isaac to witness the entire duel just now and could not help laughing. It seems I misjudged him. Irene's strength is only this much. Those servants who were beaten probably were not pretending, were they? The family head felt so ashamed he wanted to crawl into the ground. However, Duke Isaac II's younger sister and Irene had already been engaged, so he could not let his sister marry a useless man. Two looked at each other as if sparks were flying, while still maintaining a gentle appearance on the surface. You are overthinking it. This is not a marriage arranged by the imperial family. Whether your sister can marry or not is still uncertain. Isaac too did not want to disturb the family head any further, only reminding him not to forget the joint operation between the two families in 10 days before taking his leave. After Duke Isaac II left, Leon felt even more that his son was truly useless. He asked the servant what that little shadow was called. The servant reported that it was named Sarah, the son of his lordship and a maid. But as for who that maid was, the records no longer noted it. Leon looked at that son and secretly understood why his swordsmanship was so advanced, then ordered Sarah to be brought to the study. Before long, Sarah had arrived in the study. But when Leon used his eyes to probe, he did not discover the slightest talent. He thought Sarah was deliberately hiding his ability to fight for inheritance rights in the future. Quite scheming, unfortunately, still only a child who is easy to see through. He said that 10 days later, he would command Shadow Group 10 and go with the Isaac II family's team to the Lost Crystal City to retrieve the dragon egg. After that, he handed Sarah the sword that could activate the teleportation array to Crystal City. He knew that to retrieve the dragon egg, he would definitely encounter the demon dragon inside the city. This time, Leon had sent him there, like with no good intentions. But the chance to obtain the dragon egg could not be missed, so he immediately accepted the family head's order. However, there was still an unpredictable problem with this matter. Next day, he set off with Andrea and several other members. What he had requested was for Andrea and Mio to come along. Andrea sat on Mio, Griffin's child, the entire way, so she was a little worried. Sarah had said she was an accompanying maid, and sitting like this the whole time seemed improper, but he said it was fine. They would not dare have any objections. Those who came along were already so afraid of him that they shrank back. How could they still have the courage to speak up? In the end, they finally arrived at Crystal City, but no one knew where the dragon egg was. At that moment, a voice rang out unexpectedly. The Cooper family's elite troops were completely ignorant of even the basic knowledge of Crystal City. Truly laughable. The girl who had just spoken was Isaac Gloria, the younger sister of the Isaac II family head, and also Irene's fiancée. She raised her hand to greet Sarah and introduced herself as Isaac Gloria, but he bluntly ignored her. He turned and told Andrea and Mio to stay here, saying that he would come back out before long. After that, he went inside with Gloria. Isaac Gloria was unwilling to accept being ignored by a man like this, while Sarah spoke first. Miss Isaac Gloria, if we still have not activated the transport gate together before dusk, I am afraid this trip will be in vain. He recalled his previous life, never expecting that in this life, he would still have to face that troublesome girl. Fine, he would leave it alone. He only hoped that the foolish beast Mio could smoothly complete the task he had assigned. The Cooper family members were extremely shocked when they saw the altar light up, while the Isaac II side immediately looked down on them like a bunch of country bumpkins. This was the true appearance Crystal City should have. It looked very beautiful, but whether the legendary demon dragon was truly here remained unclear. At that moment, a young man suddenly stepped into the altar. He intended to deal with the petty soldiers of the Cooper family, then bring the dragon egg back to the family. By then, the family head would surely reward him handsomely. Just as he was about to destroy the altar, Sarah was too late to stop him. As a result, the entire place instantly exploded. The cause of the explosion was the Guardian of Light, the protector of Crystal City. Everyone was surrounded, even Isaac Gloria and her soldiers fell into a helpless position. She immediately rushed over and used startling foot slash to save him. After that, she turned to question him. That man still insisted he had done it for the family, but in truth, it was only for himself. Right at that moment, two guardians suddenly ambushed Isaac Gloria from behind. They thought this time there was truly no way out. Fortunately, Sarah acted in time and saved her life. He immediately ordered the shadows to quickly form a battle formation. The shadows obeyed the order and instantly arranged themselves according to the formation. A stream of purple power quickly enveloped the guardians. He truly wanted to see whether their light energy was stronger or whether his shadow power was superior. Isaac II's people were utterly shocked to see the guardians restrained in a single move. This was the Cooper family's specialty, fused swordsmanship, especially since Sarah was still only a child, yet already this powerful. Isaac Gloria unconsciously blushed, her heart filled with admiration for what he was doing. Sarah successfully absorbed the core energy, directly advancing from Silver Sword Guardian to Gold Sword Master. The next step was to use this core to open the secret passage. The moment he placed the crystal inside, everything around them suddenly shook violently. The altar began to slowly descend. Everyone hurriedly called for each other to quickly step onto the altar. The secret passage leading into the demon dragon lair opened, and before long everyone was carried down below. The scene beneath was truly terrifying enough to send chills through them. Everything was covered in fire, like surging rivers of lava. Lucian cried out in delight, not expecting there to be so many. Reno Org also said excitedly that with this many, there was no need to divide them, everyone would get a share. Isaac Gloria's soldiers immediately ordered everyone to quickly gather them all. Sarah watched them collect the eggs and secretly found it amusing. How foolish, it was no different from preparing a meal in advance. Suddenly a dragon's roar sounded from behind, making the whole group panic. What is this? The demon dragon has awakened. Isaac, Gloria, and Sarah reassured everyone, then raised their swords and stepped forward. Do not panic, face it in battle. Sarah assigned the roles. I will hold the rear, you take the dragon eggs and leave. Right then the dragon egg was suddenly snatched away by someone else. Ray suddenly appeared, holding the egg in one hand while placing the other on the elevator switch. He asked what that sound was, making everyone shout him in anger. He recalled Leon Cooper's instructions, use the shadows to hold back the demon dragon. After taking the dragon egg, destroy the transport altar. Do not give the Isaac II family a chance. As for Sarah, leave him to fend for himself. Gray said decisively that he was sorry everyone. The Empire could only have one family that possessed the dragon egg, and that was the Cooper family. After saying that, he pressed the elevator button and left. His voice echoed back, saying that for the sake of the family, he hoped they would sacrifice themselves. Everyone shouted angrily, telling him to come back. The sound of shoes striking hard against the ground rang out, decisive and imposing. While fighting, Isaac Gloria mocked that the head of the Cooper family was truly cold-blooded. Not only had he abandoned them, even his own people had been discarded. Sarah only replied calmly, just as expected. Isaac Gloria asked in confusion, since he had predicted it, why was he still seeking death himself? Sarah did not want to explain and only said she was overthinking it. Sarah followed the stream of fire breathed out by the demon dragon to find a chance to attack, because he cannot die in this place. He swung his sword with determination and struck the dragon's wing. The demon dragon struggled in pain and roared, its fury erupting violently as it rolled and charged away. The dragon immediately turned back and launched a direct strike at him. A small explosion suddenly flared. Isaac Gloria ran over anxiously, calling Sarah's name loudly as she rushed forward. Demon Dragon continued attacking, and she immediately used Moonlight Sword Shield to block the blow for him. Sarah was knocked to the ground. Isaac Gloria counterattacked while reproaching him. "You call this fine, are you still all right?" He propped himself up with his sword and sat up, his voice far more serious. "I am fine, help me hold it back, and I will seize the chance to strike its heart. I'm counting on you, Miss Isaac Gloria. Only you can do this." Hearing that, Isaac Gloria blushed slightly, then immediately nodded in agreement. She charged forward with enthusiasm, secretly thinking that she was also a genius swordsman, and absolutely could not let that brat look down on her. Sarah merely smiled silently, as if everything had already fallen within his perfect plan. After completing her task, Isaac Gloria hurriedly reminded him, "Sarah, now is the time, attack quickly." Seeing that he was still standing still, she flared up and shouted, "Hey, hurry up and strike. What are you standing there for?" Sarah did not answer, while Isaac Gloria continued struggling against the demon dragon. She thought in frustration, could that fall just now have drained him of the strength to attack? If this continued, everyone would die, so she had no choice but to use that move. She spun around and unleashed the sword waltz of destruction. Suddenly injured, the dragon roared in pain. The dragon collapsed to the ground. Isaac Gloria was both overjoyed and alarmed, telling herself that they had succeeded. Reno Org and Lucen stepped forward, repeatedly kicking its head while cursing it, telling it to taste their power. Isaac Gloria panted heavily, still not daring to believe it, and wondered again whether they had truly succeeded. Unexpectedly, the demon dragon's eyes suddenly opened wide, leaving everyone stunned. It opened its mouth and let out a fierce roar. Lucien cried out in panic, "This is bad. The demon dragon has become even more violent. Hurry and find somewhere to hide." This shocked Isaac Gloria, and she did not understand why this had happened. Sarah placed a hand on his chest and mocked their thoughts of running away. He drew his sword, gathered all his strength, and unleashed the third form of the reincarnation sword art. Blood Shadow Slash. Sarah frowned slightly, and his gaze instantly turned icy sharp. Blood surged out of the demon dragon's body, turning into ribbons of red silk. Those ribbons of silk were drawn straight into the sword Sarah held high. He condensed that crimson power and completed the absorption. All four of them were shocked. Lucien realized Sarah had shaped the dragon's blood into form, while Reno Org discovered that the sword had also transformed into a sacred-grade treasured sword. Isaac Gloria answered that it was indeed blood magic. Because it was a forbidden art, the Empire only allowed the Cooper family to use it against enemies in battle. When she realized the problem, she angrily scolded Sarah for deliberately waiting until she made the dragon bleed before making his move. The more Isaac Gloria cursed, the angrier she became, and she furiously shouted that Sarah dared to use her. Sarah sneered, his figure shooting forward like a gust of wind, coldly asking what was wrong with using her. In his previous life, the one who had been abandoned was him, so this time he absolutely could not sit and wait for death again. When the demon dragon saw Sarah charging toward it, fear showed clearly on its face. Blood Shadow Slash was a blood magic skill only a sword master could use, creating a clone from the enemy's blood while causing the user to gradually lose his reason. The dragon was struck by Sarah's Blood Shadow Slash and roared in pain loud enough to shake the sky. It crashed down to the ground under everyone's astonished gazes. There could be no mistake, the demon dragon had finally been defeated. Before Isaac Gloria could finish speaking, a crimson blade blocked her path, accompanied by a warning not to come closer. Sarah held his constantly twitching face with one hand and gave a soft cuff. Seeing his eyes rolled white and the sword tip pointed at them, everyone cried out Sarah's name in shock. At this moment, his soul had been tightly bound by the sword demon, which whispered that he would gradually become like it and would have to rely on flesh and blood to maintain his power. It pointed its pitch-black, razor-sharp hand toward the companions standing in front of Sarah. Sword Demon yanked his hair back and urged that little rat to look at the delicious bait before him. It continued tempting him to rush forward and enjoy the thrill of slaughter. As if hypnotized, Sarah charged forward madly, making everyone flee in terror, while only the desire for fresh blood remained in his mind. "This is bad, he overused blood magic and has been demonized. Hurry and run, save me." Just then, a gentle voice suddenly rang out, "Sarah, do not." Andrea's sudden appearance surprised everyone. She immediately used magic to soothe the demonic energy covering Sarah's mind, slowly helping him calm down. Andrea reached out and flew straight toward Sarah. She tried hard to enter deep into his mind. Andrea's worried face and tear-filled eyes appeared before Sarah, continuously calling for him to wake up. Sarah woke beside a large boulder and heard Andrea joyfully say that he was all right. She had used purification magic, so he had not been demonized for now. After saying that, Andrea suddenly stood up and presented something before his eyes that left him stunned. In her hands was a very large dragon egg. Behind her was Gray, tightly bound and mumbling protests, while Andrea said the only dragon egg was fortunate enough to remain intact. Andrea kept reassuring him that she had not reported the dragon egg to the Isaac family, and that red-haired girl had already led her troops away. Sarah's heart suddenly felt much lighter, and he immediately thanked Andrea, saying that he was not worried about that. He gripped his sword tightly, thinking that he had originally planned to have Mio take Andrea somewhere safe, then falsely report that she had met with an accident to help her leave the family. Sarah angrily swung his sword toward Mio, scolding it for being unable to handle even such a small matter, truly a useless bird. Mio fearfully hid behind Andrea, growling as if to say it had nothing to do with it, because she was the one worried about Sarah and insisted on entering the secret realm. Sarah scolded it for growing bold and learning to talk back, while Andrea hurriedly defended it, urging him to calm down and speak slowly. Right at that moment, a loud call suddenly rang out. Sarah. Lucian and Reno Org rushed over quickly with swords in hand, their faces filled with killing intent. Sarah curled his lips into a cold smile, thinking those people had finally revealed their fangs and wanted to snatch this egg from him. But the scene that happened next made his eyes widen in shock. They used their swords to finish off Gray, who was kneeling behind Sarah, sending blood splattering everywhere. After that, the two of them immediately dropped to their knees before Sarah. The others also quickly knelt with them, loudly begging young Master Cooper to forgive their previous disrespect, because he had saved their lives. From now on, we will no longer obey the family's orders, and only wish to follow you through life and death, standing beside you even unto death without retreating. Sarah was so shocked that he stammered as he called out to everyone. Just then, Andrea suddenly cried out, "Sarah, quickly look at the dragon egg." The egg trembled for a while, then cracks began to appear. An extremely adorable little purple dragon quickly broke through its shell and crawled out, happily crying, Demon dragon has hatched." Sarah reached out toward it and immediately said that the demon dragon only obeyed the strongest. "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Demon dragon obediently let out a low growl, rubbing its head against his hand as if saying that it agreed. Seeing this scene, everyone cheered with joy. "Wonderful, the demon dragon has been tamed." Everyone spoke up at once to congratulate the young master on successfully subduing the demon dragon. From that moment on, the army that would turn against Sarah's family was officially born. The scene shifted, dazzling rays of sunlight slipped into every small corner of Cooper Castle. Doreen sat beside his mother, asking in a whining voice when he could go to the racetrack, but she only told him to wait until she finished handling her affairs. The angry man slammed a sheet of paper hard onto the table, scolding Irene for only thinking about play all day, saying he was not even equal to the illegitimate child named Sarah who had killed and tamed the demon dragon. Hera hurriedly spoke up to defend her child, saying that it was not Irene's fault. If her son had gone, he would surely have tamed the demon dragon too. He irritably took Irene's hand and left, saying that arguing with him was useless, and today she would take her child to the racetrack. Immediately afterward, the room door slammed shut. Irene happily ran down the corridor, loudly telling the servants to hurry and bring him his riding crop. Hera Cooper covered her mouth with a fan and softly asked how far the research on plundering magic had progressed. The other party glanced at her and replied, "Madam, please rest assured, the research has succeeded. We only need to find an S-rank talent target to test it before making a move on Sarah." A cold look appeared on that woman's face as she gritted her teeth and said that this time, she must completely eliminate that brat. 5 years later, the little boy Sarah had become a handsome young man, and a voice rang out above his head, announcing that the refinement process was complete. Sarah raised his face with a smile and said that from now on, he would no longer be demonized, and could freely unleash his swordsmanship. "Thank you, Andrea." Andrea hugged the staff tightly to her chest and hurriedly said that the one who should give thanks was her, because Sarah had given her the staff she loved most. As soon as the words fell, a black shadow suddenly swept past outside the window. Sarah immediately rushed over and threw the window open, shouting as he asked who it was. But that person had already vanished, though that figure was clearly the butler. Lucian and Reno Org pushed the door open and entered, reporting that the matter Sarah had instructed them to handle had yielded results. The two knelt down, placed their hands on their chests, and reported that they had followed the butler, discovering that he had gathered several black magic mages to conduct a ritual in 3 days. They also mentioned another S-rank talent target with extremely high magical ability. Sarah frowned and thought, could it be that the plundering ritual was about to begin? But why would they not act directly against him, and instead look for another S-rank talent? As if sensing something, he immediately looked toward the girl beside him who was still dazed, a target with even higher magic power. Was that not Andrea? 3 days later, Andrea worked diligently in the messy storeroom, sighing because the place was in chaos again and preparing to use magic to clean it. The very moment she let down her guard, the butler had silently appeared behind her at some point, looking at her with eyes full of killing intent. He quickly used a drugged handkerchief to tightly cover Andrea's mouth. She struggled for a while, then her entire body gradually lost strength, her vision blurred, and finally she fainted. He immediately ordered them to take her away. Andrea was taken to an empty forest and placed in the center of a magic circle by the unfamiliar mages. While the incantation of Dark Night power rang out, chants continued to echo, calling other sources of power to obey and causing the energy to flow as inseparably as form and shadow. The mages repeated the incantation, controlling the energy as it continued spreading, clinging together like shadow and form. The butler held a sharp knife and advanced toward her. As long as heart blood merged into the magic circle, the ritual would be complete. At that time, her talent would be transferred to someone else. Just as he made his move, Andrea's figure suddenly disappeared, making him cry out in panic. What is going on? At some point, she had already stood behind him, gripping her staff tightly and calmly saying that it was illusion magic. Andrea angrily pointed her weapon at the butler's face under his horrified gaze, coldly telling him not to look down on her. The staff in her hand instantly shot out golden chains as Andrea shouted, "Star-radiant shackles." The chains rushed straight toward the butler, quickly binding his body tightly, making him angrily scold her for being too cunning. He turned his head and immediately gave an order to the mages. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and capture her for me." The mages immediately answered yes. Andrea collapsed into a sitting position, tightly shut her eyes and covered her ears, recalling Sarah's instructions that from here on, she only needed not to listen and not to look. At that moment, several black shadows appeared in the sky along with thunderous roars, making the butler freeze as he wondered what that sound was. When the mages saw Sarah's gigantic magical beasts flying over, they cried out in terror, "Dragons! They are truly dragons." There was even a griffin. How could this be? Why would magical creatures suddenly appear here? They swooped down, some breathing fire, some attacking fiercely, quickly overwhelming those wicked mages. Sweat poured from the butler like rain when he saw his lackeys being taken down one after another. The demon dragon and the griffin had appeared, clearly showing that anyone who dared touch Andrea was no different from seeking death. From behind, Sarah carried his sword on his shoulder and walked forward step by firm step under everyone's astonished gazes. He pointed the blade at the butler's face, causing his skin to seep blood, then coldly asked why he dared make a move against Andrea. Butler answered shakily that plundering magic could only be used once on each target, so to ensure Irene could successfully seize Sarah's talent, they needed a test subject first. He begged for his life, saying that he was only following orders. Those words left Sarah stunned, so Andrea had fallen into danger because of him after all. He lowered his head and said in a low voice that he could spare him. But immediately afterwards, Sarah suddenly used his sword to cut deeply across his own palm. Seeing Sarah's blood drip onto the ground below, the butler's face turned pale as he realized that it was a shadow oath. Sarah grabbed his hair and pulled his head back, ordering him to return and report to the mistress that the plundering ritual had been successfully tested, and that they could immediately make a move against him. Otherwise, he should understand his own end. Hearing the butler ask why, Sarah immediately laughed with contempt, of course, to expose Irene's true face. The butler later went to report to Hera Cooper, "Madam, the plundering experiment has succeeded." In another corner, Irene was speaking sweetly to the beautiful young lady Isaac Gloria, asking whether she wanted to stroll through the garden with him, but she only told him to get lost in disgust. Hera, who was beside them, continued asking Butler D if he was certain, and he nodded in confirmation, saying that the full moon night next month would coincide with the young master's coming-of-age ceremony, and they could act then. Hearing that, she joyfully said he had done well. Hera Cooper thought to herself, what she had waited for all these years had finally come true. Irene, Mother will definitely place you in the position of family head. No, she had to help him stand firmly at the peak and become the strongest person in the empire. Irene still refused to back down, standing there and saying, "Miss Isaac Gloria, are you playing hard to get with me? Unfortunately, I have seen right through you." He also thought to himself that Mother was truly too much, forcing him to cultivate feelings with his fiancée again. What young lady would not want to be with him? The moment he finished speaking, Isaac Gloria coldly corrected him, playing hard to get. Immediately afterwards, she drew her sword to threaten him and said, "Does a useless young master like you deserve to be my fiancé?" Irene panicked slightly, wondering inwardly whether this girl had something wrong with her. As she swung her sword, she provoked him, "Defeat me first, then we can talk." Irene cried out in panic, "Someone come here quickly and drive her away." Right then, someone appeared with a sword and blocked Isaac Gloria's strike. That person was Sarah. He had arrived just in time to catch her sword. Sarah turned back and asked, "Young master, are you all right? This subordinate has come to save you." Irene angrily replied, "Who needs you to save me? I simply did not bring my sword." This bastard actually dared to mock him. Isaac Gloria immediately changed her tone and said, "Sarah, why are you here?" She stepped forward and linked arms with him, happily inviting him to practice swordsmanship. Sarah modestly refused because he had something to do. Standing beside them, Irene was furious. Unable to understand why Isaac Gloria was so close to that man, she put on a coquettish manner and said, "Not just anyone has the right to spar with this young lady. I advise you to think carefully." Hearing this, Irene was stunned and believed Isaac Gloria liked Sarah. His hands trembled with anger, and he said through gritted teeth, "Sarah, you and my fiancé." Just then, Hera Cooper came over and called Irene back. He accidentally called her mother, then forced down his anger, thinking that after they married, he would slowly put her in her place. He turned and left, saying, "Since Miss Isaac Gloria is not in the mood today, I will take my leave first." She cheerfully replied, "Take care, I will not see you off." After that, Isaac Gloria said with a serious expression, "The obstacle is gone now. If you still refuse to agree, I will truly make my move." Sarah replied helplessly, "All right, I agree. But you must also agree to help me with one thing." She immediately asked in confusion, "Say it." He leaned close to Isaac Gloria's ear and whispered, "Recommend me to your eldest brother, Duke Isaac II." When night fell, Sarah stood before Isaac II and said he had a way to annul the engagement between Isaac Gloria and Irene. In exchange, he wanted to borrow the Isaac family's heirloom treasure, the profound shadow box. He looked straight at him, secretly recalling that in his previous life, Duke Isaac II had never been satisfied with the playboy Irene. He also did not want to ally with the Cooper family, and had demanded the annulment many times, but the royal family had rejected him every time. He quietly calculated inwardly, since that was the case in this life, he only needed to make clever use of it. Hearing that proposal, he turned and walked away, saying Sarah did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. An engagement bestowed by the royal family was not something someone like him could annul, yet he still dared to make conditions with him. Sarah smiled in response, "Someone like me." The moment he finished speaking, he immediately swung his sword and issued a challenge. "It is precisely someone like me who can help you resolve that trouble." Seeing that sword, Isaac too thought in shock, could the Cooper family's child with S-rank talent be him? Sarah immediately rushed swiftly forward. He spoke, "If the engagement cannot be annulled, then dealing with that useless young master would amount to the same thing, would it not? What does your grace think?" Isaac too still could not make a decision. He looked straight at Sarah, remaining silent without giving a clear answer. Time passed just like that, and 1 month later at Hera Cooper's castle. Butler came to report, "Madam, everything has been prepared. It is just that Sarah is not among the illegitimate children, and the young master has gone to look for him." After hearing this, Hera replied, "I understand. Go assist the young master." He accepted the order. At that moment, the Cooper family's illegitimate children came over, looking around and discussing why they had been summoned. Someone mocked, probably to emphasize his status as heir and make us obediently become his dogs. Who can blame him for having swordsmanship talent? His fate has already been set as the future family head. "Shh, you two should keep your voices down or the family head might hear you." Several people followed Cooper Leon and reported that all the guests had been seated. In order not to keep them waiting, the banquet had begun by his order. He only replied calmly, Isaac too appeared and said, "What a coincidence, Duke Cooper, shall we have a talk?" When Cooper Leon saw him, he wondered, "Duke Isaac too, I do not remember inviting you." Isaac too replied, "After all, this is the coming-of-age ceremony of my future brother-in-law, so of course I had to come celebrate." Not far away, after Sarah heard this, he said that everyone was here and it was time to activate the profound shadow box. The man beside him nodded and replied, "Yes." In the blink of an eye, only he remained standing there. Not far away, a treasure was being enchanted, and an incantation rang out, "Abyssal Pool Gate, shadow weaves the heavenly profound." The Cooper family's illegitimate children held their swords together, faced that treasure, and said in unison, "Profound shadow treasure box. Activate the phantom image." Before long, a stream of magic appeared, forming a mysterious and captivating magic formation. While Sarah stood there watching, someone came up behind him and said, "Finally found you." Irene suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "What are you hiding here alone for?" At that moment, a pitch-black door beneath the basement suddenly opened. Sarah was bound upright by chains, looking extremely miserable. Irene stood before him and said, "Sorry." He smiled sinisterly, charged over with his sword, and said, "Your swordsmanship talent will belong to me sooner or later." Immediately afterward, a stream of bright red liquid flew. Irene's voice still rang out full of mockery. "This is your ending, Sarah." Elsewhere, Andrea suddenly shouted in panic, "Sarah!" She woke with a start from the nightmare she had just experienced, still calling his name. Before she could finish speaking, the girl nearby spoke up. "All right, stop dozing off and get up to work." Andrea replied blankly, "All right." Yet she remained uneasy inside, secretly thinking that her spirit perception showed this was not a dream, but the truth of the previous life. Time element spirit perception was a talent of awakened mages, allowing them to see fragments of the past and future. Andrea immediately ran off, thinking to herself that Sarah was about to be in danger. She quickly ran into a dark, desolate place surrounded by dense, overgrown trees. Andrea anxiously thought that she had to hurry and stop everything before Irene made his move. Just then she heard someone say that this was wine rewarded to him by father. Andrea followed the source of the voice, secretly cheering inwardly, found him. When she saw Irene there, Andrea immediately used a move, Light of Serenity, follow the mental energy and sink into deep sleep. She secretly calculated that she would let Irene sleep for a few months first, then decide later. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and shouted loudly, "Andrea." It was Hera Cooper. The moment she saw her, she immediately ordered them to take her away and to keep the movement quiet. The man quickly rushed over and replied, "Yes." Andrea was immediately restrained. The man tightly covered her mouth, leaving her able only to make a few muffled, uncomfortable sounds. Hera Cooper stood in a corner watching, thinking to herself, had Dak not said the plundering experiment had succeeded, why could she still use magic? The doubt flashed past, but she quickly cast it aside. Now was not the time to think about that. The plundering ritual was the most important thing. Before long, the glass of red wine had been poured completely into the mouth of the person in the wheelchair. After drinking it, the glass slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Irene stood beside him, sneering as he mocked him for being stupid, falling for the same trick twice. Then he shouted in dissatisfaction, "On what grounds do you have S-rank talent?" He swung his hand against the wheelchair and roared loudly, "On what grounds do you possess the demonic dragon?" Irene kept striking him while continuing to shout, "On what grounds dies a Gloria like you too?" He beat Sarah until he coughed up blood, yet still snapped furiously that all of those things should have belonged to him. Hera Cooper stepped forward at that moment and said coldly that Irene should stop wasting words on him and start quickly. Irene nodded and replied, "Yes, mother." Butler Doc brought over the weapon and said this was a specially made dagger, capable of temporarily breaking through any body no matter how strong. Irene took it and praised it as not bad. Holding the knife in his hand, he threatened him, "Sorry, your swordsmanship talent belongs to me from now on." Irene held the knife and stabbed straight into Sarah, then laughed loudly and said this was your ending, Sarah. Stabbed without warning, he cried out miserably in pain. Seeing Sarah suffer, Irene laughed loudly and told him to keep crying and screaming, because from now on he would be the true heir of Cooper. No matter how long Irene kept talking, he gave no response, only lowered his head in a silence so strange it was unsettling. Suddenly, Sarah raised his face, laughed loudly, and asked, "Young master, what play are you performing?" Hearing that, both Irene and Hera Cooper froze, asking in unison, "What?" Immediately after, he quickly broke free from the chains binding him. Sarah calmly raised his hand and said, "Open your eyes and look carefully. Whose ending is this in the end?" As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed. Hera Cooper and Irene looked around, vaguely realizing this place was. Looking carefully again, she immediately cried out in panic, "This is the banquet hall." The honored guests all discussed in shock, daring to do such a thing in front of so many people. So the eldest young master of Cooper is actually this kind of person. How disgusting, how can someone like this be worthy of becoming the heir? I would be better suited than him. Hera froze as she calculated, impossible, how did that brat know they would make a move? The experiment had succeeded, where exactly had it gone wrong? After that, she and Irene hurriedly explained, "It is not what everyone thinks. It was all that bastard framing us." Irene also hurriedly echoed, "That is right, that man has always..." Just then, someone stepped forward, clapping with great interest, and praised it as truly a splendid play. It was Isaac too. He turned to Cooper Leon and asked, "Do you not agree, Duke Cooper?" Seeing that scene, his eyes reddened with rage as he gritted out Irene's name. Irene stammered and called him father, while Hera hurriedly explained that everything was done at her command, and if he wanted to blame someone, he should blame her. Cooper Leon did not say much and directly struck Irene to the ground. Seeing this, Hera Cooper cried out in alarm, "Irene." Sao Lan stood beside them and sighed softly, "Oh, truly ruthless." Irene shouted in grievance that he had done nothing wrong, that he was only an illegitimate child. Hera immediately warned Irene sternly to shut his mouth. The crowd began discussing that Duke Cooper's birth back then had not been noble either, yet his son dared say such a thing in front of outsiders. Leon drew a sharp longsword and asked coldly, "Is that so?" He pointed the sword at Irene and loudly ordered that from now on, the inheritance competition order would begin. Hearing that, the illegitimate children of the Cooper family all cried out in shock. The inheritance competition order? Could that mean? Ambition instantly appeared in their eyes, and they arrogantly declared that all of them had the right to fight for the heir's position. Any method could be used with no restrictions, and the victor would be king. First they had to take down Irene, take him down at once. Isaac too burst into mocking laughter. "So this is the spirit of the Cooper family, where strength reigns supreme. Today has finally opened my eyes," he said in a deep voice. "Since things have come to this, the engagement between our two families should be annulled. I cannot marry my younger sister to a liar, and an incompetent. Leon glanced at Sarah behind him, secretly suspecting that everything just now had been the ability of the Hourglass of Illusion working together with this brat. He calculated silently, the nobles are all here. If word reaches the royal family, it will be disadvantageous for Cooper, so for now, it is best to take a step back. Thinking this, Leon stepped forward and shook hands with Isaac too, saying calmly, rest assured, he would ask the king to give the Isaac family an explanation. Hearing that, Isaac too nodded and praised him, worthy of being the head of the Cooper family, truly wise. Leon turned and pointed his sword at Sarah, warning sternly that if he wanted to compete for the inheritance, that was fine, but he must not damage the family's reputation. Leon coldly warned that otherwise, he would make him disappear from the family. After hearing this, Sarah sneered and asked whether he truly thought he cared about that inheritance right. He gripped the sword tip until blood flowed, then pulled it close to his own neck and said firmly, if you want me to disappear, then make your move now. Seeing this, Leon was briefly surprised and wondered inwardly what this brat was planning in the end. In the end, he withdrew the sword into its sheath and thought to himself, forget it. Gray asked in doubt whether the family head was truly not going to deal with him. Leon calmly replied there was no need. The boy had ability, and he still wanted to see what he could do. He recalled Sarah's irritating expression and thought, it was just that this brat's personality was truly displeasing, and he had no idea who he resembled. That evening at the Cooper family castle, Kara Cooper shouted furiously, who exactly leaked the information? Why did that brat know their actions? Butler Dak replied tremblingly that he did not know. A subordinate led Andrea inside and asked, Madam, how should this maid be handled? Kara Cooper answered viciously, throw her to the magical beasts to be eaten. Do you even need to ask about such a small matter? Her eyes suddenly widened in surprise, then she murmured, wait. She thought suspiciously to herself, that woman really had used a magical creature before. If the experiment had not succeeded, then... She abruptly turned around, glanced at Butler D, and thought to herself that it had not been carried out yet. A sinister look appeared in Kara Cooper's eyes, and she lowered her voice, saying, D, did you not steal her talent? Then transfer it to me and show me. He stammered in reply that her talent was too great, so he had not yet mastered it, and begged the madam to give him more time. Butler D panicked inwardly, wondering if the madam had seen through him. She answered coldly, there is no need anymore. Kara Cooper angrily ordered, someone deal with him on the spot. The subordinates immediately answered yes, while D stared in stunned disbelief. He hurriedly shouted, Madam, please hear my explanation. It was Sarah, he forced me. Before D could say more, the cold sound of a sword rang out, followed by a stream of hot blood sprang forth. He slowly collapsed to the ground. Kara Cooper said coldly, when a dog betrays its master, the master kills the dog. What explanation is still needed? She stepped forward and grabbed Andrea by the throat, saying coldly, how about you hand your talent over to me, so it can be put to good use. As soon as she finished speaking, Kara Cooper lifted her up and used her own power to press tightly against her, but her magic seemed to have no effect at all on the girl's skin. Seeing this, Kara Cooper widened her eyes in shock and thought, there are no burns. Could she possess the ice soul body? She calculated inwardly that a woman with the ice soul body would become a warming bed after reaching adulthood. A man paired with a warming bed could rely on her to raise his strength. Looking at Andrea's beautiful and pitiful face, Hera secretly schemed. If that was the case, then... At the same time, in a room in the castle, Sarah fell into deep thought. He had not expected that even after Irene's filthy talent and vile nature were exposed, the family head still had not decided to eliminate him, perhaps because he feared the power behind Irene's mother. He pressed his lips together tightly, thinking that last night they had even arranged for him to stay in the castle. Did they want to control him, fearing he would run away? If he wanted Irene to taste all the suffering he had endured before, then he absolutely would not leave this place. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, and he turned his head in doubt. This early, was it Andrea? Sarah said softly, come in, the door is not locked. Isaac Gloria walked in excitedly, saying that he had to return that item today, and since she happened to be free, she had come here personally. Sarah looked at her and frowned in thought. If he had the Isaac II family backing him, perhaps even if he killed Irene directly, nothing would happen. Isaac Gloria said loudly in annoyance, hey, what are you thinking about? This young lady is still standing right in front of you. Sarah stepped forward and returned the box to her, saying in a deep voice, I am thinking the Isaac II family stands equal to the Cooper family. So why do you treat an illusion-controlling tool, with such harsh usage conditions, as a family heirloom? She accepted it and said with interest, you want to know? I will not tell you unless... Isaac Gloria thought to herself that no one believed that legend anyway, and all the nobles knew about it, so she might as well use it to force Sarah to agree to her condition. He said nothing more, immediately made a gesture to see her out, and replied indifferently, then goodbye. Hearing this, her mouth fell open, she cried out in shock. Isaac Gloria quickly made an offer, Sarah, I want to duel you. After hearing this, he only sighed helplessly. A while later, the two of them were already standing on the fighting stage, with no one else around them. Isaac Gloria poured power into her sword and immediately charged swiftly toward Sarah. He raised his sword and easily blocked her attack. Sarah quickly pushed the sword in her hand aside with force. He directly pointed his sword at Isaac Gloria and said coldly, "You have lost again." She shouted in frustration, "You truly have no sense of grace at all." Sarah turned around and replied in a deep voice that she was the one who wanted him to use his full strength. Besides, according to their agreement, she had to reveal the secret of the illusory vision box. Isaac Gloria said softly, "Actually, it is only a legend. No one knows whether it is true or false, and has never been verified." He asked curiously, "What legend?" She thought for a moment, then calmly explained that the legend said if the spiritual power of the person who held space-time magic agreed, and that person willingly offered up their entire life, then through the illusory vision box, another person could be brought back to life. When Sarah heard this, he immediately recalled the painful memories of his previous life and thought, so at that time, did Andrea sacrifice her life in exchange for a chance for me to live again? That was why in this life, he not only had to take revenge, but also had to protect Andrea well, absolutely not allowing that beast Irene any opportunity. Suddenly, two subordinates hurriedly ran in to report, "Young Master Sarah, something terrible has happened. Andrea has been taken away." Hearing this news, a flash of fury instantly appeared in Sarah's eyes. He asked coldly who had taken Andrea, and told them to explain clearly. They immediately replied that last night, when they were taking action, someone saw Miss Andrea being captured in the forest by servants under the mistress's orders. Hearing this, Isaac Gloria added that if so, then this morning in the corridor, she had heard two maids say Andrea had been accepted by the young master as his personal maid, and after she grew up, he would take her as a concubine. She rubbed her chin in thought, saying that at the time she had thought that young master was Selanker, so it was not him. Sarah immediately rushed away, shouting in fury, "Irene, you are tired of living." Isaac Gloria reminded the other two why they were still standing there in a daze and told them to hurry after him. Sarah's eyes at this moment did not look like he was going to save someone, but more like he was going to kill someone. They hurriedly answered in unison, "Yes." At the same time in Irene's room, he was furiously cursing Sarah for making him lose face before the nobles. He swore he would make Sarah pay a miserable price. While Herr Cooper's servant tried to persuade the young master to calm down and wait until adulthood, Irene paid him no attention, kicked him hard, and shouted, "Get out of my sight." Another person stepped forward and lifted the curtain, revealing Andrea inside, a collar chained around her neck. He suggested that Sarah cared greatly about Andrea, and since the mistress had already captured her, did the young master not want to use her to make Sarah pay? Hearing this, Irene burst into delighted laughter and praised him for being truly quick-witted. He quickly rushed toward her with a twisted expression, saying, "Andrea, my future concubine, I will definitely make you obediently submit." Andrea thought fearfully, "What should I do now? My spellcasting ability has been sealed, so I cannot resist at all. Sarah, where are you? Hurry and save me." Irene looked at her with a disgusting tone, saying, "Look at yourself like this. I wonder what expression Sarah will have when he sees you fall into my hands." He reached out, about to touch Andrea, and hoarsely told her to be obedient and properly become his concubine in the future. Suddenly, a voice filled with hatred rang out, "Irene." Immediately after, Sarah threw a powerful punch straight into Irene's face. It seemed the anger in his heart still could not be quelled. He followed up with another blow, sending Irene crashing hard to the floor. Seeing him appear, Andrea called out joyfully. He showed no mercy, kicking Irene hard in his vital spot and coldly shouting, "Go die." Irene instantly clutched his lower body and screamed miserably in pain. Sarah still did not stop, striking Irene again and again while angrily cursing that man without pause. Immediately after, terrifying cracking sounds rang out from Irene's shoulder blade. His ribs also suffered a heavy blow, the pain turning his face pale. Sarah looked utterly terrifying at that moment, a dark aura quickly enveloping him. Seeing this, Irene trembled and begged for help, his broken voice filled with fear. The subordinates immediately shouted to one another, "Hurry and save the young master." Sarah instantly gathered the firepower around him, then lifted them into the air. Sarah's subordinates ran over, and seeing that scene, they cried out in panic, "Young Master Sarah, this is bad." Isaac Gloria quietly circled behind them and quickly opened the shackle locking Andrea. She hurriedly urged Mio and Andrea, saying Sarah was about to become demonized again. Andrea immediately ran off and softly answered. She hugged Sarah from behind and called out loudly, saying she was fine, making him turn back with a trembling voice and call Andrea's name. The subordinates hurried over to Irene, frantically telling one another to quickly take young Master Irene away. At the same time, Herr Cooper stepped in, and seeing Irene beaten so miserably, she cried out his name in panic. That woman pointed at Sarah and angrily scolded him for being ungrateful, daring to repay the kindness of being taken in by his father in this way. Sarah did not answer, only slowly raised his hand and placed it on the necklace. In the blink of an eye, Sarah summoned Blood Drinker and walked heavily toward Hera Cooper, making Andrea softly call his name. Seeing Sarah approach, that woman instinctively stepped back and asked in panic what he intended to do. He slowly used his sword to cut a shallow wound across his palm. Sarah flicked his drop of blood onto Irene's head, then began chanting an incantation. Sarah faced Irene Cooper and initiated the sacred life and death battle. Once begun, it would not end until one side died. He silently made up his mind. He would absolutely not allow this threat to Andrea to continue existing. 7 days later at the arena, everyone had gathered in full to watch the duel. Sarah was full of confidence, the corners of his lips lifting slightly, as he said he had not expected Irene to drag things out for 7 days not to find a way to escape. Irene immediately summoned a shield and sneered that he did not want to miss the chance to get rid of Sarah. Sarah also sensed something unusual and frowned slightly, thinking that shield was not simple, just as the announcement to begin rang out. As soon as the signal was given, Irene immediately launched an attack with Medusa. The petrifying beam shot toward him, making Sarah's eyes widen in shock when he realized it was Medusa. Facing the barrage of attacks, he nimbly leaped and dodged, making Irene burst into mocking laughter. That man laughed loudly, mocking that a gold sword master turned out to be nothing more than a monkey that knew how to jump. Suddenly at that moment, Sarah received information about swordsman ranks, from titled Saint to Sword Saint, Gold Sword Master, Silver Sword Guardian, and Iron Sword Apprentice. In that urgent situation, Sarah silently calculated that Shadow Oath could not make him immune to Medusa's petrification state. Sarah had to destroy that shield, while Irene smugly boasted that losing the sword of Perseus had allowed him to obtain the shield of Medusa instead. Sarah charged straight toward his opponent despite the danger, yet still dodged every attack with extreme precision. Irene paid it no mind at all and even laughed mockingly that all of Sarah's efforts were useless. Irene saw Sarah leap high into the air, swinging his sword back to prepare an attack against him. That man immediately shouted and summoned Medusa. Just as Sarah had predicted, Irene smugly used Medusa as a shield in front of himself. Irene thought in satisfaction that this was exactly the moment he had been waiting for, but Sarah had already predicted it, so he played along with the situation and quickly rushed in to slash it away, sending green liquid splashing everywhere. After that, Sarah proudly raised his sword high, saw the spirit sword merge into that blood, then looked coldly at Irene. His entire body was enveloped in a terrifying aura as he charged forward fiercely and growled that this ended here. Sarah instantly burst forward and slashed across Irene, shattering the ring on that man's hand. At this point, the corners of Irene's mouth unconsciously curled into a mocking smile, as if he had just remembered that he was also a supreme mage. Immediately after, Irene growled and shouted loudly, calling the resentful souls to destroy everything. What he used was dark magic, an evil, cursed art of corruption. Isaac too angrily cursed him as despicable, then explained that it was dark magic refined from the souls of commoners who had died in agony. Hearing this, Cooper Leon frowned and demanded an explanation, yet used family secrets and noble tradition to cover it up. Facing the resentful souls rushing toward him, Sarah still calmly confronted them, making Irene sneer even more that he would suffer. But Irene's smug expression quickly turned into shock, and that man shook his head in denial, unable to believe that a move tested many times had been dispelled so easily. Irene believed his own thoughts even more and immediately shouted an order for the resentful souls to destroy Sarah. Just as Sarah had predicted, the resentful souls quickly swarmed over, determined to attack him under Irene's command. Even after calculating every method, Irene still could do nothing to Sarah and asked himself in terror why his attack was ineffective. Sarah had completely lost patience with Irene, growling that he had struggled enough and that it should end now. Irene quickly used the Shadow Oath skill to transfer the damage, but he was not afraid at all and even laughed mockingly. That man mocked that Sarah was his shadow, so he absolutely could not injure him. Indeed, everyone was shocked by Sarah's attack just now. Everyone cried out in horror, unable to understand why such a thing could happen. Sarah silently blamed himself for forgetting that the Shadow Oath on Irene would automatically transfer fatal damage to the children serving as shadows. The dark magic Staff of Life could absorb another person's life force to attack a target, and if the victim's life force was lower than the accumulated amount, they would die. That kept Sarah thinking for a long time. Although the cause was still unclear, the Shadow Oath on that man seemed to have lost its effect, but he absolutely could not have escaped this magic. Looking at the group writhing in pain and crying out endlessly, that man revealed a sinister smile. Since that was the case, he would use their lives to cast the magic staff. The moment Irene swung the staff, everyone was immediately struck by a heavy influence. Each of them clutched their bodies in agony and collapsed to their knees. Andrea screamed in terror, Lucian, Reno, Org, what happened to you too? Irene held the Staff of Life, laughed cruelly, then mocked him. Is that look of yours a sign that you have given up resisting? Too bad, even so, I will not spare these lowborn wretches. That made Sarah knit his brows tightly. Irene's arrogance and contempt for everything pushed Sarah's anger to its limit, making he drive his sword hard into the ground. Finally, before the eyes of tens of thousands, he declared loudly, I, Sarah, refuse to become a beast like you. After that, he closed his eyes and focused on steadying his mind to cast the forbidden magic blood formation. A moment later, blood-red surges of power erupted, showing Sarah's overwhelming aura directly confronting Irene. That made Irene unable to suppress his shock as he blurted out, "What?" Everyone around witnessed that dazzling display of power and turned admiring eyes toward him, cheering in unison. "It is back, everything is back. It is Selendum, long live the boss." Yet while the crowd was still buzzing with discussion, the clear blue sky suddenly shook violently. A pitch-black demon dragon, majestic and imposing, tore through the air as it spread its wings and charged over. It roared with immense power, then stood behind Sarah and declared coldly, "Enjoy your remaining breath, Irene. This will be your last." The demon dragon kept roaring, spewing flames, then placed its claw on Sarah's shoulder, making he unable to hold back a laugh as he asked, "So you are this furious too?" Isaac too was stunned by that grand appearance and cried out in terror. "Demon dragon armament, that legend is actually true." Hearing that, Isaac Gloria also asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Hearing her question, he could only recount what he knew. According to legend, if the demon dragon race shares one heart and mind with its master, then under intense emotions, it can transform its form and greatly enhance its master's abilities. Demon dragon's strength and majesty were visible on every part of the body, starting from the firm shoulders, all the way to the sharp claws and the sturdy layers of armor covering both arms. Along with that was a sword full of overwhelming power. All of those elements combined to form a precedent that had never appeared before. That was known as demon dragon armament. Among those horrified by the sight, Irene was no exception. He opened his mouth wide and denied it. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if that beast permits it, you cannot possibly share one heart and mind." Even now, that man still did not know how to retreat and stubbornly flaunted his strength. "It must be an illusion. Watch how I defeat you, Grand Curse Art." Yet Irene's resentful spirits and technique had not even had time to unleash their power before they were crushed by the demon dragon's claw without him noticing. Sarah, in his armed state and ready for battle, declared in a grave voice, "What allows us to share one heart and mind is our fury toward you." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately charged forward, each skillful and powerful slash whistling out along with footsteps as swift as a storm. In just an instant, Sarah had closed in and faced Irene head-on, making that man unable to hide his panic even while holding the staff of life. One slash flashed, and Irene's arm was instantly severed from his body. Amid that man's scream of pain, Sarah questioned him in a cold voice. "This sword is for the innocent people whose talents you stole." When Hera saw her beloved son being beaten so miserably, she sprang up in heartache and shouted anxiously. But very quickly, Cooper Leon reminded her in a stern voice, "I sit down." Irene never dreamed that Sarah would be this powerful. That man knelt on the ground in pain, his trembling voice unable to form proper words. "You mongrel, you actually dared. Yet this was only the appetizer Sarah had prepared for him, because there were still many surprises waiting behind it. He immediately shifted toward the next target. As expected, another painful blow descended, accompanied by his cold voice. "For the dead shadows who died because of you, for the talent you stole from me in my previous life, and then exploited." Sarah's eyes narrowed slightly, like a judge sentencing Irene for all the sins he had committed in the past, present, and future. Finally, carrying the flames of resentment and grievance that had accumulated for so long, he swung his sword and charged forward. "Go to hell, Irene." But at the very instant when all grudges seemed about to end, an unexpected throw forced Sarah's sword off course. Cooper Leon saw her recklessly interfering in the battle and reminded her in displeasure, "Hi, what are you doing? This is a sacred life and death duel within our Cooper family." Meanwhile, Irene was still groaning endlessly from pain. Seeing her act so arrogantly, Isaac too could not help mocking her. "Madam truly lives up to being the once dazzling S-rank gifted mage. Unfortunately, after she married Cooper Leon, I never saw her make a move, yet I never expected to witness it today." Whispers also rang out around her. Unsealing 8 rings of the sacred magic shield requires the support of a treasure. Could the rumor be true that the mistress assassinated the previous family head and collapsed after suffering backlash from magic power? TS here. Let us just watch the show. Sure enough, just expected, Hera Cooper merely clasped her hands and summoned 9 rings of Holy Mother White magic. Her voice carried both regret and sarcasm. "If I had known earlier that you would become a monster like this, I should have killed you while you were still in swaddling clothes. Now I will correct that mistake. Today you must die here." Sarah was already far too familiar with that personality of hers, merely tilting his head slightly to glance over, without the slightest trace of fear on his face. Looking at the gloomy aura surrounding Hera Cooper and Sarah's battle-ready stance, Cooper Leon roared angrily, "All of you, stop." In the end, she did not dare stubbornly anger him further and could only withdraw the weapon she had just summoned. Sarah did the same. He immediately left his armed state and returned to his original appearance, but his expression was still not cheerful at all. Only Isaac, too, stood in a corner, stroking his chin as he sighed in admiration. As expected of Cooper Leon, the Abyssal Ink Sword Saint, this forbidden magic 3-ripple technique is truly invincible. As soon as both sides stopped, Cooper Leon strode forward. He did not need to distinguish right from wrong and directly declared with a stern face, "The Cooper family does not welcome you. Take your people and leave." Sarah shouted in resentment, "Father family head, you will regret this." But after seeing Sarah beat her son so miserably, Hera Cooper could no longer endure it. "Cooper Leon, let me kill it." He pointed coldly at her again. "Before I regret it, get out of my territory." At this point, Sarah had nothing more to say and immediately led his people away, his voice calm and indifferent. "Let us go." Beneath the clear blue sky and brilliant sunlight, they left that place full of trouble together. Sarah spoke with slight awkwardness. "Family head Isaac too, in truth, you do not need to leave with us." He laughed and replied, "Little brat, an upright man does not fear a crooked shadow. Are you interested in joining the Isaac II family? Sir, do you not mind my status as someone expelled? Do you wish to oppose the Cooper family?" Sarah's words made Isaac II freeze and look back at him, his eyes filled with doubt. But refusal did not mean everything was over. Sarah suggested, "Sir, although I cannot join your family, we can still make a deal." Isaac II asked with interest, "Oh, let me hear it." Sarah answered frankly, "The king is gravely ill and war between the nobles is about to break out. If I successfully enter the Imperial Academy, perhaps you will be the first to learn the latest news from the capital." As if Sarah had grasped his weakness exactly, he asked with interest, "You are quite calculating. You want me to help you enter the Imperial Academy, so what should I rely on to trust you?" Hearing this, a thought flashed through Sarah's mind. He curled his lips slightly into a cold smile. "If my swordsmanship talent is S rank, then it is time to use my trump card." Sarah continued to speak boldly, declaring with absolute certainty that, through him, he could become the final disciple of the hidden sword Saint Creed, making Isaac II ask suspiciously whether it was truly that Creed. At the same time, somewhere else, Creed was sitting sloppily with his back against the door, holding a wine jug and drinking to forget his sorrows. Yet his intuition seemed to tell him that someone had just mentioned him, so he burped and lazily cursed. "Which brat dares gossip behind my back?" Hidden Sword Saint Creed, 47 years old, held the title of Sword Saint. He followed the soundless sword school, famous for a sword draw faster than sound, the blade pressing close before the sword's sound could even ring out. On the surface, it resembled assassination, but in truth, it was overwhelming swordsmanship powerful enough to pierce armor. His appearance seemed indulgent and hard to control, but deep inside, he was extremely cautious and rarely acted recklessly. A few days later, in the outskirts of St. Golden City, Sarah directly introduced them to Isaac II, saying that the 3 towers before them were the mightiest symbol of St. Golden City, the Trinity Magic Towers. Seeing them meant the city was no longer far away. Before leaving, he also reminded Sarah that nobles were everywhere in St. Golden, so outside the academy, he had to be extremely careful. Sarah stared fixedly at Bobo, growing even more suspicious inside. He told himself that this man could not be trusted. For the sake of family interests, he could stab him in the back at any moment, so he had to find a way to separate from the group. Along the way, Isaac too kept reassuring Sarah that he would handle the matter of entering the Imperial Academy. Isaac said Andrea would suffer a little by becoming a maid and entering school with Sarah. That way the two of them would have a proper reason to stay beside each other. As for the guards, they would be arranged at his family's manor, conveniently helping watch over it and deal with bandits. Hearing the word bandits, Sarah's eyes flashed faintly. There were still bandits near the imperial capital. This was truly a rare opportunity. Afraid Sarah would misunderstand Isaac to explain that although they were called bandits, they were actually rebellious nobles around St. Golden, extremely difficult to deal with. Sarah only replied decisively that he would handle the bandit matter. Those words left Isaac too confused as he asked what should be done about Andrea then. Sarah urged his horse straight into the forest without looking back, only saying to Trouble Sir to take Andrea to the Imperial Magic Academy first. Isaac Gloria was also stunned by that sudden decision, calling after him, but in the end he could only sigh and return to the manor to arrange Sarah's subordinates. Before long, Sarah had entered deep into the mountains and forests, quietly standing there as he observed the surrounding terrain. Lying on vague memories, Sarah silently recalled what Angela had told him in his previous life. At this time, she was only around 7 years old and was being secretly imprisoned in the bandits' lair. Sarah quickly jumped down. More importantly, her father Creed had always been searching for his daughter and was willing to trade everything for her. With so many important clues, Sarah became even more certain that as long as he saved Angela, he would smoothly gain the chance to become Creed's disciple. His resolve grew even stronger, and Sarah immediately entered armed mode, preparing to deal with these arrogant bandits. Not far away, the bandits were still training diligently to improve their endurance and combatability. Suddenly, a huge black shadow fell from above, making one man stop in surprise and raise his head to look. Everything happened in an instant. Before the bandits could understand what was happening, Sarah had already struck down his target with a single sword blow. That move was precisely his top-secret technique, the first form of inherited swordsmanship, bloodlight skimming shadow. Facing the group of bandits tightening their grips on their weapons and rushing toward him, Sarah did not retreat, but charged straight forward and used the second form of inherited swordsmanship. Blood Serpent frenzied feast erupted through sharp sword strikes, swift and powerful like a python opening its mouth to swallow its prey whole. Just then, the bandit leader Pu Long appeared, glaring at Sarah with furious eyes before shouting loudly, "Which reckless fool dares be so arrogant? Die." That man said nothing more and immediately pounced forward with a downward slash, but Sarah managed to block it with the treasured sword in his hand. Immediately afterward, Sarah sprang into the air, widening the distance between himself and Pu Long before quickly launching his next move, the third form of inherited swordsmanship, Blood Shadow Slash. The moment he heard the name of the technique, that man's eyes widened in terror as he said in a trembling voice, "Blood Shadow Slash, you are from the Cooper family. Do you know that we—" But Sarah did not give him time to finish, directly unleashing the decisive strike and ending him in a flash. Immediately afterward, fierce red streams of light rose up, continuously swirling before gradually forming a distinct shape. Sarah walked coldly past the bandits, his eyes filled with disdain. "A pack of villains steeped in sin. What does who you are have to do with me?" At that moment, Mio also returned after flying off to scout, crying gidgy as if reporting news to Sarah. Sarah had just turned back when Mio affectionately rubbed against him, making him laugh and ask whether it had found what he told it to search for. Seeing its reaction, Sarah understood somewhat, so he released Mio to fly up and said, "Lead the way." Following the direction Mio indicated, Sarah traced the clues to that place, then carefully inspected the entrance inside. In the end, the door opened, and Sarah stood upright beneath the radiant light before slowly walking forward. As he entered, Sarah cautiously observed the passage and quickly approached the target inside. Seeing someone enter, Angela tilted her head innocently and asked whether he was a good person who had come to save her. Sarah remembered that she could recognize lies and sense good and evil, so he honestly answered that he wanted to take her to find her father so he could teach him swordsmanship. After confirming it herself, Angela happily smiled, reached out her hand and said that he had not lied at all, so they should go. Having gained Angela's trust, Sarah did not hesitate any longer and immediately carried the little girl away from that place. After only a few steps, a thoughtful look suddenly flashed through Sarah's eyes. He feared they could not leave this place yet. The plan had only just begun when the two of them were blocked right outside the door by a vicious skeleton, its killing intent soaring to the heavens. Sarah told Angela that the being outside had extremely terrifying energy, and he could only block one attack. When he rushed out to draw it away, she had to run as fast as she could with all her strength. Looking at the skeleton, Sarah silently judged that a 4-meter skeleton already had attack power equal to a sword saint, while this one was nearly 5 meters tall. Sarah spoke in a provocative tone while telling the demon dragon that this time they truly had to risk everything. He drew his sword into a fighting stance, then reminded Angela in a low voice to get ready. The little girl also gathered all her courage and replied, "Do not worry, big brother, I am ready." Sarah gently let out a breath. In the next instant, Sarah and the gigantic skeleton charged straight at each other at the same time. The skeleton swung its enormous hand, letting its icy sharp claws sweep fiercely forward. Sarah used his sword to block its claws and shouted, "Now Angela, run." Seeing the terrifying skeleton, the little girl turned back in panic and shouted loudly. Sarah still smiled calmly, saying that the demon dragon equipment still had one move that could be tested at just the right time. Then he loudly called out to the demon dragon. From Sarah's sword, a powerful aura instantly spread outward. It unleashed an extremely powerful destructive force, driving the skeleton backward. He immediately shouted, "Technique, armor shedding." The notification panel appeared. Demonic dragon armor shedding forcefully dispels the demonic dragon, detonates the remaining demonic power, and creates a violent shockwave. Sarah straightened his back and declared boldly, "It is only a giant skeleton. How could it stop my path of revenge?" He looked toward Angela, who was fleeing, thinking that for now, he only needed to get her out of this place. The skeleton chased closely after Angela, spat out a bolt of lightning, and roared, "Die." Immediately after, the place where she had just stood erupted in a massive explosion. Sarah cried out in panic, "Angela." Right at that moment, a pair of wings suddenly appeared. It turned out the monstrous bird had managed to snatch Angela up and fly high, helping her escape danger by a hair's breadth. The bird looked extremely strained from forcing itself to bear Angela's weight. Unable to endure any longer, it dropped her. Sarah was already waiting below to catch her. He quickly lifted Angela into his arms, running while dodging the skeleton's attacks. Sarah ran with all his strength, worried all the while. The magic severing formation had already closed, and to escape they had to destroy the formation core. In this critical situation, he could only tell himself to stay truly calm. That bizarre creature was pursuing closely from behind, and he simply had no time to observe the formation and find the core. Angela hugged his neck and asked, "Brother, is the formation core a very important place where no one is allowed to get close?" Sarah answered in surprise, "That's right. Do you know where it is?" Angela pointed toward a distant door and said, "When they let me out, there were 3 places they would not let me approach, and that side is one of them." Sarah immediately replied, "Good, let's go over and take a look." Sarah immediately changed direction and ran that way, thinking that although this monster was powerful, its speed was slow, and from a distance it could only use the skeleton cannon. He ran with all his might while shouting, "But right now I do not have demonic dragon armament. If I am hit, I will definitely be badly injured." At that moment, Sarah's group had managed to enter through the door. He observed the surroundings and said, "This room has been reinforced, but I fear it will not hold out for too long." Suddenly, Angela's eyes flashed, and she spoke unconsciously, "Brother, that bow seems to be calling me." Sarah carried Angela closer to the stacked magic spheres and said, "All right, try it." A surge of lightning shot out from Angela's hands, making Sarah watch curiously. In the end, she finally summoned a bow. Sarah asked in surprise, "Is this Sivir's blessing?" Angela quickly answered that it was, then urged that the monster was about to arrive, and they should hurry to the next place. He nodded, "All right." Angela raised her bow and pointed ahead, guiding Sarah. "Brother, the other exit is just up ahead." Behind them, a skeleton was still pursuing them relentlessly. Sarah rushed into a room, his footsteps echoing as he saw the large black gem inside. He immediately shouted, "Found it. This is the place." Sarah looked at the black gem with purple flames inside, hovering above a circular magic array. His eyes widened in shock. "Impossible. This thing is..." A scattered skeleton suddenly appeared, its entire body radiating an extremely fierce demonic aura. Sarah suddenly understood and shouted. The mage set up a magic array to activate this giant skeleton and make it self-destruct. Put Angela down and warned her carefully, "After this move, I may lose my mind. If I attack you, you must protect yourself." She replied, "Yes, do not worry, Angela believes in you." Sarah immediately drew his sword and unleashed the 4th form of the inherited sword art. Demonic sword appeared behind him, and he thought to himself, "For now, this is the only way." Sarah swung his sword straight at the rough egg. That slash drew forth dense waves of fire that erupted all at once. He shouted the name of the move, "Starry Wind Blood Rain." The rough egg instantly lit up, rays of light piercing through the cracks in its shell. Suddenly, the demonic sword clamped onto Sarah's wrist, then locked his other hand as well. It lifted the unconscious Sarah into the air and spoke coldly. "From now on, you belong to me." Angela cried out in shock, "Brother." In the imperial capital, said Golden City, before the gate of the Imperial Academy, Creed sat leisurely with a bottle of wine in his arms. A mysterious figure approached and asked, "My lord, the death sworn of His Highness, the second prince, have left the city. Should we send people to follow them?" Creed opened his eyes in surprise. The second one, Sanru, went outside the city. He vanished at once, leaving only the empty bottle behind. "Keep it safe for me. I will go see for myself. I will drink more when I return." That man took the wine bottle and laughed silently. "At last my lord is free." At the same time, at the bandit lair, the sky turned gloomy and dark. Blood Demon emitted a powerful dark aura and slowly advanced. Angela called out softly in a daze, "Big brother." There was no trace of humanity left in his eyes, and his smile was twisted like that of a monster. The Blood Demon immediately attacked, without the slightest hesitation. Fortunately, she still reacted in time and dodged, but Angela was still knocked to the ground, crying from the pain, "Big brother." He closed in on her again, his killing intent showing no sign of weakening. Demon Dragon launched a fireball, blocking the Blood Demon's path. He coldly swung his sword and knocked it aside. Neo rubbed its beak against the bow in Angela's hand, as if trying to remind her. She suddenly remembered what he had told her earlier. "Angela, after I use this move, I may lose my mind. If I attack you, find a way to protect yourself." She answered firmly, "Rest assured, Angela believes in Big Brother." Angela steadied herself and raised her bow. "Big brother, do not worry. I will definitely survive." She shot an arrow into the ground, trying to hinder the Blood Demon's movements. But that move was useless. He destroyed both the arrow and the spot where Angela had just been standing. Thanks to Mew pulling her away in time, Angela escaped danger by a hair. It joined forces with Demon Dragon, doing everything it could to protect Angela. The Blood Demon laughed sinisterly, completely under control now. "So many fresh and delicious little apples. Which part should I savor first?" She trembled in fear. "No, this is bad. I cannot even move a single step." Blood Demon grabbed Angela by the neck and lifted her, laughing coldly at the pure blood, wanting it to slowly flow into his throat. Even as danger closed in, she still tried to comfort him. "Big brother, do not be sad. You already did your best." A tear fell onto the Blood Demon, touching the deepest sleeping part of his subconscious. Sarah woke from his stupor, glaring as he roared, "Blood Demon, do not go too far." His body gradually broke free from the control, horrifying the Blood Demon. "Impossible. You cannot wake up on your own." Blood Demon sneered, "Stop struggling, you cannot stop me, and your will cannot escape my control either." Sarah admitted, "Yes, your influence over my will is indeed terrifying." For Sarah right now, a single move was enough. He forced himself to unleash Blood Slash, and the Blood Demon hurriedly stopped him. "No. Are you trying to destroy yourself? Do not dream of being a swordsman again after this." Sarah answered confidently, "Do not worry, Creed will help me deal with this. As for you, you will be dealt with soon as well." He gnashed his teeth in hatred, "Placing your hopes on someone else again. You will regret this. You will definitely regret this." A moment later, Sanru's Deathsworn had arrived. He held his sword ready, determined to take the life of the one who had brought trouble to his highness. The Deathsworn widened his eyes and rushed forward to attack. "Go die." Angela rushed out to block the front. "You cannot hurt Big Brother." Immediately after, both his sword and his arm were severed. "My hand, how could this happen?" Creed had arrived and dealt with that death warrior. "Angela, you have suffered these past few years. Father came too late. Come, let us go home together." He firmly carried her away, ignoring Angela's panic because she did not want to leave Sarah. "No, I want to stay with Big Brother. I cannot leave Big Brother behind." Creed looked at him and asked, "Do you need me to help heal your body?" Sarah smiled and replied, "What I want is not only that. I risked my life to save Angela in order to inherit your legacy." He grabbed him by the collar and told him to explain clearly. "But I was the one who saved Angela. Even if the plan had a few unexpected turns, did it not also help you escape the second prince?" 7 days later, at the Imperial Academy, the two had finished discussing it, and the matter of you inheriting my title has also been announced nationwide. He jokingly asked, "Then have I now become the public enemy of the entire Imperial Academy?" He answered coldly, "You can still choose not to become my legacy disciple." The crowd gathered around and discussed. "Look, he is the one who caused his own brother's death. Someone said he killed his entire family and even deceived Sword Saint Creed." Sarah shut out every word. "What I want is hardly just your legacy. How could a group of hate-filled students stop my steps?" Suddenly, a sword point was aimed straight at his face. That person was William, the top commoner student of the Imperial Academy's combat branch, and he was also highly proficient in metal swordsmanship. He glared at Sarah with contempt. "A cruel man like you who harmed even your younger brother and plotted to deceive the Sword Saint. Today I, William, will challenge you to a duel and strip away all your honor." One glance was enough to tell that these students were deliberately setting a trap for him. Their hostility was so thick it could not hide their killing intent. The second, Prince Sanru's lackeys were probably behind this. "Are you planning to use William's sense of justice to deal with me?" He swung his sword and shouted, "If you do not dare accept the challenge, then obediently leave the Sword Saint and give up your noble status." Sarah thought to himself, "William, in my previous life, when we first met, you were also used by someone else to duel me. I did not expect that even after my rebirth, the same thing would repeat. Then let it be like before. William, I accept the challenge, but if you lose, I want you to be forever loyal to me." The students immediately shouted, urging William to defeat that brat. William let him know that the Imperial Academy is not a place where any mediocre trash can simply step into. As if his momentum had been renewed, he yelled and charged forward. "Sarah, take this move." This was a clash against Imperial swordsmanship, gusting heavy cleave, and Blood Demon swordsmanship, bloodlight sweeping shadow. Clearly, Sarah held the complete upper hand. "William, admit defeat. You are no match for me." His face turned pale before that terrifying aura, but with the strength of the Academy's top student, William immediately unleashed Imperial swordsmanship, bursting aura. Sarah was also forced back a distance. "Not good. After just using bloodlight, sweeping shadow, I need at least 10 seconds before I can use it again." At that moment, he closed the distance as fast as lightning. The blade grazed his throat. That was William's chained killing strike. I did not expect he had already mastered this move while still at the Academy. He sprang off the ground, preparing to unleash another killing move, sword reversal. William's justice truly was admirable, enough to surpass many gifted swordsmen. "Repent for your cruel deeds." But Sarah was not among them. He laughed inwardly, recalling what Creed had once said. "Blood magic is completely different from other types of magic. With your current physique, at most you can only use the second skill of Silver Sword level blood swordsmanship." He knew very well that if he used the third skill, not only could it draw out blood demon hallucinations, it would also make your frail body, barely recovered, collapse again. But Sarah had to gamble. "Sorry, William's loyalty is something I must risk my life to obtain." And so he once again triggered the power of the blood sword. He dodged William's strike that seemed certain to end the duel. Everything ends now. Sarah unleashed a stream of dark red hidden energy, the core of blood demon swordsmanship, blood shadow heavenly sword. The attack transformed into countless sharp blades rushing straight toward the target. The surrounding students hurriedly shouted, "William, Look at that sword. He was shocked. Can swordsmanship truly reach this level? Sarah's blood sword blade was already pressed close to William's neck. Oh, my honest and trustworthy William. Finally seeing that interesting expression again truly makes me nostalgic. Suddenly, Sarah burst into laughter as if he had lost control. It seemed the blood demon was once again invading his body. He was terrified. The killing intent on Sarah was extremely abnormal. What should I do now? Sensing the danger, everyone immediately retreated far away. The mages quickly attacked from a distance, and fire magic erupted violently. Freezing ice magic immediately bound Sarah's feet. Powerful lightning magic also struck down in succession. They all reached the same conclusion. It is blood magic. He really is a shameless man who uses evil arts. All the students drew their weapons. With such dense magic power, he must be a villain who harmed the innocent. Anyone has the right to eliminate him. But William stepped forward to stop them. William, move aside. This has nothing to do with you. Do not risk your life for that wicked man. He remained resolute. He has won my loyalty. Even if he truly is guilty of monstrous crimes, I will still protect him and fall before he does. Yet no bloody battle occurred. Creed appeared and knocked him unconscious with a single strike. He clicked his tongue and said, "Humph, exactly like me when I was young, truly troublesome." Creed Vaxilandi did not forget to warn them. Taking advantage of someone in trouble is not the conduct of Imperial Academy students. Once Salanto stabilizes, you will have the chance to spar. A single look from him was enough to chill them to the bone. Too terrifying, it felt as if I had nearly lost my life in an instant. I feel as if I have just died once. Morin, the second son of the Sawat family, asked worriedly, "Your Highness, what should we do now?" Sanru smiled coldly. "I remember he entered the academy through a noble recommendation, right? Follow me to the trial mission hall." He thought to himself, blood magic again. It really is a school most suited to being erased. Andrea said anxiously, "Cassidon, I want to help Sarah. I am the only one who can handle the blood demon hallucinations on him." She scolded, "Stop being foolish. It is best to stay far away from him. He cultivates evil blood magic." She asked in confusion, "Did you not once say that a school of magic does not determine whether a mage is good or evil?" Cassidon understood the student's feelings well and patted Andrea's head in comfort. That was right, most schools of magic did not distinguish between good and evil. But blood magic was different. Creed was loudly scolding Sarah. Blood arts were fundamentally unlike ordinary types of magic. To use blood magic to perform perfect blood demon swordsmanship, one had to possess absolute mental power, will, and physical strength. He recalled those difficult days with a headache. "Over the past 7 days, I have poured all my effort into healing your body. I even taught you to use bloodline mana in place of physical strength to perform blood demon swordsmanship, controlling and enhancing your body." Creed was clearly enraged. "Is this how you repay me? Taking a body that has not recovered to do something foolish, who will deal with the hatred against the Cooper family?" He smiled coldly, as though trying to test the man's limits. "I am not that knave, but there are some things that must be done no matter the price." Creed asked through gritted teeth, "Even if it means dying, even if it harms others?" Sarah replied, "I believe my teacher will not let his inherited disciple go mad and bring disaster." George Brandon, the principal of the Combat Academy, suddenly walked in. Creed immediately showed a cold attitude. "George, what are you doing here? This place does not welcome you." The man replied calmly, "I was standing outside the door." George shifted his gaze to him. "Sarah, you are a recommended noble student. According to school regulations, you must complete a trial mission within 1 week to prove your right to remain in the Combat Academy." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Creed, do not let personal emotions disrupt teaching order. The principal may tolerate you, but I will not." He asked blankly, "Teacher, do the two of you have a grudge?" Creed snorted coldly, "Just a stubborn old man lucky enough not to have died by my hand. As long as you do not violate the rules, you need not care." Sarah asked, "Then should I quickly take that trial mission?" He sighed, "If that old man arranged it himself, I fear you will not have an easy time." At night, at the entrance to the wilderness secret realm, Sanru ordered Morin, "George has assigned Salandon's trial mission in this secret realm. Enter early and pour this bottle of medicine into the water source. The demonic beasts inside will be affected. They will immediately become more ferocious." He sat there smugly, waiting for the show. As for how mad that man could become then, that would depend on whether Mr. Creed could stop him from killing in time. The next day, Sarah irritably drove someone away. "William, I already said I would come find you once I accepted the mission." The boy still tried to speak. "Solana, I fear this mission of yours will not be easy to complete." He sighed, "I have known that for a long time. Is it not because George dislikes my teacher and is deliberately making things difficult?" William hurriedly added, "That is not it. The current situation is more complicated. Everyone has already gathered in the hall. They are waiting to see how you embarrass yourself." Just as William had said, the moment Sarah appeared, every gaze fell on him. Philip, the student on duty and George's disciple, was already sitting there waiting for him. Andrea was about to step forward and speak, but he signaled for her to keep her distance. Both of them knew they should be cautious. Sarah walked to the duty desk. I am here to accept the trial mission. Philip gave a practiced smile. State your name and academy. He answered briefly, Sarah, Combat Academy. As expected, George had secretly Ming's difficult. Philip announced, regrettably, classmate Salanda, your trial mission has been raised to high risk because of changes in the secret realm. It requires a team of at least 4 people to carry it out. William immediately said, then change it to a normal mission for 1 person. Philip still replied calmly, a trial mission suitable for an individual will only be available next week. But according to the rules, Sarah must complete one within 3 days to officially register. Someone spoke up to drive him away. Get lost, the Imperial Academy does not welcome you. You are nothing but a lowly wretch. Philip smiled coldly. Classmate Solana, do you want to find people to take the mission with you, or leave the school safely? Another person mocked him. If it were me, I would shut my doors and stay put for these 3 days. No need to accept any mission. Sarah glared, do you think I cannot find teammates? Philip did not deny it. Personally, I do not care. I simply think everyone does not truly want you to enter the academy. They are even less willing to be threatened into becoming your lackeys like William. The instant he finished speaking, he froze as a blood sword pressed against his neck. He made a wager. If I find enough teammates, I want you to kneel and admit you were blind, then apologize for insulting William. Philip stubbornly said, do you dare? Kill me if you want me, kneel. Sarah mocked him. I will tell Teacher Creed the truth. Do you think he will step in to protect his disciple? Philip sneered, classmate Salanda, you had better gather enough teammates before tonight. But he replied calmly, no need if it is only a 4-person adventure team. 2 people immediately stepped forward, Andrea from the Magic Academy and Gloria Isaac from the Combat Academy. We agree to cooperate with Sarah. He said smugly, senior with the big eyes over there, please register the mission for us. And after that, Sarah used the pressure of the blood demon to command him, kneel down and apologize to me. He left with his head held high. You want to make things difficult for me? Then have you prepared to risk your own life? The students burst into discussion. How could he do that? Senior Philip was only following the rules, yet he borrowed Lord Creed's name to bully others. William spoke up, Sarah, actually, you did not have to go that far for me. He taught him in a stern voice, William, remember this well, as long as we are not wrong, no bastard is allowed to stand above us. And I am Sarah, I will never make a mistake. Philip knelt on the floor in humiliation. Teacher, I want to kill him with my own hands. George reminded him, conduct yourself properly. Remember today's humiliation, then turn it into strength. Only then can you use the rules like the scythe of death to take his life. Philip forced down his humiliation. Yes, teacher. The scenery in the Mesa forest was incomparably majestic. Sarah's group had arrived and was preparing to accept the mission. William said, this is the vast forest of Mesa. It is said that the inheritance of the ancient mage Mesa is hidden here. However, the Academy has held this secret realm for hundreds of years, yet no one has ever found that so-called inheritance. Explained further, the exit is at the lake on the mountaintop. The foot of the mountain is the most dangerous place, with nightmare-level magical beasts active there. The area near the summit is the safest, with only low-level magical beasts. If we stay near the lake, even if we encounter magical beasts, they will not attack. The mist in the mountain forest is poisonous. Golden Sword swordsmen can endure it for about 10 hours thanks to their physical strength. Mages without corresponding spells can only use mana to hold out. As for Golden Staff mages, they will lose almost all combat ability after about 6 hours. Sarah noticed something unusual moving. Everyone, prepare for battle, something is approaching. Group of people ran over in panic, constantly crying for help. William immediately prepared to protect them. Those are Misa's bugs, they are only troublesome and offer no benefit. We just need to get out of their way. The girl said firmly, it is useless. We have been running for 20 minutes and changed direction 5 times, yet they still keep chasing us from behind. Andrea immediately cast defensive magic, Fat Cat cry out. A violently swirling shield was raised. He sighed, Fat Cat cry out. What kind of magic is that? Sarah mocked them, you spent a full 20 minutes running away, yet you'd not even have the courage to draw your swords. People like you dare call yourselves geniuses. He swung his sword, summoning the bloodborne existence. The great serpent immediately charged straight at the swarm of bugs. In just a few short seconds, the entire group had been wiped out. He was stunned, not expecting his bloodline magic to have increased even a little. Those magic beasts were truly useless beyond belief. The adventurer group breathed a sigh of relief. Sarah mocked them, being saved by your enemy. Do you not feel the least bit ashamed? He snorted coldly, these country bumpkins really were not interesting at all. The other party kept prattling on. What noble would ever truly value an illegitimate child like you? You cannot even inherit a title or territory. If you still have a trace of reason and escort me out, I can grant you a position as an attendant. She was startled with fear when she saw magic beasts surrounding her from every direction. They warily raised their weapons. The magic beasts must have been drawn here by the swarm of insects. Everyone be careful, there is something very abnormal about them. Its foot was unusually large. Giant bear charged fiercely straight toward them. Sarah remained calm and reassured everyone. It is fine, we just need to take them down one by one. Sarah could calmly face monsters thanks to the Cooper family's blood demon sword art, which had inherited the essence of blood demon magic. Because it used magic power instead of physical strength, the blood demon sword's techniques had countless variations, making them difficult for opponents to guard against. Monster turned its own body into scorching stone spikes. Bloodlight Force Shadow. To increase magic capacity through blood demon magic, like a warrior training physical strength, one only needed to keep fighting and defeating enemies. He followed the instructions: control the bloodline, wield the bloodline, absorb the bloodline, then evolve the bloodline. That was the core of blood demon magic. Blood demon mages found it hard to level up quickly because their bodies weakened, but blood demon swordsmen were completely different. Andrea was extremely worried about him. Sarah. No matter how much bloodline magic power there was under the blood demon sword's inherited secret art, it would only make a blood demon swordsman stronger. The only problem was the residue in the bloodline. The malice of the dead toward the living would condense into blood demon illusions, lingering forever within the body. That was the eternal curse, and only a wolf firm enough could suppress it. She had never taken her eyes off Sarah. Sarah, are you still all right? He immediately reassured her. Do not worry, Teacher Creed has already helped deal with it. It is only a high-grade magic beast. How could anything happen to me? Sarah suddenly erupted with a terrifying power from deep within his body. Andrea created a white leaf to protect everyone. Converging star wall. Gloria felt it was like the dragon nest last time, but she thought differently. No, this time feels completely different. It seems to be... She rattled on. What is so good about a barrier? Those who cultivate blood demon magic all go mad in the end. Is that not basic knowledge? Andrea remained determined to save him at any cost. Star spirits, please create a connection for me. Art of Stellar Link. The girl with glasses could not help at all, yet still butted in. Resonating souls with a madman really means you no longer care about your life. She was utterly astonished by the scene that appeared before her here. This was Sarah's soul world. The sword demon could hardly believe his eyes. Tsk. Someone actually dared risk their life to save him. Andrea asked only one thing. What did you do to Sarah? They hurriedly explained. I did not do anything to him. That brat swallowed something he should not have swallowed, something that once harmed even the first-generation Cooper. In truth, the sword demon wanted to use her. Well then, little one, do you want to save him? Let me plant the blood demon seed in your heart first. Andrea did not hesitate at all. I agree to your terms. They laughed loudly because they had achieved their goal. Sure enough, kind people like you are always the most foolish. Only one thought remained in her mind. Sarah, I will definitely save you. At last, Andrea was able to use her power to help him regain his reason. Star spirits, purify him. Flowing light art. She really was too idle, which was why she enjoyed judging others. Using a 7-ring starlight art at such a young age, she truly did not know how to enjoy life. That made Gloria angrily speak up. Noble young lady over there, either come here and help, or stay silent and hide in the back. The girl with glasses immediately flushed with embarrassment and fell silent. The dark magic still shrouded Sarah's body. The sword demon flew to his side and mocked him. Tsk. Saved by that little girl again. You really are useless. Sarah had not fully recovered, so he cursed, get lost. The sword demon remained arrogant. If I had not agreed to help that little girl, I would not have bothered coming to this filthy place. They controlled Sarah's body. I will teach you only once, so remember it carefully. The sword demon's power inside his body was far too terrifying. Distinguish these streams of blood clearly. Look carefully at what caused you to lose control. If that demonic thing enters your bloodline again, I will act against the little girl you care about. Understand? The dark stream of blood gradually dissolved away from the crimson heart. They even said cheerfully, we will meet again soon. Sarah secretly vowed to himself, the next time you meet me you will definitely regret it. He began wielding his power to destroy the monsters. Bloodborne feast. William was also protected by the crimson heart from their fierce attacks. Girl with glasses believed the strange phenomenon behind the mountain was good news. A half-saint level powerhouse has entered the secret realm. The school must have sent teachers to pick us up. Oliver shot out of the lake along with his sword. A single slash from him was enough to knock the entire group of monsters away. Truly a pack of beasts that did not know life from death. Oliver's target was very clear. As long as he brought back that illegitimate child's corpse, he would surely be heavily valued by His Highness Sunru. William was still deep in thought. The Magic Academy had created a tool to locate users of blood magic, so he could easily find that brat and deal with him. Suddenly, someone called him from behind. William, do you know why there is a semi-saint rank? Or did those people call themselves that just to scare others? William saw too many people around Sarah and did not want to cause trouble. Is this the group of students rescued on the road? With people watching, it was truly inconvenient to make a move against that brat. The students of the Imperial Academy cheered in delight. Oliver, you came to take us out, right? Thank you so much, Teacher Oliver. He still believed he was right and even tried to act cool. In any case, he was a beloved teacher. As long as he destroyed the evil one causing chaos in the secret realm, the students would understand his true face and be grateful to their teacher. He immediately sensed something unusual. It was killing intent. Oliver suddenly made his move in front of everyone. Andrea was startled, while Sarah and William had no time to guard themselves. Be careful. He hurriedly withdrew his sword. To fall beneath the sword of someone who had reached the level of a sword saint, that brat should be satisfied. So a semi-saint was a golden sword master capable of unleashing a sword saint level strike. Unexpectedly, Sarah had appeared behind him. As expected of the Academy faction, they always loved doing flashy but hollow things. Oliver immediately counterattacked. You still are not dead. Is this the strange point of blood magic? In that case, I will kill you one more time. Only now do you understand everything. In the past, the blood demon illusion had taught him to use blood magic to sense toxins in the blood. But right now, this thing was definitely not a toxin. He had to keep darting from one direction to another corner to fight Sarah, causing the way his power moved to begin revealing changes. He became even more certain that this was how power operated inside his body. With this kind of sensing, he could see through his techniques and movements. Sarah not only possessed the strength to knock Oliver back, but was also protected by a starlight shield. Fat Meow panted beside him. He raised his sword, wanting to retaliate on Sarah's behalf. Imperial swordsmanship. This time he had run into a truly troublesome opponent. Oliver could not withstand facing two people at the same time. Damn it, Sarah is harder to take down than I thought. William's attacks are also unusually troublesome. It seems I can only use that thing. His strength was absolutely not ordinary either. All of you die. The sword strike cleaving down onto the water had touched the monster below. The maddened magical beast suddenly charged straight toward the group of Imperial Academy students. Meanwhile, he quickly escaped. The students would surely thank their teacher for arranging this practical combat training session. Only then did the students finally see Oliver's true face clearly. Damn it, Oliver wants to get us killed. Impossible, Teacher Oliver is not that kind of person. Just now, he used a magic scroll to escape. He really is a mad dog biting people at random. He hugged his head in fear. I cannot die. I still have to earn money to support my family. I still have to achieve success and fame. I cannot die yet. Tears rolled down his cheeks. I want to fight. The magical beast had absolutely no intention of stopping. He hurriedly turned and urged him. William, use all your strength. We must stop it. Facing the danger before them, Sarah immediately gave an order. Andrea, Isaac, Gloria, protect those useless people. They are witnesses. She suddenly came up with an idea. A wall! Isaac, Gloria also found it very novel. Andrea, your magic seems a little stronger when you do not shout its name. Sarah coordinated smoothly with him. William, give me the quartz. William was a little worried. But what about your trial mission? Sarah still made a decisive decision. If we do not deal with it, the mission will fail anyway. Take me there. Suddenly, he believed even more in his choice. A disaster-class magical beast. If he used that level of technique from the Blood Shadow Sword, the Blood Demon would definitely seize the chance to take over his body. Then what if he relied only on sword moves below silver rank in magic? Sarah and he were still coordinating very smoothly. William, block for me. I need a little more time, Sarah. William's sword temporarily pinned the monster down, but he was quickly sent flying by it. Before his magical power could fully take effect, a loud shout rang out. Sarah, be careful. The strange dragons had completely surrounded Sarah. They growled, each one ferocious, their eyes blazing and their wide-open mouths revealing sharp fangs. Sarah seemed completely unafraid, only frowning slightly as his gaze turned stern, and he prepared to counterattack. William dashed out, raised his sword high, and shouted loudly, Imperial swordsmanship. He did not shrink back in the slightest, charging straight toward the dragon and swinging his sword down while still asking, Sarah, how much longer do you need to absorb all the blood demon crystal? He quickly replied, just a few more seconds. Isaac, Gloria ran over to support them, holding only a sword in her hand. Dissipate, sword waltz. It seemed she had overexerted herself. Her body lost strength, and she fell straight down. Seeing this, Andrea immediately called to the people around them. Isaac, Gloria, someone save her quickly. She fell into a large pool of blood. As soon as Sarah recovered his strength, he charged alone into the group of magical beasts, accompanied by a warning. Magical beasts, your end has come. He rushed down, his hands moving so fast they blurred, slashing down all three in succession with imposing momentum. Blood-flame twin serpent clash. The three lizards cried out in pain one after another. He ended it with a decisive blow, splitting them apart as if cutting sugarcane. He even looked disdainful. So that is all there is to it. The smoke from the battle gradually dispersed, and the academy students had all collapsed on the ground. Only one boy remained, holding a sword larger than his own body as he struggled to stand. William called out, Lewis. The boy seemed not to hear him and continued making accusations. A demon who cultivates blood magic, a villain who betrayed his family, a petty man who murdered his brothers. He shouted from behind, Lewis, you cannot. The boy shouted loudly, Then he stabbed the sword crookedly into the ground. But instead of charging forward, Lewis knelt down with sincerity. Classmate Sarah, without your help, I would already be dead. Please accept my apology and my sincere gratitude, and please forgive my former stupidity and ignorance. Please accept our sincere apology and gratitude. A girl in the group suddenly pointed at the sky and spoke. Everyone look, what is that? In the sky, countless dark insects were rushing toward them. Sarah's eyes dimmed for a moment. He realized that these bloodline attendant insects were definitely hiding some secret. Before leaving, he also reminded Andrea to protect herself and take good care of this group of students. Sure enough, the insects were mainly targeting Sarah. The moment they saw him jump into the water, they immediately rushed after him without the slightest hesitation. So that was how it was. The so-called Mesa insects were actually tools used to harvest vitality. The true purpose was to use the heart inside the magic circle to resurrect the mage Mesa. That mad demonic mage wanted to steal other people's life force to keep living, so it was best for him to just die quietly. He shouted for everyone to go get it. Together with Yan, he threw a powerful punch and sent the whole swarm of insects flying. Outside, the group of students gradually recovered their mana as well. Everyone cried out in excitement that their mana and physical strength had returned. Everyone, look, isn't that the main gate of the secret realm? I never thought we would stumble upon the exit by chance. In another corner, Oliver leaned against a tree trunk and sighed in deep thought. What happened in the secret realm absolutely could not be leaked, otherwise His Highness the Prince's plan to buy off the academy would be affected, and I would have trouble keeping my place here too. He lifted the wine gourd and took a sip, thinking to himself that things really had only gotten worse. The gate of the secret realm had opened, and there was no telling who had survived. This time, he had to go all out and absolutely leave no loose ends. Seeing Sarah step out of the shimmering water, the students immediately cheered. The gate is open. Once it stabilizes completely, we can leave this damned place. Andrea hurried over and asked Sarah, "You are back, you are still all right, aren't you?" He did not look tired at all. Just like everyone else, my physical strength and mana have both recovered. Besides, I also found these two things at the bottom of the lake. Looking at the beautiful blue crystal vial, she examined it closely and said, "This vial carries the scent of the toxins from those mutated beasts earlier. It is probably used to hold poison. This kind of crystal vial is very rare. When we return, I will ask my teacher to inspect it." He nodded in agreement. "All right, then I will trouble you with it." Williams picked up the core and evaluated it. Judging by its size, this is probably a disaster-grade mana crystal left behind by that first-year dragon. Unfortunately, the mana crystals from earlier have all been used up, and we cannot stay long in this toxic area. Sarah, I am afraid your mission... Before he could finish speaking, Lewis cut in from behind. "These are the mana crystals I collected before. Take them and complete your hunting mission." When the people behind saw this, they hurriedly followed suit. "Take our shares too, thank you, Sarah." Everyone felt more relieved, because Sarah had finally been accepted by them all. Just as everyone was happily preparing to return, a strange voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Why did you all not obediently die in the secret realm?" Sarah faintly sensed that something was wrong. "This is bad." The figure behind carried a terrifying red glow and threatened coldly, "All of you go die." Isaac, Gloria, and Andrea rushed over anxiously. "Sarah, are you all right?" "Sarah, I am here to help you." He spread his wings and calmly said to the bloodline attendant Oliver, "I have already seen your death." He refused to let it go and still charged forward madly. "You damned poisoner, hurry up and get down to hell." He did not back down either and answered coldly, "The one about to die is you." Oliver unleashed his authority. His golden wings continuously launched waves of attacks toward him. During the battle, the crystal vial on Sarah suddenly fell to the ground. George immediately jumped in between the two of them and shouted loudly, "All of you stop right now." He turned and scolded Oliver, "Do you know what you are doing?" The headmaster had already been furious at his recklessness, and could only curse inwardly that this was a brainless fool who disregarded the rules. As long as the second prince's mission was completed, the lives of a few students were nothing. Oliver strained his neck and retorted, "I am pursuing the villain who poisoned everyone and caused chaos in the secret realm." The students panicked. "What poisoning? I will not be poisoned too, will I? Dean George has evidence, doesn't he?" He immediately replied, "Of course I do." After that, he took out a glittering magic scroll and explained, "This is a scroll personally created by the headmaster. It can identify the scent of poison. If the poisoner is among the people here, it will definitely find them." The crystal vial lying beside them immediately gave off a dazzling light. The students began to grow suspicious. Was it really Sarah who poisoned everyone? But he just saved us. Perhaps he used a forbidden drug to complete the mission, then seized the chance to save everyone in order to turn his reputation around. Could there really be someone this shameless in the world? Having achieved his goal, he secretly felt pleased. A bunch of fools who are so easy to deceive. Your fate in this life is only to be pawns. He stood before Sarah and pretended to be tolerant as he asked, "Do you still have anything to say now?" He answered with contempt, "The more you speak, the more you reveal your trashy nature." But if you want me to obediently let myself be captured, then keep dreaming. Headmaster George's eyes reddened with rage as he rushed over and grabbed him by the throat. He realized in panic that he was unbelievably fast. Could this be the true power of the holy sword? Damn it, after being restrained by him, I cannot exert any strength, and I cannot even control my mana. He put on an act of understanding the rules and dragged out an absurd school regulation to threaten him. According to Article 3667 of the school, anyone who attacks a teacher without reason may be executed directly by the instructor. Creed's direct disciple, accept your punishment. Just as the sword was about to slash down, he was blocked by an invisible force, his entire body frozen stiff in place. At this moment, the dean had appeared and spoken, warning, "Wait, George, it is not time yet." Seeing the dean arrive, he immediately held out the crystal vial and tried to defend himself. "Headmaster, please look. This is the magic scroll you handed to me, and it detected this object on Sarah." The dean used an advanced appraisal spell to observe it and realized that this was a royal secret poison, specifically used against Crimson Blood Demon mages. Chris really only knows how to cause trouble for me. But he did not let the matter end so quickly, and only said indifferently, "This proves nothing yet. First put them into prison, then investigate slowly afterward." With a single wave of his hand, both Sarah and Oliver were bound. He breathed a sigh of relief. It would be best to lock everyone up first. Otherwise, that boy might continue to become a target for those who wanted to strike. George was still unwilling to accept it, but the dean cut him off at once. "Enough, we can study anything else after we return. Do not let the children look at us like a joke anymore." The students started whispering among themselves again. So Sarah really is the poisoner. Of course, Oliver used the headmaster's scroll to find it, but Teacher Creed denied it, and the headmaster did not deal with Sarah on the spot either. I think Sarah was framed by Oliver because in the secret realm, we saw with our own eyes that he did not care whether everyone lived or died. The scene shifted to the academy prison, where Creed was applying medicine to Sarah. This is a secret poison of the royal family, used against blood demon mages. According to my investigation, this poison came from the second prince, Sanru. He immediately growled, "I will absolutely not let him off. I will kill." Before he could finish speaking, he had already stepped outside and laughed. "Truly a child. Stay here and think it over. Enemies in this world can never be killed off completely." What a fool. Sir's mission is to protect the members of the royal family, yet you said right in front of him that you wanted to kill his highness. Oliver gritted his teeth through the pain and continued listening to him speak. "I truly did not expect that even now, you would still insist on being loyal to your master, while he does not value your life at all." He lowered his head and answered, "Being able to devote myself to his highness is my honor. Becoming the shadow of the Cooper family is the greatest honor of my life. I will be loyal until death." Seeing Oliver waver, Sarah asked, "Have you never thought about whether it was worth it? Are your talent and effort only meant to satisfy that perfect wish? Actually, you are unwilling too, aren't you? Treated as a sacrifice, someone who can be discarded at any time." He seemed to agree, but still remained silent. Sarah continued asking, "Do you have nothing else to care about? What about your family? If you are willing to confess everything that happened in the secret realm to Cambus, I promise to help you break free from the second prince's control." The moment he heard the second prince mentioned, he immediately flew into a rage. "Shut up, scum, do not dream of turning me into someone who betrays his lord like you, a traitor to your family." He shrugged, "Is that so? I want to see how the master you are loyal to will treat you." Outside, the voice of another soldier suddenly rang out as he conveyed an order. "Oliver, his highness has arranged a duel between you and Sarah in the beast arena. This is your final chance." That man threw Oliver a pitch-black vial. "This precious vine of life vial will grant you your final glory." As soon as he received it, he gritted his teeth with determination. "I will carry out his highness's orders to the death." The person outside immediately praised him. "It is good that you understand. His highness has accepted your loyalty. But after using the vine of life, you will surely die. What use is glory from death?" Oliver recalled everything he had done for the royal family. He had devoted his entire life to the clan, but in the end he was only a sacrifice. Sarah's words echoed in his mind again. "Is glory truly that important? Is it worth trading your life for?" At this moment, Sarah had already arrived at the Empire's Beast Arena. The referee immediately announced the opening. "All right, prepare to begin." Right after that, excited cheers resounded throughout the stands. The referee announced the rules. Tonight's match will follow the most ancient rules. The two warriors must fight while being attacked by magical beasts. Whether they kill the opponent or join forces to bring down the magical beasts, the brave one who remains standing until the end will receive cheers and a reward from the second prince. The magical beasts have awakened. The duel below officially begins. Oliver made the first move and said coldly, "I have seen through your blood demon sword art. As long as the attack range is wide enough, your trick of turning into blood will be useless." But immediately after, he was knocked far away, leaving even him stunned. How could this be? Sarah smiled faintly. "Do you know how strong an S-rank swordsman who started training with the sword at 54 can be?" He darted toward the magical beast and launched an attack. Sarah thought to himself, just as my body has recovered, then let me try Creed's inherited sword art, soundless sword dance. He said excitedly, I have regained all my strength, you are no longer my opponent. Outside, the second prince grew suspicious because Oliver still had not used the drug, so he ordered a servant, hurry and call Gray here. Gray, Oliver's mother and also the second prince's cook, was standing beside him with her head lowered in fear. Seeing his mother, Oliver was instantly distracted. Mother, if I fail, what will His Highness do to her? After a moment of hesitation, he finally brought the vial to his mouth and drank it. I absolutely cannot fail. Sure enough, the drug immediately took effect, and his body seemed to be infused with new strength, becoming far stronger than before. He immediately charged at Sarah. For my mother, I can only hope you die. When their eyes met, Oliver said softly, please help me take my mother away from the second prince. In return, I will help you deal with the Hell Vine. Sarah was surprised. What are you planning to do? Before he could answer, Oliver had already leaped back. Only if I die can my mother survive tonight. On the other side, Sarah continued wiping out the magical beasts. Oliver kept roaring, begging that person to strike decisively. Killing Blaze Whirlwind Sword go die. After a violent tremor, everything suddenly sank into silence. Only Gray, Oliver's mother, was left crying out, Oliver, my son, where is my son? The second prince mocked, trash is truly trash. He could not even handle such a small matter. Oliver was pierced through by the magical beast's tentacles, and thought to himself, I hope my death soothes His Highness's anger. I hope Sarah takes this as my apology and saves my mother. The Hell Vine core glowed, stabbing straight into Oliver's heart. He said in a trembling voice, Sarah, I beg you, please make sure to save my mother. Sarah looked at him and asked, is this why you worked for Sanru? Satisfaction showed clearly on his face. If you die, I will not be able to help you save anyone. The sword quickly pierced through Oliver, accompanied by a reminder, take care of your own family and live to repay your debt to me. Bloodline control, rebirth. Oliver collapsed beneath his sword. Sarah let out a breath of relief. The Hellvine bloodline can neutralize the drug side effects. For now, recover quietly, then wait for Teacher Creed to come save you. The second prince sat on his throne, feigning regret. I did not expect this magic to be so powerful, able to take down both a disaster beast and a half-saint swordsman at the same time. Sanru laughed smugly as the victor of the arena. You may ask me for a reward. Do you want treasure, or do you want me to pardon your crime? Sarah pointed at Gray. I want her. He asked back, a servant. What do you like about that woman? Or do you want to take revenge on Oliver through his family? She was grabbed by the hair, her whole body trembling. Sanru said with interest, sure enough, I was not mistaken. You truly are a natural-born genius at practicing magic. He looked at Sarah, his voice firm. Greed, bloodlust, killing intent, and hatred have sunk deep into your bones. Become my subordinate, become the new blade in my hand. Sarah was not shaken at all by those meaningless words and only asked, Your Highness, do you treat your subordinates so unpredictably? Oliver was controlled by you, and the moment he was lost, his family immediately lost their support. He stood up, faced Oliver, and pretended to look sorrowful. I deeply regret Oliver's death. Sarah was not afraid at all, instead challenging him. What if I do not want to follow your highness? He immediately threatened, the blood demon has never been accepted by the world. Only someone who holds supreme power can protect you. Become my sword, otherwise you will be expelled from the academy for plotting trouble in the secret realm. Subordinate behind him charged forward. If you still dare refuse His Highness's grace, you sinner, face my sword. Sarah reacted swiftly, dodging before immediately counterattacking. The subordinates rushed forward together. There is an assassin, protect His Highness. Oliver appeared among the crowd at that moment. Seeing her son still alive, burst into tears. My child, you are still alive. Sanru cursed angrily. Oliver, you are not dead, you weak traitor. You deserve to go to hell. Sarah held twin swords, fighting Sanru's subordinates alone, and shouted, the one who should go to hell is you. Bloodlight skimming shadow. Sarah placed his sword before his neck. Looking at the second prince's pale face, he said with contempt, now your power is useless. The second prince turned to Creed for help. Creed, you really are strange. As the captain of the royal guards present here, why do you not execute the assassin who attacked a member of the royal family? Could it be that you also want to become a traitor? Creed did not answer, only turning around and taking down the subordinate beside him as a warning. He leisurely wiped his sword. My loyalty belongs only to the king. Creed took out 3 vials of medicine and explained, these are the royal family's secret drugs, found in Mesa Forest and on Oliver. As captain of the guards, I must investigate their origin. Luckily, Sarah saved Angela in time, otherwise I would have been manipulated by Sanru just like Oliver. Sanru calculated anxiously, if Creed keeps investigating, once the truth is exposed, I may be confined by His Majesty. The freshman exchange is about to begin. If my elder brother intervenes, the grand plan will be delayed. Sanru withdrew that expression, crossed his arms, and looked at the 3 vials. They were originally given by me to Moran, but I do not know why they appeared on Oliver. Creed asked. Your Highness means that everything was done on Moran and Oliver's own initiative and has nothing to do with you. His wicked nature was fully revealed. That is right. I will certainly teach Moran a lesson, and I will also give you and Sword St. Creed an explanation. Go bring Moran here. Sarah had seen through his intentions. This man was clearly behind everything, but because he was a prince, there were always people to act in his place. If I harm him directly, Teacher Creed will get into trouble, so I must deal with Moran first, then cripple one of his arms. Moran Sawat hurriedly pushed the door open and stepped in. Your Highness, were you looking for me? A snake-like magical beast immediately lunged at him, as if trying to finish him off. Very quickly, one of Irene's shields blocked right in front of him, accompanied by a deep, cold voice filled with anger. According to the noble laws of the Moran Empire, with the status of a baron, even if Sarah truly met with disaster, he would only need to apologize to the Cooper family and compensate them with gold. He pointed toward Sarah, but Sarah is still not dead. Then Baron Moran has not violated imperial law, correct? Your Highness Sanru, because the family failed to discipline him properly, a wild beast like this was allowed to offend you. Please accept Cooper's apology. After showing respect to the second prince, he turned and mocked Sarah. Long time no see, maggot. Are you ready to enter the cage? Creed propped his hands on his hips and patted Sarah on the shoulder. Your reaction today surprised me quite a bit. That uneducated Cooper bastard kept insulting you in front of so many people. Even I felt uncomfortable hearing it, yet you were not angry at all. He sighed. What good would getting angry do? This is not my first time dealing with him. But Irene once swore that as long as he was still alive, the only thing damaged would be the Cooper family's reputation. Adam Cooper certainly would not let Irene rush alone into certain death. I am afraid the Cooper family head and his wife have also come here. After all, the second prince is overseeing the freshman exchange to recruit talent, so he must have invited all 7 legacy families. The Cooper family members kept framing him, then charged over with swords raised, cursing him as an evildoer who spread poison and caused chaos. He cannot let Lord Creed be deceived. Let me expose his hypocritical face. Sarah glanced at them. No need to bark so loudly. Dogs that do not bark are the most dangerous kind when they bite. At this freshman exchange assembly, there are still many excellent S-rank contestants better than you waiting for me to defeat. I have no time to stand here making noise with you. Each sentence was like a heavy blow, forcing the Cooper family members back. Creed stood beside him in admiration. Haha, good. It seems this kid has grown up and learned some sense. After handling the matter, the two sat leaning beneath the shade of a tree. Creed said he had arranged for him to meet Cambus at the Imperial Academy training field. The dean had already been waiting, and as soon as he saw Sarah, he told him to use his strongest move to attack him. Sarah hesitated. Dean, I am afraid this is not very appropriate. He burst out laughing, truly a young man who respects the old and cares for the young. Sarah was somewhat surprised by the situation before him. Is this chantless summoning magic? He quickly blocked the dean's counterattack. Luckily, blood demon magic held it off. Otherwise, this force would be no different from a full-powered sword strike. That was Amber's S-rank training golem. That old man even brought along a support monster. Hee, though I am already old, I still have enough strength to deal with a gold sword grandmaster. Sarah answered solemnly, then reverence is no better than obedience. Dean, please enlighten me further. Agile movement combined with legacy swordsmanship. 4th skill Starwind Blood Rain. Trap the monster inside a ring of fire. The dean commented, not bad, the attack power is quite high, but the effect is still too flashy. It would be better if concentrated on a single point. When he found the weakness, he immediately unleashed the decisive strike. Blood Flame. He stood nearby, still watching intently. Is this burning his own vital blood to increase damage? Mad cart / truly chaotic. The blood demon puppet will seize this chance to rebel and devour its master. Den's Kaanba suddenly merged into the sea of fire Sarah had created, then frenziedly provoked him. Haha, wonderful, keep going. The dean reminded him from outside, blood demons feed on flesh and blood. Sarah's burning vital blood will make it even stronger. The dean merely stood there watching the two struggle. It turned and threatened him, old man, let me out, and I will deal with all of you. Creed was worried about him, so he hurriedly stopped it. Dean, we cannot continue. Sarah is about to be unable to hold on. The monster roared, its neck still tightly pulled by a chain. The old dean beside it merely waved his hand. What is there to fear? I am here. To protect Sarah, we must first temporarily imprison it. The dean continued thoughtfully, Sarah Cooper, before this, when you concentrated your strength to control the demon puppet, you would not be able to use blood demon magic. He shouted in frustration. The freshman exchange assembly is about to begin. I cannot avoid using my strongest moves. Creed understood his abilities well, so he suggested, that is why you must master it as soon as possible. I will give you special training. Kaambus nodded and added, you have relied too much on blood demon swordsmanship. If you cannot control it, the consequences will be very serious. The monster realized Sarah had wavered because of those words, so it began probing him. Legions led by the 1st and 2nd Coopers were once invincible, but they all vanished overnight. Sarah suddenly thought that he seemed to have read this somewhere before. Then he came to a sudden realization, could it have been because blood demon swordsmanship lost control? No wonder Imperial history never recorded this part. The dean turned his back and left him with one sentence. Only by mastering blood demon swordsmanship can you protect your friends in the academy. Creed felt more at ease and said happily, I understand, Dean. Thank you. Come, Sarah, we do not have much time left. Creed looked outside with a thoughtful expression. The fewer people who know about this kind of secret training, the better. He glanced toward the door just as a black crow hurriedly flew out. The sight of Sarah taking off his outer clothes and revealing his firm body made even those who saw it feel embarrassed. It truly was a rarely seen, striking figure. Creed leaned against the tree trunk and sneered. In a great forest, every kind of bird can be found. The Imperial Academy is about to become lively. In the night sky, a bird kept circling before spiraling straight down toward the ground. That was Luna Forrester, the S-rank genius of the Forrester family. She was beautiful, intelligent, and landed with extraordinary grace. Her face clearly showed resentment. That drunken cat uncle definitely did it on purpose. Truly hateful. The second prince has always emphasized that Sarah must not be allowed to use blood demon swordsmanship. That is no different from cutting off one of his own arms. The host's voice rang across the vast stands. The Imperial Academy's annual Freshman Exchange Assembly officially began. This was a rare event in St. Golden City. The stands were packed, a place where the audience could witness the distinctive bearing of the freshmen. Morin Sawat stood in the host position, holding the microphone and calling out loudly while welcoming the Grand Dukes and distinguished family heads. On the highest stand, the noble judges had already taken their seats. Morin Sawat excitedly introduced the second prince, the representatives of the respected ducal families, and the outstanding talents of the Imperial Academy, all gathered to witness the talent and potential of the freshmen. He pointed toward Sanru and continued, this grand event is personally directed by the second Prince Sanru. The winner will not only receive priority guidance from the Academy, but also a reward from the second prince, namely one wish granted. Sarah stood in the crowd, resting his chin on his hand as he looked at Sanru on the distant stand. He thought to himself, the second prince looks far too calm. This wish comes at just the right time. If I win, the Cooper family will probably decline even faster. Immediately after that, Morin began explaining the rules. This exchange assembly consists of a preliminary round and group matches, and 8 qualified students will enter the qualifier. Contestants will fight one-on-one in the arena until a winner is decided. According to the old rules, the first 8 students to cut off a Hydra head will pass the preliminary round and advance to the arena. That giant serpent with countless heads was the immortal demonic beast Hydra. When the opening cry rang out, the match began, and all the participants immediately rushed toward the demonic beast in excitement. Only 1 minute later, Hydra's first head was pierced through by a stream of purple magic and then severed, making Morin cry out in surprise. So fast, the first head has already been cut down. This does not seem to be a kind of magic commonly seen in the Academy. Who is this person? Sure enough, the one who neatly dealt with Hydra's first head was a wild girl. The fairy magic just now had been fired from the crossbow in her hand. Sarah Loop observed from a corner and silently assessed her. So young, yet already skilled in both magical arrows and transforming into a crow, her talent must have reached S rank. The newcomer from the Forest Sound family truly is gifted. He sighed inwardly. This freshman exchange assembly is indeed full of hidden figures. The wild girl from earlier, Luna, immediately transformed into a crow. She shot forward like lightning toward the Hydra head that had just fallen. At that very moment, a large axe attached to an iron chain was suddenly thrown over, just before the girl in crow form flew close to the Hydra head. The axe was one step faster, slamming into that head and leaving Luna stunned. Who dares steal the spoils of the Forest family? That bold fellow laughed in delight. Ha ha. Thanks for the qualification, little crow sister. The iron chain was immediately pulled back. The flaxen-haired youth, the owner of the axe, Thoradin, quickly caught the Hydra head and shouted loudly. Luna, in crow form, flew into a rage, furiously beating her wings and creating sharp spiritual arrows that shot straight toward him. While the situation was stretched tight as a bowstring, Sarah hid in the corner and quietly commented, interesting, let us see which is stronger, the Forest family, king of the Greenwoods, or the Delac family, king of storms. Yet before the countless spiritual arrows dense as rain, Thoradin still stood motionless, tightly holding the Hydra head. He even said with contempt, all flash and no substance. A weak attack like this wants to break my defense. He hugged the Hydra head and ran off, not forgetting to provoke her. Then be careful you do not choke on it. Sarah sighed inwardly. No wonder the Delac family is famous for their abnormal defense. At the same time, the announcement rang out. The first person, Thoradin, has advanced and gained qualification to enter the arena. The announcement made the remaining people cry out in astonishment. So powerful. He seized a qualification that quickly. This guy seemed even more dangerous than the young dragon he had once met in the secret realm. Fortunately, there was a restriction suppressing him, otherwise he would be very difficult to deal with. At that moment, a large axe covered in deep green spiritual energy was hurled upward, startling Hydra's head. Then an arrogant voice rang out, "That was just a sneak attack, watch me." Green spiritual energy flared around a girl with fiery red hair. Isaac Gloria lightly swung her scythe, severed one Hydra head, and said heroically, "Do not let those northern barbarians look down on us Imperial soldiers." Sarah thought in surprise, "She is indeed from the Isaac II family, the king's right arm in my previous life." Those words made William surge with fighting spirit as he charged forward and shouted, "Advance. This is the home ground of our Imperial Academy, everyone, charge together." He loudly reminded everyone, "Hydra is enraged, defend yourselves immediately." Just as Hydra closed in on Andrea from behind, a voice suddenly rang out, "Andrea, be careful. Step back right now." It was Sarah's voice. At last he joined the battle, powerfully swinging his sword. A blazing red sword aura like fire burst out, easily taking down the Hydra head behind Andrea. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at the Hydra head on the ground and blurted out, "Sarah is amazing." He severed the magical beast's head with sword aura alone. Meanwhile, Sarah calmly calculated, "Hydra's strength has been suppressed very low. It seems the Academy does not want casualties in the preliminary round." At that moment, William lifted a Hydra head and cheerfully showed it off. "Sarah, I cut one down too." Sarah smiled, thinking with satisfaction, "Very good. As long as I cut down one more head, the whole group will smoothly obtain qualification." Sarah looked at a Hydra head that had been firmly pinned to the ground by iron chains and a formation. Before his eyes, one head still remained intact, while the others had already been cut off, making him rest his chin on his hand in thought. It was rare to encounter a Hydra whose power had been suppressed to this extent. Besides the head, he wanted to take something else as well. Once he decided, he shot like the wind toward the demonic beast and shouted loudly, "Andrea, Isaac, Gloria, William, you all go out first. I want to use it for a bit of practice." They did not object, only reminded him worriedly, "All right, then be careful." After almost everyone had left, Sarah began his own performance. He nimbly dodged the attacks, closing in on Hydra while silently calculating. Though he could currently only use blood magic, fortunately, his physical strength had increased enough to withstand Hydra's attacks. At that moment, the demonic beast opened its mouth, condensing a purple magic sphere to counterattack. But before it could finish, he sprang up, grabbed its head, and thought of Hydra's fire magic attack. "You should taste it yourself." Immediately after that, he twisted the second head aside as fast as lightning. Because of that, the magic attack shot straight into its own remaining head. At this moment, Sarah landed on the ground, his mind turning rapidly. Hydra's super speed regeneration had been broken by its own strongest attack. He did not hesitate at all, immediately charging toward Hydra. Sarah knew clearly that when all 8 heads were severed, the energy of the central head would be consumed at once to regenerate the others. He infused fire magic into his sword. Fast as lightning, he cut off the remaining head beside it. Sarah was certain that Hydra had now fallen into an extremely weakened state. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands, leaped high into the air, and aimed straight at Hydra's central head. Every step had been carefully calculated. This was the moment. As long as he used this sword to strike Hydra, he could use the blood magic Creed had taught him to fuse with and obtain Hydra's super speed regeneration talent. But just as Sarah's flaming sword was about to fall, an unexpected change occurred. A towering column of water suddenly shot up from the lake surface, blocking that sword strike from touching the demonic beast. While he froze, countless strands of black hair shot over and tightly bound Sarah's limbs. Along with them came a smug laugh. "Sarah, you are as stupid as ever." Irene controlled the strands of hair, wrapping them around one Hydra head. He stuffed his hands into his pockets and arrogantly humiliated Sarah. "Daring to challenge the hardest head only made you struggle, and might even cost you your final qualification to pass the round." Irene curled his lips into an arrogant smile, his voice full of provocation. "Why not kneel down and beg me? Perhaps I will give you a qualification slot." Though black hair was wrapped tightly around his entire body, Sarah did not tremble in fear at all, and even curled his lips into a mocking smile. "Make me kneel and beg, your skin really is thick." Irene was not surprised by that attitude at all, and instead asked with interest, "Since you do not care about your qualifications, your friends do not matter either, right?" Those were his friends, William. Isaac, Gloria, and Andrea had originally thought they had escaped safely. But at this moment, they were bound tightly by the black hair of Lisa, who was hiding underwater, then yanked high into the air. Sarah was startled and alarmed, immediately swinging his sword to cut through the locks of hair restraining him, then shouting angrily, "Irene." At that exact moment, the iron chains around Hydra's middle head suddenly shattered as well. In that instant, Hydra had already regenerated countless heads, along with mouths full of sharp fangs. It suddenly rose from the water right behind him. Sarah pointed Blood Drinker forward, his rage still blazing fiercely. "Do you want to seek your own death?" Sanru crossed his legs and rested his chin on his hand as he sat on his chair watching the fight, commenting excitedly, "Oh, Hydra's seal has been broken. Does that illegitimate child of the Cooper family really want to die? Looking at these toys before me, I only hope the more of them fall, the happier it will be." Amid the countless demon beast heads, Irene still stood motionless before the furious Sarah rushing toward him, speaking leisurely. "Sarah, today I will repay every humiliation you have ever caused me with your own blood." He suddenly roared. Lisa attacked. Lisa, hidden underwater, immediately controlled the pitch-black locks of hair to shoot upward as swiftly as if they had received an order. Sarah easily cut through the long strands of hair, but Irene smugly declared, "What I brought here is the Santa family's best biting dog." Looking at Lisa, whose dense black hair radiated terrifying demonic energy, he thought with a grave expression, "Lisa uses black magic to weaken and drain vitality. The longer I fight her, the more I will be worn down." Because Irene interfered, Hydra's main head had not been cut down in time, so it now completely broken free of the seal. No one knew what Sarah was thinking, but he suddenly charged toward one of Hydra's heads and drove his sword hard into the middle of it. Hydra immediately went berserk, and every head spewed purple flames at the same time, exactly as he had calculated. "Since that is the case, bear the consequences yourselves and taste the terror of Hydra." Yet Lisa quickly blocked Irene, raising both hands high to chant an incantation. Irene curled his lips in a sneer. "Fool, do you think cutting Lisa's hair can stop her?" After finishing the incantation, Lisa suddenly floated into the air. Her long hair spread outward, stretching in every direction. She seemed to have transformed into an entirely new state. Gloomy black magic quickly covered the entire arena. Immediately afterward, Lisa landed on the ground and summoned 4 ferocious black hyenas. Made Silent secretly astonished as well. Swallowing Hydra's flames and transforming them is indeed rather interesting, only it is a pity that he sprang high into the air and swung out a blazing sword aura, knocking several black hyenas toward Hydra. Sarah calculated carefully. After provoking Hydra and borrowing its strength, this action was no different from provoking it again, and Hydra would definitely counterattack. Hydra had just broken free of the seal, while Sarah's time to erupt with battle power was limited, so Irene had to be dealt with quickly. Once he decided, he immediately seized this precious opportunity and charged straight toward Irene, startling him. At that moment, Lisa sharply noticed it and hurriedly controlled the black hyenas to rush forward and attack, while shouting a warning, "Young Master Irene, be careful." But Sarah only did a few light sword strokes to easily tear the black hyenas apart. He followed through by swinging his sword at Irene, his contemptuous voice ringing out, "You think you can stop me from killing him with things that have only swallowed half their fill." Unexpectedly, Irene used his old magic, mobile damage, causing Sarah's terrifying attack that had been aimed at him to pierce straight through Lisa instead. She collapsed heavily to the ground, and because of that, William was freed as well. He hurriedly shouted, "Sarah, do you need me to support your retreat?" Lisa convulsed on the ground, her body trembling as she wailed. Sarah answered at once, "No need, leave the arena as soon as possible, and take her with you while you are at it." William loudly replied that he would, then swiftly clamped Lisa Cupneck under his arm and ran off. Even though she went mad and bit into his forearm, he only grimaced and cried out, "That really hurts." After that, a series of announcements rang out. 3rd place, Gloria Isaac, advanced and qualified to enter the arena. 4th place, Andrea, advanced and qualified to enter the arena. 5th place, Nameless Knight, advanced and qualified to enter the arena. As soon as he left the arena, William put Lisa, who was biting tightly onto his arm, down on the ground and reminded her loudly, "Calm down. Can you not see Sarah did not want to kill you?" At the same time, an announcement rang out. 6th place, William, advanced and qualified to enter the arena. Placed a hand on Lisa's head and gently explained, "If you stay inside, he will not be able to settle his grudge with Irene." William suddenly asked, "For a piece of trash like that, do you really need to risk your life to this extent?" Those words made Lisa suddenly come to her senses, and her cheeks flushed unconsciously. Her eyes at this moment, William appeared with a handsome face and a sincere smile. Light seemed to radiate from him. William comforted her gently. "When we grow up and become stronger, we will be able to protect ourselves better." After saying that, he sat down beside Lisa. "I sincerely congratulate you. This is a qualification you won by your own strength. I hope that on the next battlefield, we can fight openly and decide the victor." Immediately afterward, an announcement rang out. 7th place, Lisa, advanced and qualified to enter the arena. At the same time inside the arena, Irene was struggling to dodge Hydra's attacks while angrily cursing. "Damn it, this dog actually dared betray her master." Sarah faced Hydra's heads while asking coldly, "Now that no one is protecting you anymore, Irene, are you ready to meet your end?" Irene was truly reckless to the point of blindness. He leisurely tossed the Hydra head in his hand upward and spoke loudly, "You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you have no chance today. I will be the last one to advance, while you are only fit to come Hydra's bait." Hearing that, Sarah immediately slashed out. With just a single sword stroke, several of Hydra's secondary heads were instantly severed. He spoke calmly, "Is that so? I truly cannot behead Hydra this easily. Fortunately, you helped me drain most of its strength." Silent immediately leaped high, pouring all his strength into driving Blooddrinker down into the center of Hydra's main head, then continued speaking calmly. Thanks to that, I can complete the final ritual while Hydra is extremely weakened. Hydra collapsed to the ground, its blood spilling everywhere. At the same time, the crimson magic array beneath his feet suddenly appeared and shone with dazzling light. Sarah stood at the center of the array and slowly revealed. Creed once said that ancient books recorded an old blood demon magic ritual. It was when one's own blurred with the blood of a magic beast, thereby creating a kind of resonant magic. The system also displayed a notification. S-rank ability received, super speed regeneration, able to quickly heal injuries and reduce the effects of pain. Sarah raised the demon beast's heart and continued explaining. At this moment, a human can synchronize their bloodline with a magic beast to an extremely high degree. Not only can they control its actions, they can also receive its talents and special skills. As soon as he finished speaking, before Irene could react, one of his arms had been severed, making Irene's face turn deathly pale. He dropped to his knees, clutching his injured arm, and roared in agony, "How dare you cripple my arm again?" The moment the arm fell to the ground, it instantly turned into white bone. Sarah said coldly, "Unfortunately, this time you no longer have the chance to regenerate your arm." Because he already possessed Hydra's A-rank corrosion ability, which could instantly devour the target's vitality. He pointed at the ground and asked coldly, as the master of the Shadow Oath, "Have you never personally tasted what it feels like to be a shadow?" Hearing this, Irene's face turned ashen, and he was so furious that veins stood out on his skin. He roared in madness, "So that is how it is. No wonder you managed to live until now. Do you think this kind of revenge is useful? My pain will be repaid by countless shadows with their lives." Faced with those ridiculous words, Sarah calmly explained, "It seems you truly do not understand the Shadow Oath. When a shadow takes damage in place of its master, that pain does not pass to the next generation of shadows. After gaining Hydra's regeneration talent, an attack of this level cannot harm me, and I do not feel pain either. That feeling, you can experience it for me." He raised the cold, sharp sword. Together with the words just now, it made Irene truly panic, and he shouted, "No. Sarah, you are insane, you really are a madman." As each sharp sword stroke swept past, Irene could no longer keep up his tough words and could only beg in agony, "Sarah, spare me, killing me is fine too, but please end it quickly." Sarah ignored Irene's pleas, picked up Hydra's head, then turned and left. He still declared coldly, "I will not let you die easily. I want you to keep living through a filthy life filled with pain. A terrible pain that would descend at some unknown moment," he silently said in his heart, "just like my previous life." When Sarah raised Hydra's head high, a clear announcement also echoed everywhere. "8th place, Sarah has advanced, officially qualified to enter the battlefield." Thoradin stood on the viewing platform and looked down, unable to help praising him. What a huge head. This is Hydra's main head, which has never been cut off before. This person is truly very strong. He curled his lips into an excited smile and arrogantly issued a challenge. As the first promoted member of the Dillon family, he also possessed terrifying defense and the secret art of controlling the inheritance flow. At the same time, Sarah also raised his head to look at Thoradin. The two seemed to share the same thought and spoke in unison. "I very much look forward to fighting you." Just as they wished, the host's voice rang out. "The one-on-one match will be held tomorrow, and the opening match will be Thoradin against Sarah." Sarah pondered as he recalled the already arranged match schedule, which included his match with Thoradin tomorrow. Meeting an opponent as strong as him in the very first match, the second prince's intentions toward him were far too obvious. On the arena, Sarah had just turned his head when he saw Thoradin holding a two-handed axe and leaping forward to attack, but he was not afraid at all. Perfect timing. If I want to seize the final victory, I will have to face him sooner or later. Thoradin brought his axe down with imposing force and roared, "Brat, take one axe from me." Sarah nimbly dodged to the side, causing the axe blade to split the arena floor. He analyzed inwardly, great strength, fast speed too. I cannot clash head-on. Thoradin did not stop and continued rushing forward like the wind, chopping his axe toward him. The attacks came in a relentless storm, but Sarah was no ordinary person either, and he deftly slipped aside to avoid them all. He leaped far away and widened the distance from Thoradin, making him roar in frustration. "You do not dare face me directly and only know how to jump around like a loach." Unexpectedly, Sarah directly stepped onto Thoradin's axe. His weight made Thoradin tremble, yet he still could not lift the axe. Sarah leisurely removed the ring glowing with purple magic from his hand, then replied, "Who said I do not dare fight directly? The Drenk family has been famous since ancient times as warriors of the sea, and true men do not only know how to dodge and attack from afar with weapons, right?" Those words instantly provoked Thoradin into anger. He clenched his fist and jumped up, intending to throw a punch while roaring, "Say that again." Sarah did not dodge and directly caught his fist with his hand. The immense impact shattered the earth and stones behind him, but he still smiled leisurely. When a true man has great strength, his other things are not small either. Thoradin was in so much pain that he flung his hand about, his face twisted as he cried out, "What a treacherous trick. You want to provoke me and then take the chance to attack? No way." He immediately threw both axes high into the air, letting them spin in midair. When the two axes returned to Thoradin's hands, the deep purple magic around him also surged violently like a tide. Sarah calculated cautiously. He did not expect Thoradin's defense to be this strong. Even stacked thorns and corrosion could not cause any significant injury. Thoradin once again leaped up fiercely and declared arrogantly, "Were you not very arrogant just now? I will make you pay for the words you said." Sarah replied calmly, "Is that so? Then I will play with you to the end." Thoradin roared, "Go die," then brought his axe down close to his face. Sarah smiled again and called softly, "Blood magic resonance, stand still." With only 1 millimeter left, both Thoradin's body and his axe froze in midair. He shouted in panic, "Damn it, what did you do?" Beneath Thoradin's axe blade, Sarah smiled cheerfully and mocked him. "All is fair in war, little brat. When battle intent erupts, you still have to keep your reason. Otherwise, a cunning hedgehog like me will find every opportunity to establish a blood connection with you." After speaking, he swung his sword and slashed out a wave of magic, sending Thoradin's weapon flying far away. Said loudly, "Obediently accept it." Along with the twin axes, their master Thoradin was also blasted away and fell face first onto the ground in a wretched state. But right at that moment, he hurriedly called out loudly. Though gray-white streams of magic immediately appeared in the sky. A giant white dragon quickly flew out from the magic circle. It was the A-rank stellar art bloodline Phasa, capable of using the two magical attributes of wind and ice. At the same time, Sarah quickly analyzed in his mind. Phasa is famous for speed and freezing ability, and it does not seem very suited to Thoradin's hot-tempered personality. From afar, Phasa immediately spat out a pillar of ice. Thoradin seized that chance and quickly mounted its back, saying arrogantly, "You actually forced me to summon though. Unfortunately, your luck also ends here." Seeing this, Creed frowned and said, "The Academy rules state that summoned spirit beasts may not participate in the arena. This is truly too unfair to Sarah." Hearing this, Morin immediately stuck his head out to defend him. Rules are rules, but Thoradin is a dragon knight, so he has the right to an exemption. If he is not convinced, Sarah can summon one too. Sanru was satisfied and quietly clapped at that crafty defense. Back in the arena, Thoradin controlled Phasa to spit out a stream of icy spiritual energy and shouted arrogantly, "Let us see how you hide now." Huge pillars of ice surrounded Sarah in the middle. His expression tightened as he forced himself to think calmly. "If I keep being worn down like this, it will be very disadvantageous. I have to find a chance to close in on the opponent." Right then, Thoradin's eyes shone brightly, and he raised the axe in his hand high, declaring arrogantly, "Today I will show you the strongest strike of a dragon knight." Sanru sat in the host's seat and praised him. Thoradin is indeed the most talented dragon knight of the Dylan family. Thoradin's father immediately stuck his head out to flatter him. "Thank you for your praise, second prince. Thoradin is the son I am most proud of. He is the only person in the Dylan family in the past 100 years who could form a contract with the Dragon Clan, using Phasa to connect heaven and earth and borrow the power of lightning." Phasa spat out a pillar of icy spiritual energy mixed with electric arcs, rushing straight down toward the arena floor and cracking the ground apart. Thoradin's father proudly asserted, "He will lead the Delink family and the Dragon Clan toward an incomparably glorious future." Thoradin spoke arrogantly, "To fall beneath such a powerful lightning strike can also be considered your honor." But beyond his expectations, Sarah not only had not fallen, but also had a black demonic dragon coiled around him in protection. It was the S-rank skill magic immunity, capable of resisting and absorbing all natural magic such as ice, fire, and lightning. Sarah said coldly, "Do not be so quick to feel pleased." The audience immediately burst into heated discussion. Why has another dragon appeared? Could Sarah also be a dragon knight? Thoradin's father and Thoradin himself both cried out in shock at the same time. That is a demonic dragon. Could it be the legendary demonic dragon that has gone extinct? He stood with his hands on his hips and smiled, thinking to himself that only a natural disaster could help the demon dragon upgrade its ability. In his previous life, Irene had once possessed the demon dragon, but had been unable to evolve it. The Thunder Flame evolved demon dragon was a rare SS grade breed, able to use the three attributes of wind, lightning, and fire at the same time. The demon dragon had gained the lightning attribute by chance, so it seemed that its future growth potential would be astonishing beyond measure. Sarah ordered, "Go on, show me your new ability." The demon dragon immediately spat out a stream of ice lightning spiritual energy, shooting straight toward Thoradin and knocking him sprawling as he cried out in panic, "Impossible, this cannot happen." The demon dragon stomped heavily on the ground. Sarah instantly appeared right in front of Thoradin. The demon dragon possessed the S-grade skill Thunder Flash, allowing it to borrow the power of lightning to teleport over a short distance. He spoke Thoradin, the winner of this duel. Sarah swung his sword, and the demon dragon also opened its mouth to condense a magic sphere. He declared decisively, "Can only be me." The electric current was reflected back at Thoradin intact, blasting him until his entire body was charred black. Sarah calmly reminded him, "Referee, you may announce the result now." He rode the demon dragon and looked down at the cheering audience, suddenly asking himself in his heart, so this is what it feels like to stand beneath the sunlight, the glory that a shadow was never worthy of having. Just then, Thoradin's father suddenly leaped down from the stands onto the arena floor. His face darkened as he roared angrily in accusation, "You are the thief who stole the Dillon family's treasure." He reached out toward the unconscious Thoradin, causing the two axes to quickly fly straight into his hands. Borrowing that powerful flying momentum, he poured his strength into striking the pair of axes, sending them shooting into the air and straight toward Sarah on the dragon's back. Thoradin's father roared in resentment, "Hurry and return the demon dragon to me." However, before they could even touch him, the axes were knocked flying by one claw of the demon dragon. Sarah raised his face, his gloomy aura and sharp cold gaze clearly visible, as he asked coldly in return, "Your demon dragon." He sat leisurely on the dragon's back and ordered the demon dragon to charge fiercely at him. He did not forget to throw a mocking line at Thoradin's father, "Shameless old man. Today I will let you see clearly how cruel reality is." In this world where there were only spirit weapons and magic, the demon dragon cavalry was the strongest combat force, almost impossible to defeat. Afterward, in order to balance the power among the great families, the old king destroyed every demon dragon in a single battle. The only remaining demon dragon egg was sealed in Kryto City, while the key was split in two, with the Cooper family and Isaac to each holding one half. Thoradin's father sat collapsed on the ground, looking at Sarah riding the dragon as he shouted, "The demon dragon guard has not been destroyed yet. Wonderful. What a pity it recognized a cunning person as its master." He believed dragons were absolutely loyal creatures, and once they recognized a master, they would never betray them. Forcing it to give up would only make it destroy itself. Thoradin's father angrily questioned him, "Rotten brat, where did you get this demon dragon? Does it have any other siblings?" In his heart, he secretly calculated that if the Dillon family could obtain a demon dragon, they would surely stand at the head of the 7 reincarnated families. Sarah answered coldly, "It is the last demon dragon left in the world. The other demon dragon eggs were all ordered to be destroyed." Hearing this, Thoradin's father froze and asked who was it who gave the order. He walked closer and gently beckoned to him. He leaned close to his ear and said in a low voice, "Who would not want to see the Durenk family return to its most glorious era? Sometimes what you receive in exchange for submission may not necessarily be protection." As if realizing something, he said, "The second prince. Then why would that man?" Sarah slowly explained, "Only a dragon that has lost all its wings and claws is easiest to control, right?" At the same time, he landed beside William and said, "William, your opponent is the Forest family of the Forest Invader bloodline. Their specialty is setting traps in the surrounding environment and tracking scents with extreme effectiveness. Therefore, you must quickly close the distance and unleash your strongest move. End it with a swift battle, otherwise you will fall into a passive position." Luna immediately jumped down into the arena with him. William raised his sword and advanced to attack, unleashing the Imperial Sword Art impact, then shouted, "Luna, take this." Luna nimbly responded with sharp, icy arrows. This surprised Sarah, and he observed carefully before commenting, "I did not expect Luna to defend so quickly." William's strike is very powerful, but it was easily predicted by his opponent. At this moment, the best method was to use Luna's attack to break free from the vines, then seize the instant she paused after her move to close in and counterattack. William continued with another move, the Imperial Sword Art Violent Key. Sarah was slightly disappointed. William chose to confront it head-on again. Even though the erupting energy could break the vines, still, before he could think any further, William immediately followed up with the Imperial Sword Art Swallow counter. William attacked continuously with the Imperial Sword Art's Rushing Wind and Piercing Strike. Watching that fighting style, Sarah concluded that he was exhausting too much stamina. Luna, however, was extremely agile, easily dodging William's attacks while continuing to shoot arrows. He used Imperial Sword Arts to block them. Sarah realized that if William could not bring down his opponent with this move, the situation afterward would become very dangerous. William raised his sword and slashed down, creating a radiant streak of light like a bridge spanning the sky. Seeing this, Sarah had already completely guessed the result. William had lost. After the attack ended, there was only empty ground before him. Where did she go? Luna appeared behind William, placed her sword against his neck, and said coldly, "I have now experienced the Imperial Sword Arts, and it seems they amount to only this much." William froze. "When did you appear? Why cannot move?" Something was unusual. His entire body was covered by pink flames, while Luna prepared to deliver the finishing blow. Sarah sensed that something was wrong. William's condition was not right. Was it because he had consumed too much in the previous match? No. It was the effect of a hallucinogenic plant. It turned out that from the very beginning, Luna had planted Amanita muscaria seeds in the thorns of the small plants. Amanita muscaria was a mushroom with an extremely powerful hallucinogenic effect, producing spores that sent anyone affected into delirium. Once the vines were destroyed, the Amanita muscaria would immediately grow wildly. By William's final strike, a large amount of spores had been absorbed by him along with the explosive airflow, causing him to fall into an illusion. William braced his sword against the ground and said firmly, "So this is Luna's hidden trump card. Then let me take back William's share in this confrontation." Luna knocked him out of the arena with a single strike. The result was announced. William is out of bounds. Luna Forest wins. Sarah ran over anxiously. "Who are you? What do you want to do to William?" William was helped up by the ghost accompanying him. In his daze, he mumbled for William to save him. Sarah was puzzled. When did the relationship between those two become so good? Did Lisa really save William faster than me? How strange. If she already saved him, why did she still have to hide so far away? Andrea treated William while scolding angrily. That young lady Luna was far too ruthless. There is a very strange hallucinogenic energy inside William's body, and I cannot wake him up. Sarah turned to look at Lisa. "I have a way, but I need your help. Can you use dark magic to create a small electric shock for William? He needs to wake up as soon as possible." A moment later, William woke up. Everyone cried out joyfully, "Wonderful, William is awake." They quietly reminded him, "It is lucky Lisa was here. You should hurry and thank her." He turned to look at Lisa and said softly, "Thank you, Lisa." Those words of thanks made her blush at once. She hurriedly ran away, and Sarah immediately teased, "Oh my, why did she run off as soon as she saw you?" Andrea suddenly said, "When Lisa's magic and mine entered William's body, I accidentally saw Lisa's memories. Back then she could not protect Alan, and now she saved William. I fear the Poison Master will punish her." There is no need to worry. Lisa still has her next match in the arena. That mistress is not insane enough to act right now. Just as Andrea had worried, Lisa was scolded by her master, Harry Cooper, truly useless. Unable to protect your master, yet you still dared show off on the stage. She kept tormenting her, even cursing that she was not even as good as a dog. Lisa as a child looked up with wide, round eyes full of shock. The Sana family was famous for dark magic, and every year they gathered beggar children from everywhere and sent them into the family's dark hall. The little girl led her yellow dog and followed Harry Cooper together with the other children. After that, the little girl had to witness her dog being tortured on a cross. The Sana family's dark magic came from extreme pain and despair. The Sana family kept breaking through the children's final psychological defenses, destroying their humanity step by step. Some children went mad and rushed into chaos, attacking one another. Lisa used her Medusa hair to deal with the other children. Only those who survived in despair could be branded with the Sana family name and become terrifying tools. At this moment, Lisa was tied up and kneeling on the ground, her body covered in wounds. Harry Cooper's anger had not yet faded as she cursed, "As a loyal dog of the Sana family, have you forgotten how much effort the family spent raising you?" She held a weapon like iron chains and shouted through clenched teeth, "Your body, soul, and everything you have must be ready to be offered to your master at any time." One end of the weapon stabbed into Lisa's shoulder. Harry Cooper said coldly, "If you cannot protect your master, then this arm should be discarded as well." Lisa raised her clear eyes and looked up, saying weakly, "I was the one who neglected my duty and failed to protect young Master Irene." Then she knelt flat on the ground and admitted her fault. "Please punish me, Master." Suddenly, a sword-carrying red energy shot over, accompanied by a shout, "Stop." Perseus' sword swept past Harry Cooper's hand, making her drop the weapon before it stabbed straight into the wall behind her. Sarah rushed in. So angry he ground his teeth. Beside him, Andrea covered her mouth in panic. "Madam, this is the Imperial Academy. She is not someone you can casually bully." Sarah raised her hand high, revealing the skull ring. "Sarah, I had not found a chance to act against you, yet I did not expect you to come to me yourself." After that, she clenched her hand and pointed the ring on her ring finger forward. At the same time, green curse marks appeared on Lisa's neck and chest. Harry Cooper roared, "You will be like that dog, forever chained by dark magic, living worse than death, only able to kneel at my feet and beg." Sarah sneered, releasing a mocking, killing intent. "It seems young Master Irene has not told you. The shadow oath the Cooper family planted in me once had a small problem, so now Irene has become my shadow." Hearing this, Harry Cooper roared in fury, "Despicable bastard, how dare you do that to him? You deserve to die." Sarah paid it no mind and only looked at Lisa on the ground before reminding her, "You had better pray that I live long, otherwise poor Alan will have to bear every pain for me." Then he stepped forward, braced one leg, crouched down, and gently lifted Lisa's head. Harry Cooper said contemptuously, "What now? Do you think you can betray the family and take this dog away out of mercy?" She suddenly grabbed Lisa's hair, forced her to lift her head, and laughed coldly. "Look carefully. She will never escape the Sana family in her life. Not everyone is stupid enough to raise an ungrateful wolf like you." Lisa murmured beside them, "Please punish me, Master. Please punish me, Master." At the same time, Harry Cooper raised her hand and condensed a sharp weapon carrying red energy. Behind her appeared a red demon with sharp hands, saying in a cold voice, "You have never cared about other people's lives." Then she continued, "Sarah, do not be impulsive. If you dare attack a noble, the second prince will seize the chance to strip you of your commoner qualification." Suddenly, Andrea stood behind Sarah and swung her staff, sending golden energy into the green spell on Lisa's neck, saying angrily, "I saw Lisa's memories. As long as her warmest memory is awakened, she can break free from the control of dark dark magic. A moment later, Sarah saw Lisa open her eyes and hurriedly asked, "Lisa, can you hear me?" He reminded her that there was still a match. As long as she won, she could stay at the Imperial Academy. The image of William smiling appeared. Lisa said hazily, "I will have a chance to fight him openly and fairly. Then decide the winner." Her eyes gradually focused, and Lisa murmured, "The match." After that, she gripped the magic array on her neck tightly, trembling as she heard the voice beside her ear, "As long as you escape this prison today, from that moment on, you will be completely free." Beside her, Cooper angrily used the skull ring to release more green energy, roaring, "Delusional thing. How dare you even think of escaping the chains? I will make your soul hurt so much that you will not dare talk back at all." But at this moment, Lisa also released emerald energy and resisted her magic by herself, saying firmly, "I cannot die here." After that, Lisa stood up, spread her arms and legs, her hair transformed into Medusa, and she shouted loudly, using her hair to knock Cooper far away. She staggered toward the door and said, "I promised him I cannot lose my life here." Lisa walked forward in a daze with her head lowered, weakly murmuring, "I cannot die." Suddenly, she rushed into William's arms. He closed his eyes with emotion. "Wonderful, my life-saving benefactor, young lady. Luckily, you are all right." At the same time, someone asked in confusion, "William, why are you here? Is the headmaster not treating you?" Meanwhile, Cooper knelt on the floor, looking at the shattered skull ring and saying angrily, "Do not get proud too soon. Even if Lisa escapes the dark magic restriction, she is still private property of the Sana family. No one can take it away." Dean and Oliver stood right at the door and spoke. "Lisa is the winner of the competition, not the private property of any family." Hearing this, the headmaster frowned and denied it. "Unfortunately, when the freshman exchange assembly ends, the academy will no longer be able to protect her." These words enraged the dean, who released killing intent and asked, "Then what if this child becomes my student? Will the Sana family offend me for the sake of you, Madam Cooper, a woman already married out of the family?" Having gained nothing more, Cooper angrily turned and left. Sarah then thanked the dean for stepping forward to help. He replied politely, "This is what William earnestly begged of me. As a teacher sometimes should also so satisfy a student's wish." Sarah thought to himself, "It seems William managed to persuade the dean, and it looks like he truly cares about Lisa." After that, a voice rang out, "William, I will leave Lisa in your care." At this moment, he was holding Lisa while Andrea used healing magic, and he wondered, "Why me? This is too inconvenient. Why not Andrea?" The other person immediately reminded him, "Shh, be careful not to wake her again." At the same time, Lisa blushed deeply and shyly buried her head in William's chest. A moment later, Sarah came to Oliver's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "You worked hard. Being able to save Lisa so smoothly today was thanks to you telling me the location of this secret basement." Oliver lowered his head, thought of the competition rankings, and reported another matter. "Sarah, before Ambus was invited here by me, the Sana family representative Lisa forfeited, and Morin also announced that Miss Andrea will advance automatically." After that, Oliver propped up his chin and thought about Isaac Gloria's mysterious opponent, recalling the scene of her raising her weapon and kneeling before her opponent. In another group, Isaac Gloria faced an unknown knight. Finally, Oliver said that unknown knight quickly overwhelmed Isaac Gloria without suffering any injury, and even used techniques that even an experienced teacher like me could not understand. Suddenly he shouted, "Now it is your turn to enter the arena. If you do not make it in time, the second prince will directly revoke your qualification." Elsewhere, Morin held a microphone and solemnly announced that he would count down 3 seconds. If Sarah did not go onto the stage, he would be considered to have surrendered. Then that man began counting. 3, 2. Suddenly, an emerald bolt of lightning struck the microphone in Morin's hand, making him break out in a panicked sweat. On this side, Sarah stood on the back of a demon dragon with lightning still flashing in its mouth, arms crossed as he mocked. "Morin, you really are impatient. Miss Luna, we may begin now." He spread his arms, controlling the dragon to lower its head and fly down. Luna immediately raised her weapon and shouted loudly, "Then take this." She released a magical arrow shining with brilliant blue light. On this side, Demon Dragon opened its mouth and struck straight at Luna with a roar of thunder fire. Sarah shouted, "I will end this quickly and give you no chance to use that old trick again. Forgive my rudeness." Luna fell to the floor, blushing as she covered the part of her clothes torn by Demon Dragon's flames, stammering as she cursed, "Damn it, but that move is really cool." At the same time, Morin loudly announced, "Luna has fallen from the arena, Sarah wins." Sarah stroked the dragon's head and heard the announcement that because Demon Dragon's thunderfire was too overwhelming, contracted beasts would be banned from the arena. After that, Morin looked at the match bracket and announced that the next match would be Andrea against the Nameless Knight. Sarah leisurely walked while blowing the blood flute, heading toward Andrea, who was listening to Cassidon's reminder. "Andrea, your opponent has extremely troublesome defenses. Even Isaac Gloria could not injure him, so do not hold back." Seeing Sarah approach, Cassidon turned away in displeasure and scolded him. Andrea had no choice but to smooth things over, while Sarah only reminded her to stay safe. He looked at the masked man holding a great blade and heard Andrea reply, "Thank you, Sarah. I will go first then." Sarah wondered inwardly, who is this person? In my previous life, I never heard of someone like him. After that, Andrea simultaneously summoned blue lightning and red flames, shouting loudly, "Take this, Ice Crystal Mimi, Thunder Toto, Rumbling Stone." Sidon broke into a sweat, narrowing his eyes as he exclaimed, "I never expected Andrea to use 3 types of high-level offensive magic at the same time." At that very moment, all 3 streams of energy charged toward the nameless knight together. Yet they only passed through a thin membrane and vanished before touching him. Leonard Richards frowned, "Your attacks are useless against me." Sarah thought inwardly, if all elemental magic is being devoured, then... Suddenly he slammed his blade hard into the floor, creating a small explosion before explaining, "The balance of power will return an equivalent backlash." Suddenly, someone shouted a warning, "Andrea, be careful, he is about to unleash a major move." Leonard pointed his blade at the sky, creating a giant tornado aimed at Andrea. Sarah immediately shouted for her to retreat, realizing it was wind magic. Sarah caught Andrea and landed on the ground, staring intently ahead as he evaluated inwardly. This person's strength is above every other contestant. Morin announced that Andrea had been swept out of the arena, and the Nameless Knight had won. The final match will be Sarah against the Nameless Knight. The winner will become the new chief student of the Imperial Capital Academy, followed by both commoner and noble students throughout the course. Morin emphasized, "Will the future leader be Sarah, the one abandoned by his family?" George Brandon and the others immediately whispered in mockery. Morin continued, "Or will it be the mysterious knight who once suppressed his opponent with a single move?" Leonard gave a soft snort as he heard the audience cheering. As for Sarah, he only stared straight ahead, showing no opinion at all. Finally, Morin shouted loudly, "The current match officially begins." Sarah and Leonard stood facing each other, releasing 2 opposing streams of red and golden energy. He said, "You are the strongest opponent I have ever faced." Crimson flames erupted around Sarah, clashing against Leonard's blue tornado. He was determined to break through that man's disguised armor. Hearing this, Leonard mocked him. "Small beings always dream of overturning the heavens. Talking more is useless, fight." Sarah slashed out a crimson sword arc and wondered inwardly, "Is this the thing that swallowed Andrea's attack? It looks more like a weapon that stores energy." Leonard stood still and watched him attack the barrier, then praised, "You can make it reveal itself." "How interesting." Leonard suddenly radiated a strange golden energy, reinforcing the barrier so Sarah's sword only left a few small marks. Leonard raised the great blade before him, his eyes flashing red as he said coldly, "Stop struggling, you cannot break my absolute defense." The tornado immediately enveloped Sarah. Leonard smiled faintly, "The scales will punish you for that very arrogance." But Sarah only smiled, his gaze sharp and cold, then raised a finger and beckoned slightly in provocation. At the same time, the red drops of blood floating around him shattered Leonard's tornado. Sarah laughed, "Do you truly think you are some lofty judge? Look closely, my hot blood will not be swept away by the wind. There is no such thing as absolute defense. As long as it relies on matter, there will certainly be a blind spot or a fatal weakness." He stomped on the floor, making the red liquid boil. It was blood lava, a domain that greatly increased the combat power of blood demon swordsmen. The drops of blood flew toward one point as if they had life. Sarah said, "Others cannot break through the defense because their attacks are not powerful enough." Then each drop of blood shot into Leonard's barrier. He continued, "Or their attacks are not dense enough." Sarah swung his sword and thrust into the golden barrier, provoking him. "I want to see how much more blood demon magic you can devour." A moment later, the barrier began to crack. Leonard laughed excitedly. "You really are a battle-crazed madman. You are qualified to be my opponent." He waved his hand, creating blue and golden magic like a stormy sea, then said, "Come then, let us fight a fair and open battle." Sarah's eyes glowed crimson, and he laughed mockingly, "Fair and open. Do not look down on blood demon swordsmen who live in the shadows." When Leonard pulled his sword from the ground, the blood rays around him shattered, splashing onto his body and blade. Leonard stood inside the golden protective sphere and exclaimed in shock, "This is..." A pool of red magma suddenly appeared inside the sphere. He found it hard to believe. When did that man set up blood demon magic underneath? All of a sudden, Sarah charged forward with his sword, shattering Leonard's golden protective barrier. "Arrogant knight, let me see what true face is hidden beneath your mask." Leonard grasped Sarah's blade and slowly said, "You are the first person to bring a sword this close to my neck." After that, he manifested a pair of white wings and said, "Victory and defeat are not decided yet. Do not celebrate too soon." The wings turned into shields surrounding his body, combining with an extremely powerful wind force to form a stable defense that was almost absolute. Sarah immediately retreated, holding his sword horizontally to block Leonard's wind force as he thought inwardly. "So they are angel wings? This man is not simple." Leonard flew up with angel wings, which both enhanced his strength and physical speed while accumulating sword energy in the wind. Once the energy was fully accumulated, it would erupt. Sarah sighed in admiration. "So this is your true strength. What a pity." After that, he condensed a pair of blood wings himself, flew up to attack Leonard and provoked him. "Then I will not give you any chance to catch your breath." but he only used his sword lightly to block Sarah's slash and said coldly, "Arrogant brat, it is time you learned a few rules." Immediately after that, he knocked Sarah's sword away and shouted loudly, "Come again." On this side, he also laughed and answered, "Bring it on if you have the guts." After that, the two of them bearing opposing red and golden wings, rushed into battle. Leonard laughed with excitement. "This feels amazing." Watching from the side, Creed frowned in doubt. "That weapon and those moves, do they not belong to the person I taught back then? But why has he appeared here?" In the arena below, Sarah had just flown up when he swung his sword toward Leonard, the force of the collision cracking the earth and stone beneath his feet. On the second prince's side, Morin stepped forward and whispered a few words, making him laugh in delight. "I did not expect him to dare charge here. Morin, it is time to use the group we secretly trained. Today, this nameless knight must die." Meanwhile, Leonard held his sword with both hands and pointed it straight ahead, saying in shock, "Your sword form is actually not inferior to mine, and even grows stronger after every exchange. What exactly is the reason?" Flying high above and looking down, Sarah explained, "Did you think blood magic was only a trap to confine you?" His wings immediately turned into dark red tentacles that stabbed into the ground. That was extreme speed regeneration. Sarah's blood energy would form a domain, linking with him at all times, sensing every movement on the arena and continuously supplying energy. Hearing this, Leonard spread his wings, condensed blades from golden energy, and sighed in admiration. "So that is how it is. Then I only need to drain your blood energy." The storm sword could absorb sword energy within the whirlwind, turning it into countless sword shadows to launch long-range attacks. On this side, Sarah raised his hand, weaving a blood net in midair from his fingers, and said mockingly, "I already told you, do not underestimate the power of a blood demon swordsman." And Leonard raised his hand and controlled hundreds of swords to rush toward Sarah. A giant blood monster suddenly appeared, baring its dark red fangs as it looked down. Instead of feeling afraid, Leonard laughed with great interest. "Go ahead, let us see who is stronger in this battle between light and darkness." Then the swords pierced through the blood monster's body and continued striking straight toward Sarah behind it. Leonard did not forget to mock him. "Even now, are you still planning to be fooled so easily to your death?" Hearing that, Sarah frowned but still smiled faintly. At the same time, the blood monster exploded, sending splashes of blood down onto Leonard and startling him. Sarah shouted, "The one being lured in is you." Immediately after that, the blood turned into a cage that enveloped Leonard. He cursed angrily, "Cunning, how dare you use blood energy to bind me?" Sarah controlled the blood to turn into ropes, tightly winding around Leonard's wings, then said, "It is useless. Blood energy is a living thing. The easier it is to lure, the tighter it binds." Sarah thought to himself, "Let me see how many trump cards you still have." Suddenly, Leonard took out a gray bone arm. It was the hand of the undead, originally a weapon of the Santa family. It naturally countered all living type skills, an S-rank black magic artifact, and a famous treasure of the Empire. Immediately, it unleashed Death Withering, a move that could drain the target's life force and turn them into a dried corpse. Leonard clicked his tongue. "I did not expect you to force me to take out this weapon." When the blood energy above was frozen into a layer of black earth, Leonard stepped out, walked towards Sarah, and said, "If we only judge by strength, you have already won this match." But Sarah broke out in sweat, frowning with worry. "No, he is clearly taking the initiative to show goodwill to me. But why do I sense an aura even more dangerous?" All of a sudden, a hidden weapon shot straight toward the arena. The black-cloaked figure launched a weapon shrouded in dark energy, making someone cry out in panic, "Be careful." On this side, Sarah immediately used the blood cord to wrap around Leonard, pulling him away from the attack by a hair's breadth. He thought to himself, "Such a large ambush right here at the Imperial Academy. The one behind this is definitely no ordinary person." At that exact moment, the mask on Leonard's face fell off. Realizing Leonard was the crown prince, the first prince of the imperial family, Sarah was secretly shocked. So it was him. He remembered hearing in his previous life that the first prince was deeply respected by soldiers and had once led forces to suppress rebellions in all directions, but unfortunately died young. Looking at the black-cloaked men who had suddenly appeared, Sarah abruptly understood. Perhaps in his previous life, he had died because he was repeatedly assassinated by the nobles. Morin immediately shouted, "Assassins, hurry and capture them." Everyone prioritized protecting His Highness the Second Prince. At the same time, Leonard calmly raised his undead hand, which radiated blue-black energy, toward the black-cloaked men and said coldly, "These lingering ghosts again." Right before their eyes, they instantly turned into earth and stone, shattering in midair. Leonard sneered. Once they scent their prey, they bite down and refuse to let go. After that, he continued activating the treasury-type angel wings, connecting to the Imperial Treasury to exchange fame for weapons and return them at any time. In only a moment, dozens of sharp weapons appeared above Leonard's head, all rushing forward at his command. Leonard shouted, "Rebels who dare to assassinate members of the Imperial family must all pay the price." On Sarah's side, he also summoned the demonic dragon. It opened its mouth and hurled lightning down at the people below, sending dust and smoke billowing everywhere. He thought, if I can stop this assassination, I can build a relationship with the first prince. From now on, I won't have to worry about the second prince using his power to bully me anymore. Sarah waved his hand and cast a spell, causing the black cloaked men to collapse until only white bones remained. He thought to himself after being reborn, I still haven't had the chance to truly make a move. Today, I will show you how terrifying Sarah of the previous life was. After that, he created a half-body covered in blazing red energy, while the other side radiated blue lightning. His eyes burned with fury as he gritted his teeth and said, Tula appears, blood will dye the entire battlefield. Sarah widened his eyes and ordered coldly deal with them. On the other side, Leonard was no less filled with killing intent as he decisively called out, eliminate them. Sarah and Leonard stood back to back, while the black-cloaked assassins surrounded them from every direction. Suddenly, Leonard hovered high in the air, holding a staff with an orb radiating purple light. Looking down at the assassins sprawled across the ground, he said coldly, the glow of fireflies dares to compete with the moon and stars. He used Eternal Stars, the magic staff of the first family head, capable of unleashing magic powerful enough to destroy the stars. Meanwhile, Sarah controlled the demonic dragon to release thunder and lightning, shouting loudly, I will show you the power of the Thunderfire Dragon. Suddenly, 3 enemies tried to launch a sneak attack from behind, but Sarah immediately released a red blood cord and knocked them away. He mocked, such despicable assassination methods truly suit a rabble like you. On the other side, Leonard drew out a scythe covered in purple energy, cut down 2 enemies, then shouted, you will pay with your lives for the crime of treason. It was the blood-prisoned scythe of the first family head Isaac, capable of wide-range attacks that ignored defense. Suddenly an arrow came whistling through the air, shot straight toward Leonard's back. Immediately after, blood and flesh splashed into the air, accompanied by a cry of pain. Leonard was unharmed, because Sarah had used blood magic to create a shield just before the arrow reached him. He frowned and reminded him, be careful of dangers from behind. Sarah clenched his fists in anger, while Leonard spoke, thank you for the warning. Then let us end all of this quickly. At the same time, one enemy was enveloped by an emerald green stream of energy, then quickly turned into a white skeleton. Finally, Sarah stood facing Leonard. Around the 2 of them, the figures of the assassins had completely vanished. On the second prince's side, he held a knife and cut the arm maintaining the golden magic circle, thinking to himself, Leonard, today you must die. Sacrificial alchemy used vast amounts of blood and flesh as a medium to refine creations with power great enough to shake heaven and earth. At the same time, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared beneath the arena, making Sarah and Leonard immediately take defensive stances in suspicion. Immediately after, the corpses that had already been dealt with suddenly began smoking and flew upward. On the other side, Leonard's weapons also gradually disappeared. Treasury-type angel wings had limitations. If the user's magical power was insufficient, all functions would be cancelled. Suddenly, some kind of liquid splashed straight onto Leonard's face. Sarah explained, this is a drug that can control the angel wings. It seems the one behind this understands that ability very well. Leonard covered his face, inwardly cursing, damn it, my entire body has lost all strength, without noticing a monster crawling up behind him. In the hazy smoke, the demonic dragon circled above. Sarah was completely unharmed, holding a sword as he spoke. If I had not appeared today, the first prince would probably have been assassinated just like in my previous life. What a pity. Hydra possessed an extremely rapid regeneration ability, continuously restoring blood and flesh and becoming almost immune to all kinds of toxins. After that, the demonic dragon spat out a fiercely yang thunderfire strong enough to disperse the poisonous mist magic. Suddenly, a sandworm with a mysterious shell immune to magic and specialized in eating blood and flesh raised its head and attacked the 2 of them. Sarah immediately shouted, be careful. He pushed Leonard away just as the sandworm rushed in, thinking to himself its shell is immune to magic. Now the first prince is weakened from being poisoned. I absolutely cannot let it get close. Sarah immediately shouted, demonic dragon thunderflame, then ordered the demonic dragon to dive down. At once, the demonic dragon used its claws to attack the sandworm. Dragon Stomp relied on the immense weight of the demonic dragon to create the strongest physical strike. Sarah analyzed the sandworm's shell is immune to magic, so I have to find a way to send magical attacks directly into its body. Next, the demonic dragon opened its mouth and blasted lightning into the sandworm's head. The breath of the demonic dragon was condensed, temporarily unleashing its strongest magic. Sarah praised it, well done. Following Sarah's wave of his hand, the demonic dragon also beat its wings in a powerful sweep, sending the sandworm flying. Seeing the sandworm fall right in front of him, Sanru shouted in fear, Sarah, you dare openly attack a member of the imperial family. Supported by Sarah, Leonard came over and spoke, Sarah only saved me. As for you, my dear younger brother, you were in charge of this competition, so why did such a large-scale attack occur? Sanru immediately raised his bleeding arm and defended himself. That's right, this assassination was extremely dangerous. Even I, someone under strict protection, was affected. Rest assured, I will investigate this to the end and will not spare the one behind it. A moment later, Leonard sat in the main seat and announced, "Today this was thanks to Sarah. According to Imperial family law, one who saves the life of an Imperial family member may be exceptionally granted noble status." After that, he glanced at Sanru and said, "Then grant Sarah the title of Viscount, and have him assist the second prince in investigating the mastermind behind the assassination." These words stunned Sarah, while Sanru still smiled calmly. Sarah stepped on the motionless monster and thought to himself, the connection between the sandworm and Sanru, the one who commands alchemy, is truly surprising. After that, he bowed his head before Leonard and said respectfully, "Many thanks to the first prince for your grace. In addition, as the winner of the freshman exchange competition, it is time for the second prince to fulfill his promise." He asked coldly and unhappily, "Within the scope of my ability, what do you want?" He secretly cursed, "Damn it, I originally intended to use the reward as bait to recruit the winner, but I never expected Leonard to interfere and win Sarah over first." On this side, Sarah requested with a serious expression, "I want to take the silver bone marsh of the Cooper family as my Viscount fief." Hearing this, Cooper Leon frowned in displeasure and cursed, "Sarah, you truly are a greedy and shameless hyena." The scale of a fief directly symbolized power and status, and it was also one of the most important things for a family. But Leonard immediately spoke up in his defense, "I believe Sarah is entirely worthy." "What is it, second prince? Are you planning to go back on your word? After all, this fief is indeed no small matter." Then he glanced at Sarah standing beside him and said, "If handing Silverbone Swamp to Sarah is inconvenient, I will consider giving you the Mojendric range on the outskirts of the imperial capital." Hearing this, Sanru thought of those purple crystals and muttered, "Everyone knows that place has a black gold vein. I spent so much effort before the king promised to grant it to me. Controlling the black gold mine is no different from holding half of the empire's magical resources. It absolutely cannot be allowed to fall into someone else's hands." In the mine, workers were extracting purple crystals. Black gold possessed extremely powerful magical properties, and was an essential material for high-grade magic tools, making it immensely precious. So-called black gold was graphite. Someone frowned at the broken shard of black gold on the table. Items crafted from black gold were rather fragile and could not be repaired. Even as extravagant consumables, they were still fiercely sought after by nobles, and regarded as symbols of status. At this moment, the arena was still veiled in a faint haze carrying the smell of gunpowder. Leonard looked at Sanru, who was trembling with rage, and said, "My dear younger brother, have you decided yet? Hand Silverbone Swamp to Sarah, or Wood Abyss Ridge?" Forced into a dead end, Sanru had no other choice, and could only grit his teeth as he replied, "On behalf of the Cooper family, I will hand Silverbone Swamp to Sarah." Hearing this, Leon widened his eyes, and a cold aura erupted from him. "You truly dare to trade the Cooper family's property for short-term gain?" Facing the pressure from him, Sarah remained calm as he thought of the strongest shadow from his previous life. Back then, the Cooper family had once rewarded him with Silverbone Swamp. After that, he remembered the gray crystal and thought to himself, in the future, a new type of mithril ore will be discovered in Silverbone Swamp. It was a source of materials even more precious than black gold, so the Cooper family once again tried to reclaim Silverbone Swamp for the clan. Leon erupted with blue energy, suppressing Sarah's orange glow as he said, "Every inch of the Cooper family's land was bought with blood. Unless you can withstand me for 15 minutes without falling, the Cooper family will not easily hand Silverbone Swamp to a traitor." Sarah immediately accepted. "This time I must obtain Silverbone Swamp, because it belonged to me from the start." Suddenly the phantom of a blue giant appeared. That was the wraith of the giant ridge, fusing the power of a great mountain into the sword. When swung, its weight was no different from that of a mountain. Leon swung his sword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy as he said, "Before making bold claims, you should first understand your own strength." On this side, Sarah raised his sword to block and said, "I swear upon my soul to the words I have spoken, and the choice I have made. Blood flame will burn the blood within his body, breaking through his own limits to create the strongest layer of defense." Then he opened his eyes wide and said firmly that he would definitely do it. Those words made Leon freeze, reminding him of the image of his younger self once saying something similar, "I will definitely lead the family to reclaim its lost glory." Then he smiled and said, "Do you think you can stop me with only that life-draining magic?" Leon and the wraith of the giant ridge mocked that without the treasure of the first-generation blood demon swordsman at their side, no blood demon swordsman could live past 10 years. Hearing this, Leonard, who was still seated and watching the show, took out a red scabbard. The treasure of the first-generation blood demon swordsman mentioned by the Cooper family head must be this. The demon-binding scabbard could control the backlash of the blood demon sword spirit. After that, he walked up to Sarah and said, "Sarah's 15 minutes are over. I think the Cooper family should start preparing to hand Silverbone Swamp over to him. Treasure should be given to a hero, and this scabbard will belong to you. Thank you for saving my life, and for letting me witness such a marvelous duel." Sarah accepted the demon-binding scabbard, closed his eyes, and expressed his thanks. Thank you, first prince. Then he opened his eyes and declared in a ringing voice, within 1 month, I want to see the flag bearing my name flying over Silverbone Swamp. Sometime later, in the academy corridor, Oliver said, Sarah, the academy's higher-ups are investigating the assassin's accomplices and restricting entry and exit. If you want to train, you can only come here. Sarah asked, then how do we register for a high-grade training room? This place is always packed. Just then, up ahead, 2 male students grabbed a girl by the hair and shouted, I think you look like the assassin's accomplice. Hurry up and take off your clothes so we can inspect you. Oliver explained the high-grade training rooms have been occupied by students from the Noble Alliance. They rely on their family backgrounds and act tyrannically in the academy. Suddenly, someone was sent flying out of a nearby room, startling the 2 bullies into letting go of the girl. Sarah turned his head and watched them help the person who had been knocked away, then flee while still threatening, just you wait, I'll call someone to deal with you. The swordsman Chippy and Gron walked out of that room, waving their hands and telling them to get lost. Seeing Oliver, they asked in surprise who the person beside him was, and Oliver replied, this is Sarah. We want to borrow your high-grade training room. Chippy bowed and asked Oliver whether they could begin, then looked at Sarah and said, you are the one who won the freshman exchange competition, aren't you? You dared to confront the second prince. You truly have guts. Well done, use this high-grade training room as you like. Sarah replied, thank you both. After that, Sarah stepped into the room, while Chippy and Gron waved warmly in welcome behind him. A moment later, Sarah turned around, spread his arms, and asked Oliver to slash him. That made his face darken as he replied, I really do not understand you. Even so, Oliver still swung his sword and slashed straight down. Sarah calmly explained, most of my body has already been corroded by the blood demon. If I want to escape it, the only way is to replace my blood. After that, a green halo appeared on Sarah's chest. He said, I now have Hydra's ability to regenerate extreme speed. By continuously replacing my blood and recovering, I can gradually remove the blood demon's influence from my body. After slashing Sarah many times, Oliver asked curiously, why did you choose me to help you? Wouldn't Creed be more suitable? Sarah's entire body rose with red blood aura, and he explained without Creed's threat, the blood demon would have the chance to fully seize my body. Then he walked as he said, I am gambling with my life, and Creed would definitely never accept such a reckless method. Sarah took out the blood-stained demon-binding scabbard and sighed. Unfortunately, that little blood demon brat is too timid, so afraid of the scabbard that it does not dare appear. Suddenly, a massive monster made of blood appeared and roared. Who said I was afraid? Sarah, are you trying to court death? Then it brought a blood sword down at his head and roared angrily. Do you think you can conquer me with this scabbard alone? What wishful thinking. At the same time, blood arrows slipped past the demon-binding scabbard and pierced into Sarah amid the monster's mocking laughter. The scabbard was indeed a shackle that restrained the wrath of blood demon magic, but the user also had to be strong enough. Suddenly, Sarah yanked the blood arrows out of his body and shouted, for me, the scabbard only needs to help me awaken. And he charged forward barehanded, slashed at the monster, and sneered, if I want to make you submit, I have to do it with my own hands. Suddenly, someone kicked the room door open. That person yelled, where is the one who kicked me? Get out here right now. The young master has come for revenge. A group of noble students walked in, hands on their hips as they shouted, this weakling is Sarah, the one who offended the second prince. Capture him and claim the reward for me. Seeing them, Sarah turned around, and the blood beast behind him erupted with blazing red energy. You came at just the right time, become test subjects for my blood aura. Watching Sarah charge over with his whole body blazing with red blood aura, the noble students cried out in terror, Sarah, are you still planning to risk your life fighting? He ignored them and rushed forward, throwing a punch that twisted their faces as they cursed back. The ones who want to fight to the death are you. After that, the blood on the floor surrounded the noble students, lying scattered everywhere. Sarah sneered, daring to barge into my training room. You truly brought disaster upon yourselves. Suddenly, an iron chain shot over. 2 students each held one end of the chain, tightly restraining Silent's hands as they shouted to each other, catch him, hurry and catch him. However, he had used immovable as a mountain, relying on tremendous strength to stabilize his body, enough to withstand a blow as heavy as 10,000 jinn. To one side, the leader of the nobles radiated killing intent as he said, Oliver, thanks to you, we were able to capture Sarah. I believe the second prince will soon forgive you. Then he reminded them, I advise you all to leave immediately. The leader laughed with delight. What is there to fear? The territory Sarah demanded has already broken the rules of the nobles. He has no path left to live. After saying that, he pointed his sword at Sarah and mocked him. At the same time, the bloodstain beneath the floor was still simmering faintly, then slowly spreading wider. Right after that, they transformed into giant serpents behind Sarah, revealing the power of the Hydra bloodline that surpassed magical beasts in that instant. As for him, his face was dark, his eyes fierce and arrogant, as if saying, I do not believe in fate. Then Sarah raised a hand covered in killing intent toward the leader. He screamed in terror, Sarah, if you dare lay a hand on me, you will become the enemy of the entire noble alliance and all the sword saints in the alliance. Immediately, he crushed the blue stone he had always worn before his neck. Then he laughed in excitement and threatened, you are finished. I have already reported your evil deeds to the strongest sword saint of the noble alliance. You will be hunted forever. Even Chris will not be able to save you. Suddenly, the many-eyed blood demon monster appeared behind him, opened its mouth full of teeth, and said, what a pity you will not live long enough for them to come save you. He turned his head in panic and asked in a trembling voice, what the hell is this thing? Before the words had even fallen, the blood demon monster had swallowed his head whole. While that man was still struggling inside its belly, the blood demon looked down at Sarah and sneered, these things are not as tasty as human flesh and blood. Then it demanded, you lost, obediently let me swallow you. Sarah swung his sword forward and thought, these fools truly never expected to be swallowed by the blood demon so easily. Fortunately, it has been completely separated from my body. Blood arm had just stretched up when Sarah's sword aura slashed it away. Standing nearby and watching, Oliver asked, do you need my help? This one does not look easy to deal with. On the other side, the group of students inside the monster's belly cried and screamed, Oliver, save me, it hurts so much. Sarah rushed forward with his sword in hand while refusing, no need, it will be very hard for you to attack these students. He continuously dodged the monster's crimson tentacles, secretly making up his mind, the school strictly forbids students from fighting to the death. Today, they cannot die here. After that, Sarah held the demon-binding scabbard in one hand, swung his sword with the other to cut away a tentacle, and thought, now I only need to deplete the blood demon's blood vitality. Once it weakens, I can draw it into the scabbard and completely control it. At the same time his eyes flashed, Sarah looked through the monster's layer of blood and clearly saw every student trapped inside its belly. He quickly calculated, the blood demon's blood vitality has already scattered, and it is also absorbing the student's life force. This has become somewhat troublesome. Looking at Sarah's red sword, the monster bared its teeth in a grin and roared, so what if you know you cannot save them? All of a sudden one eye was cleaved in two. It immediately drew energy from the other eyes in its body to make up for it, then said smugly, useless effort, you cannot hurt me. Seeing this, Sarah silently realized, so that is how it is. The blood demon relies on these eyes to restore its blood vitality. I only need to eliminate them all at once. After that, he created many clones from his own red blood and used super regeneration, the Hydra bloodline skill that rapidly restored he had lost. He used the skill Blood Shadow Slash and thought, when the blood demon inside my body is no longer a threat, combined with the powerful regeneration of Hydra blood, I can use blood demon magic with huge consumption at almost no cost. Right after that, all the blood shadows rushed up with swords in hand to attack the monster, making it roar in fury, Sarah, you really are a bastard. As for him, he remarked, the clone ability of blood demon magic has become stronger than before, almost equal to myself. And now the monster's body had been torn open in many places. Sarah raised the demon-binding scabbard and said, accept it. Your fate is to be used and commanded by me. After that, the students fell one after another into the pool of blood, accompanied by the monster's furious roar. Sarah, you forced me to this. You will regret it. A moment later, the system announced that part of the blood demon's power had been sealed. Sarah sheathed the sword into the demon-binding scabbard, wondering why only part of it had been sealed. At the same time, a streak of blood shot out through the gap in the door. Just then, Cassidon stepped into the room with Andrea behind him. Seeing the miserable scene, Cassidon angrily scolded, Sarah, what have you done to these students? Oliver immediately answered loudly, Cassidon, you should ask the people of your noble alliance. They were the ones who barged into someone else's training room on their own first. Hearing this, Cassidon used his staff to cast healing magic on the group of students, then said, I will investigate today's matter thoroughly. If the mercenary alliance has used any underhanded methods, they will not escape punishment either. Holy healing light could heal those within a certain range while also helping them recover their stamina. On this side, Sarah watched Andrea walk in and thought, what am I missing? The blood demon said it would make me regret it. What exactly did it mean? Suddenly, Andrea collapsed. Seeing this, he shouted anxiously, Andrea. Sarah hurriedly ran over to support her, his heart filled with panic. Andrea, wake up quickly, Andrea. He immediately used divine healing, a skill that could quickly heal and help the target wake up. Suddenly, Andrea frowned, closed her eyes, then spoke, Sarah, have you felt regret yet? Hearing that voice, he cried out in panic, blood demon, is it you again? At the same time, a sun mark appeared on Andrea's forehead along with the voice. Fortunately, I planted a blood demon seed in this girl at the beginning. After that, another eye emerged from the mark on Andrea's forehead. The blood demon bared its teeth in a grin and said, Sarah, I will take this girl's body. The memory of Sarah kneeling on the ground and calling William's name, when he had once been controlled by the blood demon monster, suddenly surged back. He thought in pain, why do I always bring misfortune to the people beside me? Back then, Sarah held William Kokol's body, which also had a third eye on its forehead, and heard someone say, Sarah, calm down. Only by using subordinates to nurture the blood demon can we win this war. He truly is your most loyal subordinate, willingly letting the blood demon drain the last drop of his blood without resisting. In the present, looking at Andrea lying in his arms, Sarah frowned in anguish and thought, those who followed me in my previous life all died because of my pain. In this life, Andrea has also been possessed by the blood demon because of me. He opened that strange eye burning with red flames, and looked at him with a gaze full of hatred. While Sarah was in turmoil, he asked himself, could it be that even after this rebirth, I still cannot change anything? Andrea's hand reached around behind his head, transforming into a cold, sharp claw. Just then, a shout rang out. What are you doing, Sarah? Hurry and think of a way to save Andrea. Then a stream of light like the Milky Way appeared, saving Sarah in the nick of time as the blood demon lunged over to attack with its claws. Kassadin angrily shouted, stand still obediently for me. Do not even think about using her body to do evil. After that, Kassadin created sharp blocks of ice around himself and said, I can only restrict that demon's movements. You must drive it out of Andrea's body as soon as possible. Oliver, please take the other students away from here first. Then she cast Froststorm, using an extremely powerful current of cold air to create a freezing zone that limited the speed of all living creatures. Oliver immediately led the noble students outside, while Sarah retreated and thought, Andrea is still alive, I must save her in time. At this moment, from the blue magic array on the floor, massive blocks of ice appeared and surrounded Andrea. The system reported purifying spirit realm gathers the elements between heaven and earth to create a purification zone, using blood as a medium to remove the blood demon's power. Kassadin asked worriedly, have you thought of a way yet? The longer this drags on, the more danger Andrea will be in. At the same time, light shone from each block of ice, crossing and blending together. Assaulted by those streams of light, the blood demon roared, you fool, doing that will only get the girl killed. Then it turned back in fury and said, this girl and I have become one. To eliminate me, you would have to drain her blood dry. On this side, Sarah cut a line across his palm. Blood flowed onto the temple floor, then shot straight toward Andrea. Sarah said, let us see whether your blood energy runs dry first or mine. Master Kassadin, I will use my blood in Andrea's place as the medium for the purification formation. Please do everything you to maintain the formation. The blood demon immediately turned its arm into a sharp weapon, charged forward and shouted, madman, do you think this can destroy me? But after only a few steps, it was firmly trapped inside the blocks of ice. The monster radiated killing intent and threatened, once I break this formation, I will swallow every last one of you into my belly. Kassadin warned anxiously, this is bad, he truly has enough strength to break this formation. Sarah immediately threw the demon-binding scabbard forward and reassured everyone, this is only a cornered beast, do not dream anymore. Scabbard and the sealed sword stabbed straight into the floor, making stone and earth explode and spray up violently. Right there, another formation eye appeared, linking to the blocks of ice and firing blue lightning, causing the blood demon to clutch its head and scream. Sarah explained, the scabbard has sealed away part of your power. To deal with a blood demon, using blood demon magic itself is the most suitable choice. Immediately afterward, a crisp explosion rang out. In the end, Andrea coughed up a mouthful of blood, and the eye on her forehead also vanished. Kassadin hurriedly supported her. Andrea knelt down and thanked Master Kassadin and Sarah, while Kassadin only replied, as long as you are safe, that is enough. On this side, Sarah held the sword that was still radiating killing intent, his gaze deep in thought. Suddenly he froze, then started as he realized something. Sarah turned his head and shouted, this is bad, the blood demon has not been completely destroyed. Master Kassadin, be careful. Hearing that, Andrea asked in confusion, what happened? At that very moment, the blood demon formed a clawed hand and swung it, shattering the purple crystal on the staff. The blood demon laughed smugly, you have fallen into my trap. It continued attacking with its sharp clawed hand, but Sarah had already rushed over in time to stand in front of Kassadin and said, we were deceived by it. The blood demon bared its teeth in a crazed grin, you found me out then. Too bad, without the staff, you can no longer imprison me. But Sarah calmly gripped the sword hilt and said there was no need to imprison you. Then he threw the demon-binding scabbard into the air. After that, Sarah cut it in two and shouted, I will make you vanish completely. At the same time, a vortex appeared in the sky. The blood demon cried out in terror, madman, you dare destroy the Cooper family's most important treasure. Blood suddenly flowed from the blood demon's eyes and was drawn into the magic vortex. It shouted, that is right, the first head of the Cooper family, Lord Brant. A moment later, the soul of Brad Cooper, the first blood demon sword saint and the creator of blood demon magic, appeared and seized the blood demon tightly. Sarah pointed and explained, the blood demon is a creation of the first family head and still exists, so the one who created it must also be hiding somewhere. Since the scabbard can suppress the blood demon's power, I guessed you were sleeping inside it. He added, the sword Perseus is rumored to be able to open the sword saint's true treasure. The treasure being mentioned is you. Hearing that, Brad transformed into blood-red souls and praised him. Clever child, you are worthy of receiving the ability I am most proud of. The system immediately announced, Bloodline Dominion ability received. Blood can be used to control other creatures. Brad instructed him, I hope you hold fast to your true self, and do not end up being devoured by blood demon magic as I was. Immediately afterward, Sarah raised his hand and received the inheritance from those blood demon souls. Sarah asked Master Cassadin about Andrea. She replied that Andrea was only weak from excessive exhaustion, then reminded Sarah to be careful with blood demon magic. Andrea woke and blamed herself for damaging Cassadin's old magic staff, while the academy seat competition was tomorrow. Suddenly, the demon dragon appeared from the darkness, still holding a crystal in its mouth. Sarah said, Master Cassadin, thank you for caring about Andrea. As for the magic staff, leave it to me. After that, the demon dragon spat out the crystal. Sarah stepped onto the crystal and said decisively, I will create a stronger weapon for you, so you can shine in the competition. In the auction hall, a coat was brought out. The leader of the noble group boasted, with the hockey magic cloak, I could have dealt with Sarah. Sitting nearby, Sarah turned his head and asked with a smile, so you are the one who wants to deal with me? Seeing Sarah, he was so frightened he fell backward and asked why he was here too. Sarah thought to himself, why is the noble alliance full of fools who rely on their families? On the other side, the host struck the gavel and announced that Luna of the Forrester family had won the Gilded Waterfall Magic Cloak for 25,000. Luna propped her legs on the chair, pointed at Thoradin, and laughed. Thoradin mocked that the Forrester family was truly foolish but very rich. After that, the host brought out a rose staff, introduced it. This is a rare treasure, the final item of the auction. The Gilded Rose Magic Staff is the best choice for high-ranking mages, with a starting price of 10,000. George Brandon immediately raised his hand to cut in just as the steward was about to bid. His man shouted, we bid 50,000. Cassadin stood up angrily and asked Master Josh, what would a warrior buy a magic staff for? He smiled and replied, buying it to keep his fine too. Cassadin sat down, secretly furious that George was using every means to win. Suddenly, Sarah raised his hand and bid 100,000 as a gift for Cassadin. Those words made George burst into mocking laughter. Sarah, this is not a place for you to joke around. Where would you get that money? Thoradin suddenly stood up, patted his chest, and declared that he would cover all expenses for Sarah, because the demon dragon bloodline inheritance opportunity. George braced his hands on his thighs, leaned forward and sneered, do you think you can be arrogant just because that brat is backing you? I bid 200,000. Sarah refused to yield, called out 400,000, and declared that he would pay double any price. Then a shout rang out, 550,000. Sarah stood up, held his thumb downward toward the floor, received Cassadin's support, then replied, 1 million. Why not raise it again? Provoked, George was so furious that he drew his sword and shouted, I bid 1 million, plus all my battle badges and this katina. Hearing this, Cassadin was so shocked that sweat broke out over him. He had actually taken out the katina sword, the broken sword symbolizing power, which Teacher George had always regarded as a glorious trophy. As for Sarah, his gaze turned icy, and he laughed as he said, it seems Teacher George is determined to have this magic staff. Then I will not compete anymore, it belongs to you. In the end, the host announced that the transaction was successful and congratulated Teacher George on winning the collectible he desired. Sarah said coldly, since you dared to take advantage of someone in danger, you should also be ready to be struck back, should you not, teacher? Beside him, Cassadin turned sadly and asked, Sarah, you made George pay a heavy price for the magic staff, but you once promised to solve my weapon problem. Sarah thought of Ma Long, who was carrying out the task he had assigned, then replied, do not worry, I will not delay your afternoon tournament. He thought to himself that, based on the memories of his previous life, he had told Ma Long to go to the Silver Bone Swamp to obtain Mitran ore. This ore was extremely hard, and only high-temperatured Z-flames could melt it. Then he recalled how he had once forged weapons with his own hands, silently calculating in his heart. In his previous life, weapons made from Mitran had made the Cooper family almost invincible on the battlefield. Back then, Sarah had once held the Radiant Staff, and exclaimed in shock that the Mitran magic staff possessed energy and durability far beyond any other black gold weapon. Sometime later, at the Noble Alliance competition venue in the Arcane Tower, Cassadin held the staff Sarah had given her, closed her eyes to sense it, and thought magic power is clearly flowing through it. I am truly looking forward to the power of this staff. On the opposite side, George swung his sword at Hector in the Noble tournament, but he was still distracted. Is Teacher Cassadin afraid? The system stated that he was using Imperial Swordsmanship, Heavy Gale Cleave. Cassadin raised the staff to block the blow, but the impact was so heavy that the ground beneath her feet cracked. George mocked that once she lost her favored weapon, she could only stand there and take the beating. In the stands, Thoradin exclaimed in astonishment, a magic staff can actually withstand a warrior's slash. Its hardness is truly terrifying. Behind him, Sarah folded his arms and thought smugly, it is still too early to be surprised. Down in the arena, George pointed the sword tip wrapped in blue energy at Cassidon and said, "Your magic staff is quite powerful, but in your hands it is still nothing more than a hard yet useless lump of iron. A mage who cannot cast magic should admit defeat early." At the same time, Cassidon's eyes lit up. She raised one hand, condensed rose-purple magic, and replied, "To deal with you, I do not need advanced magic. The most basic fireball spell is enough." Then the system announced, "Great Fireball spell gathers the magic power within the body, then releases it as a fireball with extremely destructive force." Cassidon pointed the staff at George and said, "This strike is not something you can withstand either." George's expression changed at once, and he cried out in terror, "Impossible." Before everyone's eyes, a gigantic fireball erupted, swallowing George whole. After that, he ran around in a panic and shouted, "What kind of iron is this? Its magic compatibility is even better than black gold." On this side, Luna stood beside Sarah, cupped her hands, and reminded loudly, "Teacher Cassidon, hurry and control your magic. Someone is about to be unable to endure it." Cassidon immediately came back to her senses, her eyes widening in shock. Then she hurriedly withdrew the staff. Looking at the embers around her, even she was stunned. The magic transmitted through the staff had not been consumed at all, and instead had been amplified to an unbelievable degree. At the same time, the fireball shot straight into the sky, struck the top of the arcane tower, and broke it in two. Seeing this, Sarah stood in front of Ma Long, folded his arms, and asked, "Teacher Cassidon, are you satisfied with the mitron magic staff I gave you?" Before she could answer, Thoradin and Luna were already exclaiming in astonishment. Meanwhile, Sarah secretly calculated, "Today, the mitron creation has achieved a brilliant success. As long as I control the mitron mine, I will have countless goodwill and business partners." Suddenly, Cassidon tore away her mage disguise, revealing the figure of an alluring woman, holding the staff as she replied, "I am very satisfied." This made Sarah blush, and he exclaimed in shock, "Teacher Cassidon is actually a woman." She turned the staff in her hand into a rose. Then she used the rose to lift his chin, leaned close to his face, and said, "Come to my office alone at midnight. I have something I want to ask you." That evening in Cassidon's office at the Imperial Academy, she had changed back into her mage attire, held the rose in her hand, and said, "I asked you to come at night because I wanted to discuss a secret matter and did not want anyone to disturb us." Beside her, Sarah asked curiously, "Teacher, please stop teasing me. What exactly do you want to ask me?" She lightly touched his chest with the rose and teased, "How innocent. Do you really not know what it means to give a rose to a woman?" After that, Cassidon became serious again and said, "I will stop teasing you. I understand the power of this weapon. I do not care about your secrets. I only care about what you want to do. With my help, everything will go much more smoothly." Hearing this, Sarah replied with emotion, "Having your help is more than I could ask for." After that, he took out another staff and introduced it. "Matron weapons are currently extremely rare. In this world, aside from yours, only this one remains. To celebrate our cooperation, I would like to ask you to auction it off, hoping it can sell for a good price. Today, every noble in the competition has witnessed its power. I do not think it needs any more promotion, because those who thirst for power will certainly go mad for it." Then Sarah turned and left, saying, "But I have only one request. You absolutely must not let the Cooper family win at auction." Hearing this, Cassidon replied, "No problem. This little wolf is truly filled with hatred." After that, Sarah paid no attention to the bird, and the mouse eavesdropping with red eyes, and continued, "Whether it is the Cooper family that oppressed me in my previous life, or the one that drove me away in this life, you should all prepare to receive my revenge." Sometime later, Sarah was followed by a group of people pleading with him, "Baron Sarah, as long as you cooperate with our family on weapons, we will treat you as an honored guest. From now on, we are willing to serve you at any time. Baron Sarah, our family can use every heavenly treasure to exchange for your mitron weapons." He listened until sweat broke out on him, feeling extremely irritated, but they still would not stop. Someone even said, "Baron Sarah, I have a beautiful younger sister who has not yet married. Please consider it." Sarah thought to himself, "I never expected these nobles to be this shameless, following me every day like flies, annoying me to death." Just then, that crowd crashed into a transparent barrier. It was a restriction of the training tower, intended to ensure the students' safety. Only those who had broken through to the gold sword level could enter. Sarah glanced back, secretly wondering whether those profit-hungry nobles would continue to ally with the Cooper family, or betray one another for the sake of profit. "I still have to wait and see." And he looked at Chippy and Groan's group, who were fighting monsters on the lower level of the Beast Realm training tower, killing 100 shadow wolves to advance to the middle level. Sarah told himself that while Cassidon was auctioning the matron weapon, he had to quickly upgrade his own abilities. Suddenly, Chippy shouted excitedly, "Swordsman, pay attention. These wolves are breaking through the encirclement. Everyone else focus your attacks on it." Immediately, the entire group surrounded a shadow wolf in the center. Chippy sat on Gron's shoulder and commanded everyone. We came here to earn cultivation resources. Once we get the beast core, withdraw at once. Remember to maintain the rhythm of battle. Sarah propped up his chin and silently judged. These people come from the Mercenary Alliance. With a leader like Chippy guiding them, it is no wonder they earned a place in the academy. All of a sudden, a shadow wolf charged straight toward Lisa, opening its mouth as it prepared to attack her. William immediately swung his sword to block it and shouted, "Lisa, hurry and go." Beside them, Chippy shouted loudly, "You two idiots, stop being so battle-hungry. The most important thing to a person is their own life." But William still persisted in fighting the shadow wolf, turning his head as he replied, "Do not worry about us, you all go first." Seeing this, Chippy hurriedly ordered, "Gron, go save those two who do not know how to value their lives." At the same time, he used his shoulder to knock a shadow wolf flying. After that, the two of them arrived in time to support William and Lisa from behind. William said guiltily, "Sorry, Captain. I thought I could withstand the wolf's surprise attack." But Lisa hurriedly explained, "No, this was all my fault. I was the one who—" Songron cut her off, saying that wolves were pack creatures at their strongest when attacking together. "The next time you face them, you will have more experience." Hearing that, Lisa replied, "All right," then turned her hair into Medusa and used Heavenly Silk Strangling Kill. This special skill would bind the necks of every demonic creature within range. Suddenly, a shadow wolf raised its head and let out a long howl. The call of the wild rang out. When pushed into dire straits, shadow wolves would howl to increase their companions' attack power. This effect could also stack. William muttered inwardly, "This is trouble. I never thought they would summon so many companions." Ron blocked a wolf with his bare hands, gritting his teeth as he said, "Damn it, there are too many of them." Just then, Sarah cut down a shadow wolf in front of Gron and said, "Then would it not be better to deal with all of them?" Seeing him, Chippy and Gron froze in shock. "Are you Sarah, the one who defeated those nobles before?" Sarah did not answer right away, merely swung his sword and cleared out rows of shadow wolves. At the same time, the system announced that the shadow wolves in the beast realm had been eliminated, 25 out of 100. When he stopped, his entire body had already absorbed countless streams of blood energy from them. A moment later, Sarah glanced back and said, "Thank you all for lending me the training room. It helped me a great deal." After that, he tossed 2 bottles to Chippy and said, "Thank you for saving my teammates. Everyone, heal yourselves first, leave the rest to me." Then Sarah created a vortex of air around himself, drawing all the blood energy from the fallen wolves into his body. Seeing this, the remaining wolves growled in fury. Sarah merely looked up coldly, his red eyes showing a clear, sharp edge. Then a vast layer of dark red blood energy covered his body. The system announced blood energy suppression allows one with powerful blood energy to use blood magic to intimidate weaker targets. This made the wolves tremble and lower their bodies. Chippy's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "He actually scared the shadow wolves into retreating. This move is truly formidable." On this side, Sarah raised his sword high, looked at the wolves, and shouted, "Counterattack them." He used Bloodline Dominion, controlling other creatures through their blood. Immediately, the wolves turned and attacked one another. Gron felt a chill as he watched. He never imagined shadow wolves could be controlled to this extent. Blood magic truly was terrifying. At the same time, the system announced that the beast realm shadow wolves had been eliminated, 67 out of 100. A while later, they were still eliminating one another, while the system reported that the beast realm shadow wolves had been eliminated, 78 out of 100. Sarah looked at his own hand in excitement and said, "Good dogs, offer your hearts to me. You will live forever in my blood." He obtained the skill Heartblood Absorption, allowing the master to freely control creatures under Bloodline Dominion. At this moment, a heart appeared in Sarah's hand, guiding blood energy toward the wolves before him. After that, Sarah looked at the heart with satisfaction and said, "I will restore the name of blood magic, then open up the land that belongs to us." Finally, the system announced that the beast realm shadow wolves had been eliminated, 100 out of 100. At the same time, a magic array appeared on the roof of the realm, casting down a pillar of light. The system congratulated all students for clearing the lower floor of the beast realm training tower and opening the path to the middle floor. Sarah stood before the teleportation gate, turned back, and asked whether they wanted to continue challenging it with him. Chippy immediately answered on behalf of Gron, William, and Lisa. "The Mercenary Alliance has always valued loyalty. Since we have accepted your favor, we have no reason to flee in the middle of battle." As everyone stepped into the gate, Chippy spoke up to warn them first. The middle floor is not a place with demonic creatures of flesh and blood. At the same time, the teleportation gate brought them to another location. Standing amid the ruins, someone looked at the souls around them, asked in astonishment whether these were the heroic spirits from the wars of old. Chippy all said doubtfully, "Is this place the ruins of war and the remains of fallen martyrs?" Immediately afterward, the system announced that living beings had been detected. The forgotten heroes were being activated. The system looked at the white skeletal knights and issued a mission. The objective of the middle spirit realm is to eliminate all forgotten heroes. Sarah remarked, they are all predecessors who fell on the battlefield years ago. Their remains were brought back to the academy and preserved in the training tower to temper later generations. After that, he cupped his hands in salute. Seniors, please forgive my offense. As soon as he finished speaking, Sarah released the blood wolves and shouted, everyone, get out of the way. One blood wolf rushed forward and bit a knight's arm, while another quickly found its own opponent. The system announced the middle spirit realm objective, eliminate forgotten heroes, 2 out of 100. On this side, Lisa watched the wolves fighting and sighed, blood wolves really do love gnawing on bones. Someone else also remarked, those bones are draining the blood energy from the blood wolves. Suddenly, the system announced the middle spirit realm objective, eliminate all forgotten heroes, 0 out of 100. Sarah thought in confusion, the forgotten heroes can actually restore themselves by absorbing blood energy. All of a sudden, a staff-wielding hero emitted a green glow. The attack aimed straight at Sarah, but he leapt up in time to dodge it. He analyzed inwardly, blood energy is only nourishing them, so I cannot use blood magic carelessly. Suddenly, a loud warning rang out as a sword-wielding hero appeared right behind him. Sarah, be careful. He immediately used his own sword to block the opponent's attack. After that, he jumped back and thought, as expected of warriors once tempered on the battlefield, they still retain the instinct for tactical coordination. Just then, countless green meteors fell from the sky. They followed Sarah's every movement closely. He observed them and thought inwardly, their attack rhythm is linked too tightly. This cannot drag on. Sarah immediately shouted, William, form a defensive line. He raised his shield to block the descending meteors, while Sarah stood behind him and ordered, Lisa, send me over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Lisa used her Medusa hair to fling Sarah high into the air and replied, got it. He flew upward, swung his sword, and formed a circular slash, defeating several heroes. When the system announced that forgotten heroes had been eliminated, 5 out of 100, his gaze turned cold and he said, please rest in peace. On the other side, Chippy looked up and broke into a cold sweat, commenting, everyone is excellent in both individual combat and teamwork, but the middle spirit realm is not as simple as you all think. A moment later, the heroes who had seemingly been defeated recovered again, and the number confirmed by the system returned to 0. Sarah thought inwardly, could these heroes recover endlessly? Off to one side, Lisa used her hair to tightly bind 5 people at once, leaving them unable to move. Sweat beaded on her brow as she gritted her teeth and heard someone say, based on my experience, the forgotten heroes will keep reviving if they are not defeated at the same time. Elsewhere, William used his shield to block the swords of 2 people. The voice continued to ring out, they will wear down our strength until we completely collapse. After that, Chippy added, experiencing it for a while is enough. We know the way and can take everyone out of here. As for Sarah, he recalled the scene of being surrounded from every side and thought inwardly, I never expected to encounter a battle situation exactly like my previous life in this life. Then he spoke cheerfully, I have figured out a way to destroy them. Sarah gave a serious order, everyone, follow my command, stop attacking and move closely with me. Hearing this, Chippy immediately retorted, Sarah, you people are not familiar with the terrain here. If you want to escape, you must stay close to me. After that, Sarah, William, and Lisa charged forward at the same time. On the battlefield there are no deserters, I must win. Chippy laughed in satisfaction, then followed him with Gron so battle-hungry, exactly the kind the Mercenary Alliance likes. This time, I will follow your arrangements. As he charged forward he thought, while William blocked a slash from the iron armor. According to the experience of my previous life, if these skeletons can revive endlessly, there must be a source of power helping them recover. He continued observing as Lisa bound 2 skeletons in place. Realizing that their positions and actions all prioritize protecting that source, he quickly reconstructed every point in his mind. As long as they moved randomly across the battlefield, they could discover the pattern of their actions. Sarah rushed forward, swung his sword, and cleaved a skeleton in 2, then realized this was the true key to breaking the deadlock. His gaze was icy as he looked straight ahead, found you. In front of him was a giant skeleton with a dazzling blue light shining from its belly. Spoke spirit control. Immediately, a giant blue circle covered the entire area. It was the Bone Spirit Shield Formation, an extremely powerful defensive formation condensed by the skeletons from the surrounding energy, capable of both offense and defense. The surrounding skeletons also stopped at the same time, as if they were standing by to watch. Suddenly, a black shadow silently approached from behind Sarah. William immediately warned him, Sarah, be careful. Right after that, another figure rushed over to attack him. Lisa also flew into a rage and controlled strands of hair to shoot out an attack. You get lost. However, a skeleton had already managed to grab her hair. She was quickly thrown far away by it, only managing to let out a shrill cry. Suddenly, a hand reached toward Lisa from somewhere. Sarah helped her stand steady, then reminded her, "Lisa, pay attention to your own safety." He also carefully instructed William, "Do not worry about me. You only need to protect Lisa." Chippy, who was fighting together with Grun, also realized the situation was bad and hurriedly suggested, "Sarah, the gap in combat power is too great now." As soon as the words fell, a massive boulder dropped down, blocking the path ahead. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Oh no, the exit has been sealed by the formation." Sarah did not hesitate at all and immediately drew his sword to charge forward. If that is the case, the only option left is a fight to the death, to risk everything against them. Grun also said in irritation, "This outdated priestly arrangement is clearly meant to wear us down to death." He looked at William and Lisa struggling side by side in battle. The defense of the forgotten heroes had increased greatly, making the fight extremely difficult for the two of them. Sarah also activated his ability at this moment, Bloodline Dominion, burning blood energy to stimulate himself and his companions. He declared powerfully, "This battle is about to end, now it is our turn to counterattack." William and Lisa also felt the flames spreading through their bodies. "This is the power Sarah has given us. I feel I can still fight another battle." They kept advancing and defeating one skeleton after another. Mid-level Illusion Realm objective, eliminate all forgotten heroes, 6 out of 100. Chippy looked at his crimson sword in surprise. Blood demon magic can not only stimulate human potential, but also strengthen weapons. Both Chippy and Grun seemed to blaze with new power. They had moved closer to the objective. Mid-level Illusion Realm objective, eliminate all forgotten heroes, 12 out of 100. Chippy smiled smugly, "If we keep being stimulated like this, maybe we really can win." Sarah lightly touched the sword and said, "Too slow." Bloodline Dominion King Sword, concentrating bloodline power into a weapon to create tremendous destructive force. His gaze was icy as he looked straight ahead. Activating too much blood demon magic will harm everyone's bodies. After speaking, he raised the burning sword toward the sky and said, "You will regret this. Then let me end everything." The surrounding area instantly burst into flames, with dust and smoke rolling everywhere. Chippy raised a hand to cover his face, channeling blood energy into the sword. "Sarah, just how many methods are you still hiding?" A pillar of fire descended straight from the sky to the ground at an astonishing speed. Sarah stood towering and firmly drove the sword into the ground. He left behind his final words, "Please rest in peace, seniors." The pillar of fire created a shocking explosion, sending stone dust flying in every direction. Skeletons gradually vanished completely. They had completed the mid-level Illusion Realm objective, eliminate all forgotten heroes, 100 out of 100. After disappearing, they left behind the Book of Necromancy, which could use dark magic to summon the souls of heroes on the battlefield to fight for its owner. Sarah took the book and handed it to Lisa. "Lisa, this Book of Necromancy is for you. It will help you gain more companions." Chippy also praised Sarah. "You are more suited to being the leader of the Mercenary Alliance than I am. You can lead us toward a brighter future." He placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "Only by staying alive can there be a future. I need you to help protect my important friends." Just then, a voice came from nowhere. What deep affection between master and servants. Dust appeared and announced, "Congratulations to all students for passing the training tower floor, Illusion Realm, and opening the path to the upper floor, Holy Realm." There was a trace of displeasure in his voice. "What a pity! You offended someone you should not have offended, making this old man find you very unpleasant to look at." The space around Sarah instantly sank into silence. Dust took out a necklace, and a figure also appeared behind him. "It seems you still do not know who you have offended." Sarah recalled one of the illegitimate children of the Cooper family, so that troublemaker came from the Noble Alliance. He lowered his head, while that man stepped forward with a sword in hand. "Even if my grandson is a little useless, it is not your place to teach him a lesson." Hearing this, Chippy immediately spoke up in indignation. "It was clearly that man who stole our high-level training room first." Immediately, he and Grun were sent flying far away by an invisible force. That was Dust's ability, called Compressed Dust, which could instantly compress dust in the air and create an extremely powerful impact force. He was the mighty swordsman Dust. He scolded coldly. It seems Creed was far too lax in teaching his student. Sarah also confirmed, "That's right, he is Dust, the one who once stood shoulder to shoulder with the previous hidden sword Creed. He was a super powerhouse, strong enough to turn the entire battle situation around by himself." Just then, the sword-wielding young man rushed forward to attack, forcing Sarah to raise his sword to block. Sarah was pushed far back, secretly shocked by the terrifying endurance of the Sword Saint. He truly was a real monster. Sarah's sword glowed crimson, flames surging around the blade. He said, "Standing still and waiting for death is not my style." William rushed forward and shouted, "Sarah, I'm here to help you." Lisa also immediately used the book she had just received. Immediately after, an army of skeletons appeared before everyone. Dust mocked, "This scene does look rather frightening at first glance. A wisp of smoke swept past, making them instantly freeze in place. That was breath dust using the breath within dust to crush magical creations. Dust said disdainfully, "A group of brats who do not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Before absolute power, you are not qualified." Sarah gritted his teeth in shock. With just one light breath, he neutralized all of our attacks. Dust raised a finger, gathering dust into a circle around himself, then said, "It seems I must let you taste a little suffering." That was condensed dust, clinging to the body together with moisture and turning people to stone. William and Lisa trembled, then stood motionless. Sarah activated Domination Bloodline, using blood energy to break the restriction, then raised his fist. "The only one who offended your grandson is me." Thanks to that, the abnormal state on the two of them was immediately dispelled. Dust's ability activated again, dust flying thickly everywhere. Dust blades formed into small flying swords, moving according to the Sword Saint's will. The small blades surrounded Dust. He said indifferently, "Then this old man will grant your wish." Sarah rushed forward without the slightest hesitation, because as long as Dust targeted him, William and the others would be safe. Sarah used Domination Bloodline to stimulate his potential, while relying on super speed regeneration to recover from wounds and remove negative effects. Sarah charged in, swinging his sword straight at the broom in Dust's hand, but the repulsive force sent him rebounding backward. Sarah thought to himself, "As long as the dust creation is stained with blood, my magic will take effect." Thinking that, he continued rushing forward again. "If Dustmark truly has a serious illness like in my previous life, I still have a chance to survive." At this moment, Sarah's gaze was filled with firmness and determination. However, before the sword could touch Dust, he blocked it with his bare hand. Dust looked at the blade stopped before him and said calmly, "Brat, you actually managed to reach this old man." Suddenly, Dustin broke into a bright smile and said, "Congratulations, you have passed the trial." Sarah asked blankly, "Senior, what are you saying?" He replied, "How could I ruin the Academy's future for the sake of a useless grandson?" After saying that, Dust merely waved his hand lightly. In the blink of an eye, everyone had been brought somewhere else. Dust instructed, "From today onward, you may freely enter and leave the Academy." Kassadin walked over holding a small bottle, and said that the Mitran scepter had been auctioned off by a mysterious person for a record-breaking price. Her words made Sarah think of Hera Cooper. Mitran's staff will definitely be bought by the Cooper family's first wife at any cost. At this point, Kassadin suddenly understood and asked, "So your previous data was about this?" Sarah placed a hand on her shoulder and replied, "That's right. I not only made them spend a huge sum, but also made them dig their own grave." Sarah's expression turned serious as he told Kassadin to spread word through the Noble Alliance that the Midrin mine was located in the Cooper family's Silver Mist Marsh. Sarah reassured her, "Don't worry, only I know how to craft Midrin. Even if others see the raw ore, they will not recognize it." Kassadin said worriedly, "But the old monsters of the major families will definitely devastate the Silverbone Marsh because of the Midrin mine." Sarah had already calculated everything in advance. The Cooper family head would definitely try to avoid any connection to Midrin, especially when a Midrin staff had appeared in their home. After that, Sarah took the bottle from Kassadin and called out, "Brothers of the Mercenary Alliance, take the best equipment and follow me into the Silverbone Marsh."